You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. Good evening, Tamara. How are you doing tonight?
I'm all right. I'm a bit tired, but that's the usual for Wednesdays because it's the closed Tuesday, open Wednesday, and now we start staying open until 10.
Oh, new hours.
Yeah. It's summer hours, so as of May 1st, which is today, we start staying open until 10 o'clock at night, so I get to stay open until 10 now, and I'm going to be dead.
Oh, and then you got to open Wednesday morning, but
I open Wednesday mornings, yeah, then I open Sunday mornings too, but Sundays is just 9 to 9. And I find that kind of convenient because Harris is the one that has to work on the weekends because I get Saturday off. And then I have to open, so then he only has to work till 9 o'clock on Sunday, but I get to work till 10 o'clock every rest of the week.
Right. 10 o'clock, hey, that's, well, hey, if the business is busy and it needs, and the flow of the people wants it to be open an extra hour.
It's always been open. In fact, before that, it was open actually till midnight at one point in time. One of the owners that had it previous, because this store has been open since 1949, right?
Oh.
So it's had several owners, right? And there was a time when it was actually open until like midnight, and that was like when you could still have 14-year-olds working there because there was no cigarette legislations where you had to be a certain age to sell and buy cigarettes.
Right.
Right. So they had to have security come in. And then somebody ran into the store because at one point in time it was like the only kind of little store kind of, and now it is like basically the only grocery store in the whole area, like up where we are, right? So, but it's been robbed in the past, and it's had a car run into it. We've got pillars around the whole store. Now there's bars on all the windows, and we've got security, and we've got cameras in every corner of that store.
It's too bad that that's needed, but it's only the only reason it's needed is because of others have violated their space.
Right, absolutely, right. And then there's somebody watching me when I'm there, so even though it appears that I'm down alone, up until a certain point, there's somebody upstairs always. So I don't have to worry. I'm not there by myself all the time. It appears that I am because nobody's there to talk to.
Sure.
Like there's nobody there, but there's somebody upstairs watching the camera for till I'm done doing the cash out. Yeah. Once cash out's done,
they
go right.
Okay. Exactly. Now there was something I was going to get you to update on. Now I can't remember what exactly it was. Oh, I can't remember. Oh, how's Alvin from his surgery?
It's bleeding still.
Oh.
So I don't. He says he's fine. I think he's been he's lifting his legs. He's doing things that he probably. And the stereo tape just came off yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday, right? So there's still a little bit of So
yeah. I understand. Yeah, it's hard to do nothing.
Well, and like I said, he probably shouldn't even be lifting his legs onto the bed because the bed, when you lift your leg up, you're pulling muscle from your, and you don't really realize and I'm guilty. I had a C-section too, and I was told don't go up and down stairs. Well, I had no choice. But downstairs, right?
Yeah.
You do what you have to do. So I mean, again, he's not been lifting anything heavier than or doing anything strenuous by any stretch. But again, I don't think he should even be lifting his legs up. But they give you a piece of paper. It's a day surgery, and they send you on. Here you go.
Yeah. I had a couple things on the list that I wanted to discuss tonight.
Yeah, for sure.
Global Marijuana March this Saturday, global, right? So it's not just happening in Toronto.
First Saturday of every May.
That's right, exactly. So Toronto, that'll be started from 11 till 5. Um, I'm sure everybody, people who are in the area and who've been there in the past, everybody usually meets in around the horse. That's the location where I would say probably for a lot of events because it's
There's
just
one
so
thing
easy to say.
there's one thing I'd just like to quickly mention because it's Toronto. Because well, I know what lots of you remember Leslie Matchett.
Remember what?
Leslie Matchett.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Leslie passed away a while ago. I'm not sure if anybody's been really aware of that, but I think it would be really important if somebody mentioned that because Mel Adams, her daughter, which we all know as Melly Hempseed, right? It's
Right.
taken, like this has been a whole twist with the whole thing, right? But yeah, I think it would be important if Leslie was mentioned because she was a big part of the Global Marijuana March in Toronto.
Oh, was she? Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, like see in the years gone by, there was the festival was held with speakers and bands and stage and
Well, this is the one March
washrooms.
we would always come out for was the Global
Pardon?
Marijuana March, right? And Tracy and all the fairies, and they'd all have
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
stuff on, and Tracy would be there, and Amy and anybody, because 420 was always done in Vancouver. They had the big thing at the art gallery in Vancouver for 420, right? And then Global Marijuana March was always the one that everybody flew out for.
Yeah, the Global Marijuana March has been going on longer.
Way longer, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
sure.
yeah. So, and I know the one here in Toronto. This year is its 25th anniversary
Wow,
of the event. So there's no permits, so there's no bans or anything like that. But as in the past, before the permits and after the permits, people just show up. They
right,
show up. They show up there. Some people have um, like a boom box or whatever with some music going. There'll be people, just gathering around, and then all of a sudden somebody will open up a vending booth out of nowhere. People. I've seen people bring stuff in coolers or just in wagons,
right.
and yeah, just walk around selling the stuff out of the wagons. So,
You know
I
what the thing is,
expect some of that.
right?
What's that?
It's our culture. This is something that we've done for
Yeah,
25 years, right? This is like epic. So just
and the police have been notified. We're hoping for a good showing, better showing than last year. The unfortunate part is present weather forecast, and we know the weather forecast can change. Um, is calling for some rain, so that could put a little bit of a damper on things. But
that umbrella won't cure.
well, see, that's the thing. Um, I'm for me myself, as far as with the Pace Radio Network and with 420radio.ca, I'm going down there to cover the broadcast, or not the broadcast, the event live, and we'll be broadcasting from there. Mary Jane from Newbie and Doobie, those two, they will be down there as well as they'll be down there doing stuff and doing broadcasting. You'll be able to see it here at paceradio.net or 420radio.ca and see what's going on down at the march. But even though it's raining, excuse me, we're hoping that our plan will allow us still to broadcast. So it just depend on what kind of rain that we're getting. If it's driving hard wind rain, well, obviously that's going to be a bit of an issue.
Right.
But if it's just some light misty stuff, we may have it covered, or just some light rain, we may have it covered. So
Right
we'll
on.
be able to still be able to do the live broadcast, and we're going to include going around in the march as well. So everybody who's watching will be able to.
Like
Yeah.
alive. Like
Yeah, live in the march. and hopefully there's no construction this year. And it's
I can
about
go live
it's
on
about a
TikTok.
45-minute walk. What's that?
I can go live on TikTok now.
Oh, can you?
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but yeah, I've got enough
Okay.
followers now that I can go live.
Yeah.
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 I announce the show every week.
Too many social media spots, man. I just gave up trying to collect
Well,
them
that's
all.
why I go on there before the show, and I put a video up saying, "Hey, we'll be live on all our socials on this network, and don't
Right.
bother," so that they can come here, bring more people here.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
absolutely.
So let's see what else on that. Yeah, just people just gonna show up at the march. They've got a big banner for advertisers
You've
and
got a
stuff.
committee that's been working behind the scenes, trying to gather and doing some advertising and getting the word out. So, I mean, you've got a group of people that really want to do this. Because if nobody wanted to really do it, it
Yeah.
would just sit by the wayside. And it's not just you. You've got a bunch of you that have gotten together from the past and present and said, "Hey,
Oh
let's
yeah, yeah,
do
yeah,
this." So you've been
yeah.
making videos yourself. You've been doing a lot of advertising on our network. Every show has,
Every show that I'm behind the board, I'm
right? And you
plugging away there.
do all of this work because this is super important to you, Al. This is
Yeah.
something that's really, really important to you. And I think
Mhm.
that's great that you've taken this on and got because like it's important to you.
Yeah, it's important. It's important to me. It's important for patients' access, and it's important for those people who are still being taken down by laws. And even though, for example, the reclassification that's going on in the U.S., people are still going to be jailed for cannabis. So
Really,
there's still reasons. There's
for
still reasons to get out there and march.
right? But in reality, if you're caught with a number overgrowing, or if you're
Yeah,
caught selling to a minor, or if a minor's caught selling to a minor in Canada, you can still get jail time in Canada for
yeah,
cannabis.
yeah,
So
yeah.
in
People use that example, the 18 and 17-year-old couple.
right?
Yeah,
Or
no.
19 and 17, because here it's 19. You have to be 19 in British
Yeah,
Columbia.
well, yeah. Federally it's 18, and provincially most of the provinces are 19. Quebec is
21.
21.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, Alberta's 18.
yeah,
Saskatchewan,
yeah, exactly.
I think Manitoba's 18.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Ontario, I think it's 19, right?
19,
Yeah,
19.
19 in British Columbia. But it's
Yeah.
18 across prairies. And you know what? It's funny. I just seen a clip of something, and there's a comedian talking about, being, hi, I'm from Alberta, blah, blah, blah. They're talking about it. And the guy says, fuck Trudeau. He goes, oh, you're an Albertan that can't read then, right? Right? So the
Oh,
comedian kind of
what?
twisted. It's a comedian doing some stand up, and he's talking about
Right.
an Albertan, and then he starts talking in Albertan, like, hey there, boy, let's do some, drinking beer, blah, blah, blah. And somebody screams out in the audience, fuck Trudeau. And he goes, oh, you're an Albertan that doesn't know how to read. Or fuck Trudeau is out in Albertan as I can't read. That's what it
Yeah.
was. It was funny. You have to see the clip, but it was good because basically he just kind of took that guy with his fuck Trudeau and flipped it around on him.
Right. Right. So, just before we went live, we were talking about what do you got going on there? That's what we were talking about.
Oh, this is my new vape pen. It's actually cannabis. So I've quit smoking cigarettes. I haven't said too
Good.
much, but
Good.
I'm not smoking cigarettes hardly like at all. Like so basically then, from that then I don't really want to smoke doobies, right? So I've gone to using a vape,
Yeah.
tobacco, right? So I've got myself from 20 milligrams down to 10 on this too. So I've cut myself down in half on nicotine.
That's a tobacco. That's a
This is
nicotine
this
vape.
is nicotine, right? So I'm doing 10 milligrams of nicotine where I started at 20. So I'm not smoking cigarettes. I'm 10 milligrams on the nicotine.
So
But then
that's lowered your nicotine. Yeah, lowered your
it's
nicotine.
exactly the same as my nicotine, and it's a pod. But this is cannabis, and this is nicotine.
So the tip is just slightly different, but it looks
This one's
basically the
the cannabis
same.
is smaller, right, than the
Yeah.
nicotine. But yeah, like they're pretty much that's the nicotine, and then that's the cannabis, and you can buy them at the cannabis stores, and they come like this one here is a general admission one. It's a bliss stick, but there's also another one called Revs, right? And it's There's like, so there's only two different that I see in British Columbia. Like I'm sure there might be different ones in different provinces, right? But these pods in aren't the same as like your tip that you have, right? Which is what I've been using for several, with these batteries, right?
Yeah,
Like
I
yeah,
have a
yeah, like
cartridge.
that, right? So this is
Yeah,
the same, but it's like this instead, right?
yeah.
I
I've
don't
got
know. I just thought it was like less. I don't know. I just thought it was kind of neat.
I've got one that's out of reach right now, and it's like I don't know, it's like a real small deodorant stick,
Hmm.
just really small, and it fits in the palm of your hand.
Yeah, I've got a couple like that as well. Like I've got my actually, it's right handy here. I'll show you. This is also one that I bought. It's called an elf, and it's also for the tips, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's like you put the tip, like the one that you have, that kind of tip
Oh, you put
inside,
the cartridge in there. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
right?
These are 510 cartridges.
Yeah, and that would go inside of here, right? But this has got a little gold piece that you have to always have to put on the bottom of the tip, and if you lose that little gold piece, this whole thing doesn't work. Now, thank
Oh,
right? And then I've
oh.
also got a Da Vinci, which is a black one that's fairly similar to this. Same thing, you have to have the little thing, but it's a Da Vinci, and that one is being used by my child.
Geez, I haven't heard that one in a while. I used them for her
Yeah, well,
years,
that's exactly
years ago.
Da Vinci's. It's the same company that you use for her.
Yeah,
It's the same
yeah.
company. Only this is a Da Vinci and it is used specifically for those tips. But it was actually made for because you can get 2 gram tips as well that are a little bigger. And this one is made so it goes for all sizes, right? Where this little elf guy is only for 1 grammers and half grammars. And then the other batteries, there's so many different kinds of batteries. And that's what it is. And like I've been using this Yokan, which was an actual this is the battery, but it was an actual like one that you put dabs and stuff in, like with the
Yeah.
little coils and stuff, right?
The
And
Shatterizer.
the shatterizer. It's only this is a Yokan. I got a shatterizer with the battery. I think Taven's got that battery upstairs too. To be honest. but it's still kicking too. There's nothing wrong with that shatterizer. But we got away from the whole having to deal with the dabs and having to put it with the coils because it's messy. And so when they came out with the tips, like way back, I was buying them long before from somewhere else because we could get them elsewhere, right before legalization as well. But now that we've got legalization and they're there, I just buy them there.
Well,
But again,
obviously, the vape pen eliminates the mess.
right,
Right?
that too. But in British Columbia, we
And
also pay
smoke.
20% vape tax.
Yeah.
So we
Sorry
pay
about
it on both.
that.
No, we pay it on nicotine too, not just on cannabis.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So and the juice, like so if you go buy one of these little juices, which is a refill for my vape, for my nicotine, right?
Okay. Yeah. I've seen those here. Well,
Right?
our sponsor used to sell them when they were called Canadays, but then when the um, Tobacco Act or whatever you want to call it got changed and the vape stuff got included in it,
I know,
they stopped selling it.
right? And the
Yeah.
thing is too, now they're trying to take the flavored vape completely out across the country, right? They're trying to take that completely away from everybody,
What do you do with something that's got natural terpenes in it?
right?
Like this one, this one here. This
Oh,
is
they're
a
not
live. This is a live rosin pen.
nicotine. Like they've already taken away flavored cigarettes, right? You can't buy flavored
Yeah,
cigarettes anymore.
you can't get menthol anymore.
Flavors away from the nicotine, period. That's a new thing too. So they don't want us to have any flavors in our nicotine or vapes, nothing. We're
Yeah.
not supposed to have any fun as adults because it might be appealing to children. So adults can't have any fun either. I can't like
Well,
cotton
I can
candy.
tell you, when I was 14 and 15, I had friends that driving was appealing to them. So should we eliminate driving for adults because 14-year-old kids can
In
steal the
Alberta, you
parents'
can get a
car?
learner's license at 14.
What? Where?
In Alberta, you can get a learner's license at
Yeah.
14. Yeah. I had a learner's permit when I was 14 years old in Alberta.
Well,
You
when
can
can you get your license then?
16.
So you have to have your 2 years of learners at
Right, but in
14.
BC, you can get a learner's license when you're 16 and get your driver's license a week and a half later, or a week
Oh,
later, or 2
I
weeks,
did,
right?
but
But in
not
Alberta,
now. We have that graduated
yeah, well,
program,
they did that in Alberta too. I think.
1, 2, and then
Yeah,
yeah.
but out here it's like, yeah. But I mean, to insure an N driver in British Columbia, you might as well. You better be able to afford a yacht because it's fucking expensive to
For
insure your.
male, yeah, they were 40 years ago.
It's cheaper for your kid to buy a beater and insure it as a first driver himself than it is for you to add it to your own insurance. So you might
Yeah,
as well buy your kid a $500 beater.
you may have
And
a more expensive vehicle, but there's still you can still end up. Well, I guess the more expensive vehicle would have better safety stuff in it. But
well, but apparently it's cheaper for to buy your kid $1,000 beater, put them in that, let them insure it on their own, right? And let them do that for 2 years, and then they can upgrade their vehicle because then their insurance goes down.
yeah, that's good.
What else? Yeah. Like insurance, I always thought has always been a fucking scam. I just can't even.
Oh, crap. Oh, I can remember when I was 16 trying to get my insurance.
Here's the worst part about it. I paid the same amount of money when I was a first driver when I was 16 years old as I'm paying now as a fucking senior for my fucking vehicle. I'm still paying $1,200 a fucking year, right? For fucking insurance. And I paid that back in 19 fucking 86, which was a ridiculous amount of money back in 86. And now it's like
So you haven't had any increases. Your
I haven't
discounts,
had any discounts or nothing. I haven't had any accidents or tickets or
your discounts have equaled
insurance just
out
keeps going up,
their rise in costs.
right? So as I get older, the insurance just stays the same because of the increase in fucking everything else.
Right? Yeah,
And
yeah.
yeah,
You lose what you're supposed to gain. You're losing. So it's supposed
so I
to, I
basically
guess, work
paid
out
the same
equal.
amount of money for insurance my whole life, right? I thought it
Yeah.
was last year it was $98. And this year, for some fucking reason, it's jumped up to 112. And I'm like, well, my car didn't get newer. And I got a year older. And you guys want to add another $10 to my insurance for what's that for?
Just increase costs.
Yeah, whatever.
That's that's what it is. Yeah, it's just increased costs.
Just fuck Freedom 55 my ass. Remember that? Freedom 55, we're all gonna get Sun Life and insure ourselves to death and fucking by the time you're 55 you be canoeing down some fucking on a beach. Yeah, fuck that noise. You'll be dying.
Just can't afford a car.
You can't afford a fucking paddle for your canoe, never mind.
Yeah, it's
right. So yeah, and we got our cousins come over, they go, we're just going to start growing our own weed. I said, there's no market for that. He goes, no, but I know I can grow better than what I'm smoking in the store. So I'm just going to grow my own. I said, well, you can do that. Like, you always could do that. Like, it's not new. But yeah.
Today I went into town because I'm out of town. And got a hearing test done.
And how'd that go?
Some of my high frequencies levels suck, so there is a reduction in my hearing. But unfortunately, I also have to deal with tinnitus. The ringing, like right now.
Yeah. I was wondering if that is that come from the methotrexate from our meds.
What's that?
I get that too, like a ringing is but I was told that comes from the methotrexate that I'm taking.
Oh well, we both have been taking methotrexate, but from my understanding, it's actually inner ear damage from years ago.
Yeah, could be the reason too.
That's from what I read. I got some paperwork at a event that I went to, and there was a hearing booth there, so I stopped and talked to them.
Right.
Yeah. So I got a booklet on it. I just can't pronounce the word properly.
No, I totally get it. Well, I've been like, I hate to say this, but in my past life, I've been slapped in the head probably more times than I care to fucking admit.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
I've got permanent, like, I'm sure, damage to both my ears because I got smacked in the ear, like, blew eardrum, like, for sure. I know that for a
Mm.
fact. So, I mean, I'm, like I said, it's not a wonder that I'm a little bit, squirrely.
Very swirling, yeah. So yeah, I went in and got that test done. And when I left there, I went and visited somebody I had never met before. They happened to post in the local group. They said, "Hey, is anybody interested in microgreens?" So I said, "Hey, I've done it a couple times." So we had some conversation, and then we had some messaging back and forth, and so today I went into town and I actually met this person and got to see their setup with their microgreens and everything stacked up on the stands and
Right
all
on.
the different stuff that they were growing
Oh, that's terrific.
and they gave me a package to bring home with some samples, broccoli, basil, basil, peas was the other one.
Right on. For sprouts,
So,
pea
pardon
sprouts.
me.
Are they pea sprouts? Or are they just peas?
Um, as far as I know, peas. Was there another? There's there kind of bean? What other kind of pea bean could there be?
Oh, there's all kinds of beans.
Okay.
There's beans, there's yellow wax beans, there's kidney.
No, none of those types. No, no, more. It was like a little wee brown pea.
Oh, so that could be.
There's a name for it. I just can't think of what it is. Yeah, and so they had them. So they gave me some of their harvest there. And the thing is, like, I read reading the packaging. Ready in 5 days. How the fuck can you grow in 5 days? Well, apparently you can grow food in 5 days.
Yep. Yeah. Well, like, I don't know if you saw my Facebook. I posted some pictures yesterday of what I've got growing in my kitchen, and I've got some. Yeah, so I've got some basil growing in my kitchen, and I've got some lettuce growing in my kitchen, and I got some
No?
rosemary growing in my kitchen, and then I dumped some water accidentally over like the side of the plant pot, and it landed on some seeds. So I threw those seeds into their sprouts that you'd grow into in the jar. So I threw the seeds in the water and started some some sprouts, which are like for sandwiches, right? Their sprouts are radishes and broccoli and all kinds of
Mhm.
different sprout
Mhm.
seeds. So yeah, I'm right along there. But again, last year I was working at a garden center and the competition was quite thick. And I found one of the giant pumpkin seeds that we had for
Oh
our
yeah,
pumpkin contest. I planted one of them too.
yeah. You
But yeah,
grew.
I mean, it's been raining. My lawn needs a mow, but
With this person, they were growing sunflowers.
oh yeah, nice.
Yeah, just
Yep,
like this big, right?
yep,
And so I had samples of the different stuff that she was growing, and
yep. Pea sprouts are really good too. Like that's one thing that's a big thing for toppings and stuff, even on like
yeah,
anything. Pea sprouts,
yeah.
right? And you
Um,
don't
right.
growing
I put it on.
quite full,
I put it on my rice and put it on my pasta as well.
right? Yeah, like there
Yeah,
it's really good, right? Especially for anybody like us that
you
has
put it in a sandwich.
well, and I can eat a lot of greens, but they're not really green. Like they're not quite fully got the chlorophyll in them. Like you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
So I find that they're easier for me to digest eating a sprout than it is actually eating like a full piece of lettuce. Like I can't
Mhm.
do lettuce. I don't know if you have issues with lettuce or anything, but I can't do that.
No. Well, if it's not chewed, I know that it can cause a problem. I've had lately. I had a situation where it wasn't bad or anything, but I had some lettuce and and I have lettuce often. But I knew that day I thought that I got the hiccups, that I might have overconsumed it and maybe not have chewed it properly,
Right.
and that can cause a problem, the roughage going through the system.
Right. And like for me, I just can't do it at all. Like yeah.
Yeah, I don't use iceberg. I only stay to romaine.
Yeah, can't. I stay away from
Uh,
it. And I love lettuce. I used to come home as a kid and have lettuce and tartar sauce sandwiches.
yeah.
Oh,
We
yeah.
got lettuce, put some tartar sauce on it, and put another piece of lettuce on top.
Yeah, bread, tartar sauce, and lettuce. Yep.
All
I know,
right.
weirdo. I was a weirdo. One of those weirdo 80s kids, right?
Yeah,
We-
yeah, yeah. All right. Time for us to have a break.
All right, then we'll talk to the
As
after the break.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that stuff when we get back. Your price,
What's your
and
price?
well, it's going into the break here. I'm gonna run, probably. Oh no, tomorrow for the news. But the last time here on the Pace Radio Show for this year, anyways, the promo is for the Global Marijuana March, and we will see you after the break. You're watching the Pace Radio Show here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live at the Pace Radio Show, talking about calling Limestone City Hydroponics. I gotta do that tomorrow. I gotta find out what they got in stock for microgreens and have them send me some.
Right. I bet you got a fair selection.
They do. I need some. So, I saw you waving something before the break there. It looked
Oh, I
like
was just
dude.
going to say we should talk about the doobies that I bought. But yeah, I bought some sativa today,
Oh,
which is not usual for me, but I wanted to try some because that one's got a fair bit of pain still, right? So I thought
right,
maybe some different sativa would be better for us to try. So yeah, like I said, these are general admissions. I usually buy the infused ones, so they're
right.
fairly reasonable. They're about $25 for 3 joints. But yeah, that's
Three
all.
joints.
Yep.
Yeah, half-gram joints.
Yeah, they're half gram joints, but I don't know. Like I said, it's the legal market comparably to what we're used to
Yeah,
before. I don't mind it to the simple fact that I can go. I don't have to fucking wait for somebody. I'll have to
yeah.
guess what it
Now,
is.
have you ever weighed one of your own joints? Like,
Like that I rolled myself.
yeah, just just rolled it. Just you had the scale one day. You had some pre-rolls there. You just threw it
No,
on.
my scale got. I don't even have a
Yeah.
working scale anymore.
Mine were usually anywhere when I've tried it, anywhere from 0.6 to 3/4 of a gram.
Yeah, yeah. I would say
Yeah.
mine are probably about that too. Like they're fairly
Like a
good.
half-gram joint isn't very much smaller than a 0.6 of a joint. But they
No.
look so small. I don't know. Maybe it's because they shape them like cones and they
Well, I think
put
it looks so.
an inch long filter on the end.
But again, you have to like when I think about it, I think yeah, they're kind of tiny, but they're also like the outside's dripping with keef. Then they've got an infusion like shatter on the inside plus cannabis, right?
Right.
So that's about an average. Like I mean, I don't know. This is a blue zigzag,
There you go.
so that's a blue zigzag compared to their.
It looks
There's
like half a joint.
yeah, pretty much half a gram, right?
Yeah, it's half a gram.
And they use machines like we've got these other ones that I bought before. They're rolled so tight you can't even smoke them.
Oh,
And I
really?
mean, like they are. Where are those? They are like so rolled, so tight. What did I do with them? They were like in a case of 8 or 10 joints, and some of them were chem cake and sugar cake or
You got
something.
that many joints in a pack?
Oh yeah, here they are. Yeah, chem cookies. Here they are. So they come in 10. So you can they come 5 and 5, right? So this is them here. Here, let me take this silly background off here because it's like I can't. Yeah. Okay. Then I can at least
You can always put it back up when you're done if you want.
my messy bedroom foundation. So these are chem cookies, right? But these and then they came with like there's 10 in a package, right? 5 and 5. But these are literally rolled so tight that you can't like they are like
You can't draw through them. It's not the
they are
filter
like
on.
there's a filter in them, but they are like so like
Wow, really, eh?
yeah. So these have
Rolled
been
by machine. Big
they,
time.
I'm assuming that they were rolled by a machine, but yeah, they come 5 and 5. So we had these ones too. Well, here's the other ones. I kind of like just toss them sugar cake and chem cookies.
So this comes in one package?
This came
Two
in
different-
one 10 pack, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, and it came in a great big plastic tube like this, only it was bigger.
Yeah. Like I've seen 3 in a pack. I just haven't seen 10
Oh, yeah, you can get 10
yeah.
packs. Yeah, you can get 10 packs. Yep. So
Feel
yeah,
like, wow.
I know, right? Like I said, it's there's
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much
Like I don't I don't like lately I've been buying the vaping cartridges because it's not smoke where I'm using it in spots where I can't smoke, right?
right because there's no smell. But again,
Yeah.
because I'm not smoking cigarettes, I'm trying to stay away from the flower too because I'm vaping. I'm trying to get, like I said, I'm trying to get off all of it. Not this
Yeah.
by any stretch, but I'm trying to get off the
There's
nicotine.
some people I know for myself, when I gave up uh, like just smoking straight cigarettes when I was 18, I switched over to smoking oilers with with tobacco in it, so it reduced the amount. Like I was smoking a pack a week to 10 days. Never mind a pack a day or 3 packs a day. It was pack a week to week and a half.
When
Friggin' stuff was stale
$50
to hell by the time I was done.
when it costs $50 for 2 packs of cigarettes, I can't. Like, I'm
I
not.
was on. I was at the gas station on the reserve, and I saw a sign, and it said carton was $135 or $125.
That's
And
cheap.
I went, what?
That's cheap. The cheapest carton of cigarettes out
couldn't
here is
believe it.
$152, and that's 10 packs of 20 cigarettes. So for 200 cigarettes, those are neck cigarettes. They're $152 plus tax. So it works out to being 172 something. But John Player's
Wow.
smoker, $172 plus taxes, $204 for a carton of cigarettes. But if you buy them on a daily, it's $50 for 2.
$204 for a carton of cigarettes?
And that's 10 packs of smokes. If they're
Did you hear
25.
the thing that was announced the other day? Starting in a year's time from now, I believe it's a year. It might even be shorter. King size cigarettes. Yeah, it's before then. King size cigarettes will have to have on the cigarette itself warnings.
Oh, they already do.
Do they?
They already do.
Well, it might be because of your province, because Ontario is just starting it.
Yeah, maybe. But they already.
Yeah.
I'll go. You want me to?
That's where they already do that. So
I'll show you.
has anybody complained about what you're consuming when you're burning the ink that's on the paper?
I don't know. It's probably edible ink.
What's the effects of smoking it?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Either.
Some people might say it really doesn't matter, does it?
Probably not. If you're smoking cigarettes, doesn't matter what you're.
Correct.
But you know, the thing of it is, what I think is the worst thing is if you're a tobacco smoker, you are X-nayed on everything, including life insurance.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they don't even want to give you life insurance, and if they do, they want to charge you through the ass for it. And I think that's pretty unfair because people all die, no matter what. You're all going to die, whether you die of cancer, whether you die of you get hit by a car. You're all going to die. So why should your family not be entitled to the same benefits? It's not your family's fault you smoked. I don't know.
Yeah. Now, something I wanted to touch on. I was actually going to touch on it in the first segment because it is important news. And I'll be talking tomorrow with Glenn about this during the psychedelics and cannabis educational news segment that goes live at 10. And that is the reclassification of cannabis
Right.
that's coming up in the U.S. And they talked about looks like it's a go-ahead. And so I've got a few articles here. I'm not going to pull them up. I'm just sort of going to go.
That's rescheduling in the States, and how is it that they can do that without having Congress do it? Like here, we have to have it go through legislation, right? To have the CDSA.
Because the decision is done through the DEA and the HHS.
So then, would Health Canada be able to remove the cannabis from the CDSA?
Different countries have different laws.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, is it?
I'm gonna say no to your question.
Let's find out.
Yeah. So yeah, here we go. Which one I had an article up here. So they say here, basically what's going on is they're removing it from Schedule 1, which means it's a drug or a substance of no medical value, and they're moving that down to number 3 to Schedule 3. Okay.
Notice how they put with no medical value in there.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and now like LSD is a Schedule 1, but they're finding that LSD has some medicinal benefits. So the question is, what has actually changed and what happens next? And according to this article, and I've seen this in several different reports, and that was technically nothing yet. They say that the proposal has to go through all these different procedures, including public opinions. will be included in that.
Right.
But it is still big news, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I was just clicked over, and it's Justice that takes care of the CDSA here. And I
Yeah.
believe DEA is under their Justice too, probably, because they have the Department of Justice, right? Same, like different laws, of course, but kind of like the same kind of like mandate. But I think
Yeah.
it's funny that Germany now has legalized, right?
Legal cannabis craft. Yeah.
You're, the UN is okay with it now.
Yeah.
Apparently, just after.
Yeah. Well, some countries have actually gone ahead and made steps to improve their cannabis laws based on the fact that the UN did make some change.
Right.
Now,
That's good.
with this change, they say here, if cannabis gets reclassified, would it be legalized recreational nationwide? And the answer to that question is no.
No, because they still go back to the state jurisdiction.
And they say that it moves them from that schedule with the LSD down into Schedule 3. I mentioned that includes things like ketamine,
Yeah.
anabolic steroids,
And that stuff shouldn't be classified.
codeine,
It shouldn't be,
aspirin, codeine combinations, right?
again, but it still shouldn't be classified as that either.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll get into that as I drop down through this thing here. They say, what would this mean for research? And I think this is a super important part. And that as a Schedule 1, it was difficult. They couldn't get the okay on it. Schedule 3, or it was very hard for them to get the okay. And sometimes I think there was some people were waiting like 10 years for approvals. Schedule 3 drugs, they say, are easier to study, even though reclassification won't immediately reverse all barriers.
Right.
So there'll still be some barriers for it. Let's see. But some researchers are optimistic, just so you know.
I keep having to reiterate to other people that like this. Go check out the review and the recommendations of for Health Canada for us.
Oh yeah, well we did the review ourselves.
Right, and I keep reminding people 95% crime rates are down, and they're recommending more funding go for medical.
Like it just makes sense why. Let's hope that maybe because this is a presidential election. Let's hope they go further. Let's hope this is a minimum. Let's hope they say, yeah, okay, it's been recommended to be a Schedule 3, but we're just going to pull it out and we're just going to make it legalized. We're just going to legalize it.
Well, I mean, when
this isn't even going to help them with the banking end of things.
No.
They say, okay, there'll be some benefits with some of the stuff, but overall, there's not.
But really, how many states don't have some sort of?
There's like 38 that have it legal for medical and like 25 recreational, and 70% of the people support. 70 to 80% support legalization. So why didn't they take this opportunity and just remove it out of the CDSA?
Because they still have to have some control. If they just remove it completely, then they have no control or say over any of it. Then once revenue starts,
You still gotta have. They'll still have some regulations, just like we do here in Canada, right? And obviously, there's still going to be some penalties, like as we do here in Canada.
They already have so many, like you said, 30. I thought it was 42 states, 38 states, 40 states, whatever it is, that already have some form of it going. Yeah. So what's the difference? There's 10, 12 states that don't.
Now there are some critics. Okay, and this is what according to this article, what some of the critics say. Kevin Sabat, you know who he is?
No.
He's the president of Smart Approaches to Marijuana.
Oh my God. No, that's why I don't know him.
He's a former Obama administration drug official.
Oh, yeah.
He says this flies in the face of science and reeks of politics. It gives the industry desperately looking for legitimacy.
Yeah, it does.
He's got the smart end. Believe me.
But again, it is an industry,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah. Yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
but at the end of the day, too, though, our the policies the liberals put in were never meant to become an industry. It was for public health and safety. Regulations were put in to keep it off the streets and away from children.
Yeah.
It
Now,
was to help people not get sick because of the mold. Like these are the
yeah, those are the things that they're saying. Oh, yeah. Now they say some people obviously are against it. Paul Armoretto, he's the deputy director at Normal. He said simply reclassifying cannabis would be perpetuating the existing divide between state and federal cannabis policies. Calico Castile, past president of the Minority Cannabis Business Association, says rescheduling is just rebrands prohibition rather than giving an all clear to state licenses.
yeah. I kind of agree with that. It seems redundant.
Yeah, Schedule 3 is going to leave it in the kind of amorphous, murky middle where people are not going to understand the danger of it still being federally illegal. He's more worried about it being illegal than anything. That's
Because it really is still illegal.
yeah, it is the problem.
It's not changed the legalities of it. It's just changing the scheduling of it. So it really doesn't do anything for the legalities. It doesn't make it
Yeah,
just
right.
picked up for smoking a joint.
Mhm.
So it's redundant. It's a redundant policy that's wasting time. It's just a waste of time. It's redundant. Yeah, I agree. Now that
Yeah.
now that you kind of put it that way, it is. It's completely redundant.
Yeah.
But
Now I'm just
it
going
doesn't
through.
affect us, thankfully. Thankfully, we don't have this issue. Like, thankfully, however it is. But my fears are, what would the conservatives do to the cannabis legalization if they
Yeah.
would? They already decided they're going to rip apart everything else.
They say here that
They're going to axe everything.
they say in this article here, say some critics argue the DEA shouldn't change course on cannabis, saying rescheduling isn't necessary and could lead to harmful side effects. Now, on the other hand of the spectrum, others argue, say cannabis should be dropped from the controlled substances list completely and instead regulated like alcohol.
Yeah. That's one smart cookie right there.
Yeah, 38 states have it legal for medical and 24 have it for recreation.
Except for the whole like regulated like alcohol, because it's not this.
Yeah. Let's see. It's gonna end up, I think, somewhere along the line in the campaign stuff because Biden's been doing these pardons, but it hasn't been releasing a lot of people. But he has mentioned to the states that they should also look at reviewing their situations when it comes to for
Didn't
cannabis.
Harris already mention that they were talking about like, and decriminalization again is not something that is. I'm not a fan of decriminalization.
No, I'm not either.
I think it's just another cash grab, whatever, fines clog the courts, whatever. It's stupidity. But if you're going to look at regulation, because I wouldn't say anything's legalization either, because even what we have really isn't legalization, it's regulation, right? Or there wouldn't be any.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's how I look at it.
Okay, now, so what I got in this article here, I'm going through a few different articles. And, now, what does this do for companies trying to find a bank? Does this benefit them? Because we're dealing that up here in Canada as well. And let's say here, they say, as far as financial institutions, I don't necessarily think it's going to have a demonstrable effect on how they deal with cannabis operators. That's according to Morgan Fox at Normal. He's the political director there. And similarly,
getting from international then for their international export if the banks aren't doing it.
A spokesperson for the American Bankers Association says any potential decision from the administration to reclassify cannabis has no bearing on the legal issues around banking cannabis. Cannabis would still be illegal and under federal law, and that is a line many banks in this country will not cross. So there you go. That comes right from the Bankers Association. So that's not going to help any of these
So
businesses.
is it the
That-
same? I can use my credit card. I can use my bank card at all these stores. So in Canada, are the Canadian banks allowing them to use their system then? Now?
Well, like when you go into like they're usually like it's not like a TD machine or BMO machine. It's usually like a Stripe or some other like a separate party.
Well, even my store doesn't have a bank. It's a Monera, so it's not a
Yeah.
right.
Um.
So again, but then I have to wonder, okay, like, so you got Tweed and you got, Aurora and all these big growers.
They had
Ex-
problems as well. Oh
but
yeah,
they're
they had problems.
making
Yeah.
their cannabis internationally. How are they getting those payments?
Oh, they had. I know they had problems in the beginning, and I know that there's still some who have problems. But yeah, some of them are under the big banks. But
So those are probably the ones that they're looking at overseas, but
they're
looking
paying
at
these outrageous $5,000-$10,000 a month fees, service fees, in order to be able to use them.
well, they're saying that they're that's why they've quit selling in Canada and selling overseas is because
Yeah.
of Canadians excise tax. And I'm thinking, and you're bitching about excise tax, yet you're paying that in fees for banking. Plus,
Yeah.
makes sense. Anyway,
Now, as far as the banking end of things, apparently, they're hoping to have that fixed up, but it's already passed some level of voting, like 6 or 8 times. Look, see now, it's just to answer some of your questions, whether this is exactly, this won't help you exactly, but they say here, according to some report, so there's 675 financial institutions that are doing business with cannabis companies in the U.S.
right, but there's banking system separate from ours, right?
Oh yeah, it is, but there's
And
still
then,
there's things that do affect ours.
right.
Yeah,
And then so Germany and Israel and all their banking
yeah.
systems are separate from ours. So an
Oh yeah,
international transfer for said goods would have to go through some wire service of some sort, right?
yeah. So yeah, there's a safer banking act that's in the pipe, but I'm not giving it any substantial hope just because they've been let down in the past. But we'll see what happens. I think they're just waiting a little closer. Hopefully, what I'm thinking here is correct. But as things heat up in the election, that it's going to come out. There's going to be more to this, more than just reclassification and pardons. I'm hoping that they one of the parties says let's legalize cannabis, but
Mm,
by
well,
by
it won't
Biden
be,
get
it
there,
won't be
but
Dumpty.
does this reclassification
Humpty
get
Dumpty won't. He's selling Bibles and pounding on abortion. So there's no
yeah
Humpty Dumpty's going to legalize cannabis. Well, he's trying to cut back on women's rights, and you can't smoke cannabis. I don't think
yeah
that's what
no, and actually there's the session removed the uh what's that memo, the Cole memo as well. So but, alrighty, I see it's the top of the hour. Time for us to take that break. Runs the commercials. Let everybody know who is sponsoring us. Pay some bills, as I usually say. When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about what effect this has had in other ends of things when it comes to this reclassification. But you're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net. And don't forget Global Marijuana March on Saturday. See you there. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And you're live with Pace Radio Show. We're just shooting shit tonight. And before the break, we're talking about the reclassification of cannabis in the U.S. from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. It's not a done deal yet by any means. It's still a process that has to go through. This has been reported by the Associated Press, so everybody's jumped on this. And it looks like it's going to go ahead. So we talked earlier about what was going to change, what wasn't going to change, such as it being legal, right? But when it comes to stocks, they soared. I know at one point yesterday I saw one. I posted a picture. One company was up 78%. That's huge.
I don't understand how that's going to affect the Canadian companies.
Well, it was a Canadian. It was a Canadian company. It was. It was Canada. It was Canopy Growth. At one time, they were at 78%.
On the dirt, right?
Yeah.
But how is that gonna? Well, I guess that means they can export. And there are
Yeah, well, because because they are down in the U.S. as well.
right.
Right? They have
Again, like who knows how many how
um
many
yeah
small they're already that they already own too, right?
yeah other companies as well have gone up about 20%, 18%. I saw one report that said that one company went up. They weren't in this article, but one had gone up 46% because they're looking at it at it's a step closer to legalization. So people are, I guess, going to be putting some money in, and that's what they're hoping for, I guess.
Well, I
But
mean, to be honest, if it does ever legalize
and
North America,
as
including Mexico, it would be a huge industry for all three countries. And
oh yeah,
it would totally take out the cartels, right? And that, well, I wouldn't say totally, but it would really cripple a lot of the lower end of things, right? I don't know.
yeah. Well,
I know Mexico's trying to do that. I know Mexico's trying to decriminalize small amounts of drugs too, and hence why the whole decriminalization of all sorts of drugs and why BC's backpedaling right now on because people are just using in public spaces, right? Like,
yeah.
not that we don't want to continue with the harm reduction, that we need more funding going into getting more harm reduction, safe injection, safe consumption sites. So
they don't want them to be doing it in the parks and stuff.
no,
They want
like, Alex, seriously, I was driving to go to my cannabis store, and there was a girl with a shopping cart smoking who knows what beside the top of time. Like there's kids everywhere too. Like seriously, I get it. I totally I don't want to see it either, but I understand the whole addiction part of it. But then we have to figure a way to get it so that it's not like Amsterdam, red light district, right? It's all fenced in. You go in, there's security, there's people watching, there's parks and all kinds of places for you to consume and wherever you want to, right? Let's go in there.
Go up and see. Go up to the windows.
Well, exactly. Like I said, like there's places.
And those aren't cannabis store windows.
Well, they should also be allowing harm reduction, right?
Yeah.
With
hey, they just banned tourists from going in there.
They do. You can't go
in. Yeah.
They took the cannabis stores. I don't think are in the red light district area where I'm talking about.
The just a second, I gotta jump in here. I got a cat that's just ripping and tearing at the seal at my door.
I'm all frozen up. I can't. Neither one of us are moving.
Oh, I'm moving on my end.
Yeah, I'm not moving.
No. Oh, come on, move. Your hand is raised. Oh.
And now there we are.
There you are. You're back.
Yeah,
You're back.
but like I said, like there's got to be like a way where we could put an area in each town where it's just a small corner of one little town where you've got like an area where you can go and use, right? I don't know.
I'm gonna run and rescue my cat. Gail's not available right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm gonna run a pace memory of a person in our advocacy world that used to lead the Global Marijuana March here in Toronto, and that's our friend Michelle. So I'll be right back. All right. There you go. Little paste memory. Got my key in. Saved the seal on my door.
Oh, shit, right?
Yeah. Well, normally it's the dog. The dog wants to go out, right? So I have to let the dog in.
I've got that covered. The gate.
Yeah.
Alvin's out there. Taven's in, and everybody's like all in pain because they've got one cut in the gut, and the other one's got braces on his teeth, so nobody's talking.
Oh, yeah. As far as reclassification, it's gotta go. It's a big step, but it took 50 years for them to take this big step. Okay, and I really hate for it to take another 50 years for it to be legalized federally.
If they take the steps that we did, it shouldn't take that long. And in reality, like even for us to have it removed from the CDSA completely, it's the same. It's the same steps. The only difference is we've had Bill C-52, which knocked it, which made it legal pretty much. You know what I mean? Like we've had the bills that have taken it off and removed it during legalization. So those steps were taken during the Cannabis Act. And the Cannabis Act was an effective way of, so they'd have to basically put in their own Cannabis Act, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, down there. Yeah, for sure.
Be introduced into Congress and go through Senate and play the whole limbo jimbo like they just did with Ukrainian funding and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here. Like I said, the only difference is the Liberals put into policy, right? And the policy was then taken in as part of their platform. So when they were elected in 2015, they were able to then introduce the bill quickly, get it passed through legislation and through Senate and wangle its way through. And that's why it wasn't immediate here either.
No. There's a process that has to. Right? Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a process.
All the same BS, right? So.
Yeah. Even though a lot of us would be,
it was hard.
There was a lot of input, but a lot of people didn't feel like they were listened to, because there were some things that just head scratching, and those are the things that.
And you know what? I agree 110%. But I'm happy we are where we are, because 10 years ago, when in 1998, when the Hitzig case was first hitting the courts, did we ever think we'd ever be here? Where there's a story.
Oh no, shit, no.
When I started in 2007, having to fly to Ontario because I was fighting the Alberta College of Physicians because my doctor wouldn't even sign my paperwork in Alberta. Did I ever think we'd be sitting here? Is it perfect? Absolutely fucking not. But no, ever perfect to begin with. But I'm saying we are far.
People aren't getting arrested like they used to be.
Right, but we are far farther ahead than most countries. Again, where's the taxation, right? And I'd like to see a little more, injustice, in that on where the cannabis taxation is going. We know it's going to law enforcement and all these things that we really don't want to see.
They do have to make some adjustment there on their numbers.
Right? On that. But that study that we just finished writing and everything, finding out all these consultations have cost the government millions of dollars.
Oh, there's pile of money. Pile of money's been going into it. It's
never mind ArriveCan. Like there are all these consultations and all these committees that I know that are going on behind back doors, and not back doors, but in behind the scenes. It all costs money. So when Canadians are asking where their tax money goes, it goes to these stupid committees because everybody wants consultation on everything and have to have 20 hours of this and that to be able to get to where it's got to go. Bureaucrats, red tape, and BS is what's costing the taxpayers money.
Yeah, and then we're told that we listen to Canadians, but then you wonder when you look at what's there. Yes, there is. There's some things that we question.
Right, when you take these polls always, because I take the Angus Reid polls, right? They will ask you your age, where you live, blah, blah, the demographics, and then decide if you're the right person they want for that poll. So when they're doing these polls on,
really?
They specifically ask you what your leaning political party is. And if they want to do a conservative fucking poll, if you're a liberal or you're an NDP, you just say, they say, thanks very much. We don't want you for this. And you're done. and they put your name into a raffle so you could maybe win $1,000. Like, you know what I mean? That's how they, like,
Yeah.
so these polls and stuff too, like, they're yeah.
Another thing I wanted to follow up on from the last show, not from the last show. Was it the last show? Maybe we talked about it at the beginning, or was it the show before that? The 420. You won a prize. How's that going? How's your prize package going? Did you consume everything?
Oh no. Oh no, I still have what do I got left? I got a gummy left.
Oh yeah.
It's a CBD gummy. I tried one. They taste good. They're sugar free. So if you're diabetic,
Did it seem like you were having a candy or something? That's felt about it.
But you'd have to eat 20 of them to get anything.
It's CBD. You aren't going to get anything.
Right.
Well, as far as the high.
Right.
It's
But
still
you'd
going
have
to
to probably eat 20 of them to have it do anything.
Yeah.
If it does anything. Right.
Yeah.
I did get one doobie that I would suggest that you don't smoke. I think I mentioned that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. You did. Yes. Yes.
And then I still have some of the cannabis left because I've got I've got all these doobies because I want the infused doobies because of the pain. And I've got what you gifted me, and I've got some other stuff, and then I've got a fair bit of to kind of go through at the moment. So it's just
yeah, and you see, you're still buying stuff at the store.
I am, because like I said, those infused doobies they're really like they kick you back, right?
Yeah.
And to be honest, like I'd rather just go buy one than have to sit there and spread a paper and then roll some weed and then dip it in the keef, and it just would take me 3 hours and I would be covered from head to toe.
What I do is I roll my joint and then I coat the joint in oil, and then I take it, and I probably won't be able to find it. And then I take it and I roll it in my tray. I have a rolling tray that collects all my kit, right? And then I take it and I just roll it back and forth, and it coats it. Right?
I know that would be. See, my box broke.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Well, here you can see. Here's my kit.
Yeah. I used to have one of those too. It broke. I bought it. Yeah, it's been broke on me.
And then I've got it covered in oil.
Oh yeah.
And here you go.
Voila! You got yourself an infused doobie.
Oh,
yeah.
And you. Oh, I forgot to mention. There's a piece of hash inside of it too. Right. Yeah, there's a piece of hash.
That hash bone was the cat's ass.
It's Jamaican gumball. I lost it. I thought it was all gone, actually.
Oh, that's right. You found that recently.
And I found it. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Hi, Gail.
Hello.
She says hello. She's looking for Odie.
Poor Odie.
Getting the kitties in for the night.
That hash cone was pretty cool. Like with that little surround tip. That thing
Garfield's in. It's Odie.
I asked. I was at a place and asked for them. They didn't have them.
I asked for them when I went back in there too, and they were all out of them. They didn't have them. But I would it would be interesting to figure out how to roll it that thin, to roll it in like that, because it was like a little round pancake, and then you just roll it flat, and then you just roll it up, and then because that's all it was.
I take a ball and I just roll it back and forth like on top of my rolling papers. And make a worm out of it. Yeah. And then put it inside my joint.
Just YouTube?
No, we're live. Yeah. No guests.
Okay. I don't know what it is.
Oh. Find our kitty. So, but yeah, every once in a while I like to roll up one of those things and do my KIF. I'll have to empty my KIF container there. It holds right around an ounce. 26 to 28 grams.
Yeah.
What's that?
Those keep boxes are the best. Like I said, mine broke. The first one I
Yeah.
bought was actually, I had a little round one I bought, and I bought it at that head store in Peterborough that you showed me the picture of, right? And that was
Yeah.
the first one I ever had. And then Lisa Kirkman's boyfriend put a cigarette out on it, in it, and put a hole in the screen.
Oh.
It was dark. We were outside, and so they replaced it by buying me this. It was a whatever buddy box is what they were called, right, with the screen on the bottom. And that thing was, well, that was back when I still lived in Coronation, so that'd be like 14 years ago, and it finally
Yeah.
did. Yeah, it finally died. So and I went to go buy a new one, and they're quite expensive, so I didn't buy one. They're not cheap. Like they're like a couple $100, and I'm thinking I don't need that. Yeah, $200 I could spend on something else. So
Yeah. Here comes the hiccups again. They're coming. Yeah. So, but let's see what else we got. 5 more minutes. What do you got to talk about for 5 minutes?
Well, actually, mushrooms. So we've got.
I wasn't expecting that. Okay, go ahead.
I have some friends that are looking to like do. She's had a brain injury, right? And they want to use mushrooms. I've been trying to get a hold of somebody that can like lead me in the right direction of what type she would need. So, but that was something that I was going to watch the mushy moment. I guess get a hold of Steve.
I was going to suggest when you're done there, get a hold of Steve and talk to him,
because I know that they want something that's quite strong. So, yeah, but for head injury, right? And again, with quite a few other things that I've been reading, that the psilocybin mushrooms are going to be quite effective for even like depression. Even Al last
it's huge
with his cluster headaches, right? When as soon as he started saying it, it was like, hey, that, and I don't get them. Like I've never had anything, and I've never really, I don't like the way I feel, so I've never really looked into a lot of it. But then I'm thinking, hey, this might be something, especially when he said the cluster headaches, right?
Right. It's remarkable the stuff that they're finding out when it comes to the psychedelic drugs and the medicinal benefits. I'm just looking.
They're taking LSD off the Schedule 1 too, or is it?
What's that?
Have they taken LSD off the Schedule?
No,
1?
LSD is still Schedule 1. Now they are finding medicinal benefits for it. Right, exactly. And that's what I'm looking for right now is a store. There we go, right there. LSD microdosing improves sleep.
See, and I would think that would keep you awake.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, improves
sleep. I have another person that I know that used to take them for sleep in a large amount, and they would put her to sleep and help her with her pain. So
go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that a large amount would make you stay awake and not, but yeah, effectively sleep and help with pain, right?
I can't remember ever going to sleep on it.
No, me either. That's why I thought it was odd that somebody would go to sleep.
So was I when I saw that. So we covered it. Another story we covered last week that I was surprised about was the DEA permits Arizona church to import ayahuasca for religious purposes.
Oh, really? Ayahuasca is really?
Yeah, well, people, yeah. So but yet here they're trying to cannabis so it can be, close to legal. And
what if you said that cannabis was used for for religious purposes?
Why don't we? Why don't more religions speak up when they say that they use it?
Right. The next thing you know,
like obviously the roster man, but some of these other mainstream ones, that.
Well, maybe the Church of Scientology.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm totally lost on when it comes to the. all these subjects, all on the religious end of things, but it's it's a healing
Again,
plant.
like I said, if they figure they can bring in ayahuasca, why can't what's stopping them from making it
Well,
cannabis or peyote or
yeah,
like I mean, like how many of them that they could actually import that are beneficial because icopene could be beneficial for helping with addiction.
when you think about it,
Ozempic too, right?
yeah.
Oh, there's Ozempic with helping with addiction too.
hmm
Mm.
Mm. Cannabis is the tree of life.
I agree 110% because even with the Ozempic, they say it's only effective for a certain amount of time.
It's only one.
Effective for a certain amount of time, even with
Oh, yeah,
loss and the addiction. They say that
yeah, yeah. Well, it's
you have the only way you're going to actually lose weight and actually keep it off is if you change your lifestyle and exercise. The Ozempic will help you get there, but you cannot use it for a long period. It'll just be ineffective. It'll just stop working.
the
hmm Yep. The
mm,
cannabis won't. Cannabis is always effective. It always
yeah.
continues to work.
It's always there. We're absorbing it. We're putting it to use. Whereas the opiates, unfortunately, got to keep getting more and more and more, and people end up on the wrong side.
Yep.
So,
Keep in mind, 72 hours and your body becomes addicted to opioids. We're taking for any longer than that.
geez,
Yeah.
that's quick.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah, too quick.
Way.
Too quick.
Cannabis is non addictive. Like you could smoke it, day and night and you're
No, there's a problem with vape pens. The batteries die.
oh yeah.
And if you don't
Yep,
have a
that's true.
spare, if you don't have a spare battery, you
You're
can't
done.
wait.
You're done. It's like a cord. Where's my cord? Right? And I was
Yeah.
such I'd plug my vape in last night and then didn't plug because my phone now will only charge with on a flat pad, like a wireless
Oh, okay.
for
Yeah.
some reason, and I thought it was charging all night, and it wasn't charging at all. And then I finally figured that out this morning, and then walked to the house without my phone. So my phone was home all day.
Oh, she didn't even work without your phone. Well, hey, here in Ontario, I gotta say kudos to the government on this one. I'm all for this. Banning the cell phones. New rules for the kids, the students. Um, the lower grades, the primary grades, and high school grades. There's new rules in them, and basically, they've got to be turned. They got to be silenced or turned off during class.
We've had those rules here for 5 years.
It's
Because that's what
ridiculous.
their
I
phones
couldn't
do.
believe it when I saw the reports in the paper that um, teachers were having problems with the students
I
and
know
all that, and I go,
they're not allowed cell phones
you
here.
couldn't even have a calculator in class.
Right. But no, the kids, if they got their cell phones, either have to be in their lockers or they have to be in a basket in the teacher's like as soon as they walk in the classroom. If they forgot to leave their phone, in the
Yeah.
locker, it's got to go in a basket or a box that teachers that has on the desk, and the teacher puts them away to the end of class. And that's been like that for since Taven's had a cell phone, and that was probably grade 4 or 5 or 6.
Oh, really?
So
Yeah,
it's been like that forever. Like that's not
this
a new
is
thing
just
for us.
this is just new here,
No.
and yeah, like hey, did you ever take your phone to school? You had to leave it home, didn't you?
I didn't
You
have
only
a
had a 3-foot cord on the damn thing.
I was gonna say, like, I didn't have a phone to take to school. What are you talking about? It was attached to the wall.
That's the wall. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry,
There's a
like,
3-foot
was
cord on it.
oh yeah, no. I think the first cell phone I had was because I had a job and I was driving bank negotiables, and that would have been back in about 1998 or 99. And I was
Yeah.
driving bank negotiables, and I had a cell phone in the car that I had to drive because for safety or whatever, because I was driving from Lethbridge to
Yep.
McGrath and whatever back to. Anyways, it was in a bag, and it had to be plugged into the car, like the cigarette lighter for power, and it was in a bag.
Yeah. And it was probably big and bulky.
It was in a bag. It was like a
Yeah.
suitcase.
Yeah, you had to unzip the bag and open it up.
Yep. And it
Yeah.
had like a handle and like a phone, it was like a phone in a bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
All righty. I see we're at the bottom of the hour.
We did it again. We blew
Yeah.
it
Oh
for an
yeah.
hour.
Just sometimes I like just having these talks sometimes. So
Yeah, it's good, and we can actually get a lot of information out either way, right?
oh yeah. We have a talk before we have guests on the show, and sometimes we could talk for an hour and a half, and we only got I don't like wait having our guests wait super long, so I like to
No,
get those over in the first 7 or 8 minutes.
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe we could always change things around, bring our guests in right away, and then shoot the shit for a half hour at the end of the broadcast. Have our guests in for an hour. You know, you just never
We
know.
can always change things up, you know.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Well, if you haven't got anything else,
Uh,
other than that,
Nothing else, but I will have a show lined up for Monday. I'm working on having a guest, actually. If she's not working, I'm going to have a guest on. So, and
all
if she,
right.
whatever. But yeah, like I was going to have, like I said, a few things have flip flopped around in the background of things. So there's a few people I've asked to have on the show, but they don't want to come on because they don't want to talk about things they've been doing. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, we were out handing out our global marijuana posters to retail stores as well as for example, hydroponic stores and head
Right.
shops. But as far as the legal stores, recreational stores, there was I know of one where that I dealt with that took it no problem, and it's actually in the window right
Yeah.
now. But I also know that there were stores that outright refused them. Others that were cautious because of the AGCO and regulations, and could it be
They're not
something?
advertising themselves. They're not advertising product.
No, I know, but there was, for example, Dana's drug testing. His company is a sponsor of the event this year, and his logo is on the poster.
What does that got to do with anything?
Well, they look at it as it's not a legal business,
But it's drug testing. It is a legal business.
but they don't look at it that way.
Really? Huh.
Yeah.
I would assume that that's probably one of the most legal businesses he's got. Would be the drug testing business.
Yeah, they looked at that. They looked at that as a negative. Yeah. And then somewhere it was a corporate decision. The employee that was being spoken to didn't have couldn't say yes or no. All they could do is pass it up to the next person that has those credentials, right?
I only think that bothers me.
At that pay grade.
Yeah, at that pay grade, right? Well, they only make minimum wage. They're standing behind those counters for minimum wage. They're not paid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, last week, Mary Jane Baker and I went into a store with the posters, and the store owner has a bit of an idea of my background and stuff because he would always talk to Wayne at Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. They're right side by side.
Right.
And so he has a bit of an idea what I've done over the years. So he introduced me to the fellow that day that was working behind the counter. And Mary Jane asked him how old he was, and he said he was 21. And I went, oh, I've been doing this for almost that long.
I actually said that to one of the kids that was working at the store.
And so like Mary Jane said to him, you're the next generation. You're the next ones that's coming through the pipe here. And the age difference between me and Mary Jane is the same idea. She would have been the next generation behind people of my age group. And this guy is generation, yet again. So, and gets our voices louder. More people get involved.
It is, though. I think a lot of these bud tenders working at these stores don't have the passion for the cannabis that we do. They're there for a paycheck.
Yeah, it's all different now for sure.
Right? It's not the same. Like when you were a bud tender at one of these illegal stores, you were there because you wanted to be there. You wanted to be educating people. You wanted to be talking about that plant. And the people that ran those stores, like Don and Carol and Dana and all those people, those are the people they looked for and worked behind their counters, right? They wanted people that had that investment in the cannabis, so that they were there because they were invested in the plant, not because they were invested in the 13 or 15 bucks an hour they were getting paid, right? And I think that makes a huge difference to whoever's behind the counter serving you. And I think legalization has really left that part of our culture behind, where there are people there that don't know. Like you said, he's 21 years old. What has he invested in that plant?
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe he started, maybe he was 16 and he's been advocating for the last 5 years.
What say to this kid? Like, so what's the best cannabis in the store? The kid's going to go, I don't know, I don't smoke it.
Yeah. Well, it's like the microgreen lady who I met at the beginning of the show. I was talking about the microgreens. When I went to her place there today and met her, she was wearing a cannabis shirt. Hey, hi, how are you?
Right. And they're interested too. I don't like, I've got a lady here in town that I, helped her with her seeds, gave her some Rockwell, gave her some rice. She's growing all kinds of other things. She's got permagreen. She's a permaculturist, right? Like she's done all these other things, but she's never grown cannabis. And she's like, what do I do? I go, you're growing a tomato? She goes, well, yeah. I said, well, it's not a lot different. I says, but you don't want to over fertilize it. I says, and you don't want to give it too much sun. And you got to, do the 12 and 12. I says, but you got to plant the seed first. So I gave her some seeds and, told her how to get it from the paper towel into the Rockwell, into the solo cup, and off you go. Right. Like,
yeah, there's, there's people out there that are looking for information, and it's good that, we'd be able to provide that. And they're not shy about coming up and publicly asking those questions.
No, and the nice thing about legalization is that I'm not afraid to tell them publicly about it anymore. It's not,
yeah, you don't have to worry about who you're talking to,
right? And like I said, there was a time when I had to go into the RCMP station and say, education's not illegal.
No,
and teaching somebody how to go about extracting and making this so they could make themselves their own edibles isn't illegal. So bite me.
Yeah. Yeah. Education and knowledge. Share that.
And that's the thing. I wasn't even doing anything illegal, like illegal charging, like not paying my tax. I wasn't charging, and I wasn't doing anything illegal. Education's not illegal.
Product swapping. It's just knowledge. It's just education.
It wasn't even product swapping. You bring your own product. They teach you how to use it. You do it, whatever, and then you leave with all your stuff. Bye.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. All righty. Well, before I go, let everybody know, stick around at the top of the hour in the next 20 minutes. The newbie and the doobie will be coming on onto the 420 Pace podcast network. I believe something along that line. And tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, is the psychedelics and cannabis education and news with myself. And Glenn will be talking about whatever's happening in the news. Obviously, the reclassification, I can see that being at the top of the list tomorrow. So,
right.
Yeah. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as the Limestone City Hydroponics.ca. Margaret, if you're watching, I've got to give you a call. And we got to talk microgreens. Other than that, yeah, microgreens.
Eat your cannabis. Eat your cannabis.
That's right. Yeah. It'd be nice if I could just get some seeds and try that. I wonder if that would just work on just a few seeds.
You know what? You can get hemp. Hemp seeds will work pretty much the same way, just not this. Yeah. Pretty close to being the same. They're doing. I think they're going to try both. And I've got a whole whack of hemp seeds, but they're industrial hemp, so I'm not sure because we used to get 50-pound bags.
I would think the testing results of what, like, for example, the THCA, that would be, the results would be different.
Yeah, totally. There wouldn't be any THCA in hemp, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Right?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thanks to our sponsors. Thanks for everybody for tuning in tonight. And We'll see you all next week. Good night.
Night.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the PACE Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name's Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, also known as the doobie.
And today we are decked out in some 80s, what would it be described as? 80s, it's not memorabilia, 80s
Style?
fashion, stylish clothing, because today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Woo woo.
Woo woo!
Right?
So other than that, what else we got on the show? What else we got on the show other than Duran? I'm so
sorry,
excited.
I'll take any excuse to dress up in 80s garb.
I'm excited
for sure.
about anytime
Oh,
there's-
garb, is that it?
Garb?
80s garb.
80s garb. We're in 80s garb.
Is that the word?
That jacket is awesome.
This actually is from the 80s. This was my mom's.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Right?
Yeah. I love the earrings match. The
I got those at Kimberly's.
Kimberly's
Deja Vu
Boutique
in
Belleville.
Belleville. Yes, I love her stuff, and it's a consignment store.
Yeah.
So it's not something that you know somebody else is going to be walking around wearing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, before we break down the outfits a little bit more.
Oh yes, what's coming up?
What's coming up on the show?
We've got our word of the week.
And our high five list.
Mary Jane strains.
Playing a game of strain or no strain, but this time Mary Jane Baker is the contestant.
Oh, I'm scared now. Not really. And then we have Teaching Timmy.
I love Teaching Timmy episodes.
I was hoping I could scare you.
What have I been taught so far? I've been taught how to roll a joint.
Yeah.
I've been taught how to do weed math.
Yes.
And I've been taught how to make a bong out of a water bottle with a pen.
Yes.
That was it.
That's it. Well, and we had to use a lighter, but
yeah. That was awesome. And so I don't know what today's is. I have some stuff over here, but I don't know how it's all going to unfold. But there's
no folding.
There's no fold
or unfolding.
Oh, I thought you were going to teach Timmy origami.
No.
Oh, maybe on another day. Hey, do people roll their joints in special like origami shapes? Because that would be pretty cool.
You know what's interesting? Some people like to fold the paper in a certain way before rolling a joint. So kind of origami-ish.
Like, has anybody rolled origami? Has anybody rolled a joint that looks like a swan?
Yes.
Okay.
I would say yes, because if you don't know who Weedstagram is,
right,
you need to look him up.
So he
I
rolls
think
joints.
I've sent you some of his stuff. He rolls crazy joints. That's actually how I met Weedstagram, was at some event somewhere where he rolled this incredible joint. I think he even made the news for rolling a joint that was like a hand.
Okay, what's the craziest joint that you've seen then? Like in a crazy, not like, you know, because I know people are like, this is the largest joint in the world. But like, I'm talking like, have you seen one that's shaped like a gorilla or a goose or
yes.
a monkey? Those are all just random things picked from my brain.
Yes, I'm like, Cody Van Gogh. That whole time, Cody, I'm sorry, I was racking my brain trying to think your name. He creates masterpieces with weed and papers.
I can imagine you wouldn't want to smoke it afterwards, though.
Honestly, I wouldn't. I probably would purchase it just to leave it on a shelf in a cupboard, because I know they can burn. They do burn. I've seen people these guys roll them especially for events and then they light them, but it's art.
Right. I can imagine
beauty.
you'd have to be like completely out of weed. Like,
to smoke it?
To sit there and say, am I going to take that off the counter? And am I going to...
No, because probably by then it would be so degraded that you wouldn't want to smoke it.
No.
Honestly, Cody, if you should probably just have, for people like me, use something like oregano instead of cannabis, just to showcase your art.
Oh, just to do the art. Yeah, right.
You know, because...
Wait, could you smoke oregano?
I wouldn't suggest
recommend it.
But there are herbs. There are herbs that have been used for many years for like tea. Like somebody gave me some blue lotus flower recently, dried blue lotus flower, and said it was a blend that I could blend with my cannabis. I'm not really comfortable blending flowers with my flowers.
Right, and you've taught me about flower.
Yes.
Wait, okay. There's flour, there is tinctures, there is edibles, there are topicals, and I always feel like I miss one. Wait, flour, topicals, edibles, tinctures, and concentrates.
Yes, which is also
an extract. Ah!
Yes.
All right, Teaching Timmy is working. Mary Jane Strains is working. Word of the Week is working. I am learning a ton on this show, and hopefully you as well, because we want non-consumers to be watching and listening as well, to kind of break down some of the unknowledge. But I'm sure there's people in the cannabis industry that also, you were saying that people don't tend to use the word flower, and you had talked about that one day, and that's not a well-known term, and maybe somebody learned from that too.
It's more a legal term, yeah. And especially with the words of the week, I'm specifically trying to start at the very beginning, like we talked about THC and CBD and, hemp. And now we're going through the different types of concentrates. So we've done keef, we've done hash, and then today we're going to do resin. So trying to teach people, so that way when they do go into a cannabis store or go online and they see something that says, edible or topical, they can actually know, oh, okay, so a topical is for my skin.
Right.
So they already know that.
Because you don't want to be rubbing edibles on your skin.
Or topicals in your stomach.
Yeah, so if you haven't been watching the show, you need to go back to the beginning, because you're actually like walking through. It's a even though all of our shows, I think, function on their own,
Mhm.
we do have kind of this flow, that, like you said, that you're building, teaching people right from the very beginning and walking through a series. So if you're new to this, or you're just interested to kind of learn a little bit more, go back to the beginning, work your way through the episodes. Hopefully you have a lot of fun and learning at the same time.
I think you should go back anyways, just because we had some really amazing guests.
We have.
Early on.
And some great outfits.
That's true, and some awesome outfits. Remember Towel Day?
Towel Day was good.
That was
Towel
fun.
Day was good. Towel Day was a precursor to Naked Day, which we haven't officially set up, but we're,
Naked Gardening Day has already passed.
Yeah,
for
but
this
we'll
year.
eventually get through to Naked Gardening Day.
Yes.
And so basically, we're trying to build a following so that when that day comes, it's an exciting day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so today is Duran Duran Appreciation Day. Is an 80s theme for anybody who knows anything about me. Like the 80s is, well, the 80s is. It's the greatest thing that's ever been created.
It is.
I
was created in the 80s.
You were, yes, absolutely, right? So.
And you were born in the 80s.
I was born.
So.
I was born 1980. 1980. Imagine that.
You were still created in the 70s.
Yeah, but
it was like you were like, no, I'm not. I'm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think my mom was carrying me for like 8 years. I was like, I'm not coming out yet.
I'm waiting to the 80s.
I'm not coming out to the 80s. The 80s was the greatest thing ever. If you go online, you can actually find. I have a Christmas song.
You do.
But it's more of an 80s tribute. Even though it's Christmas themed, and it's just called Santa, Please Bring Back the 80s.
It's like a prayer.
It's a prayer.
Santa.
It is. It's a prayer to Santa. Yeah. And I
It's
think
actually kind of sweet.
There might be a video up there as well when I do my 80s tribute on stage. I'll have to see if that's even up there online. But if you haven't seen that, that will come up again. Usually I do it in the Christmas season.
Yeah, the song on YouTube is great, but seeing you perform it on stage, it's like a 5-minute song turned into a 45-minute.
Yeah, it's
amazing.
It is an 80s. It is an 80s extravaganza. And I wear this. And now, so I even came. So you've got. I do want to point this out though. Not only do the colors reflect the 1980s.
Yeah.
But
the shoulder pads.
The shoulder pads. But when we were looking up, because we did a little bit of research on Duran Duran.
Oh yeah.
And we found all these pictures of them wearing like these blazers.
So sexy with these like shoulder
right?
pads.
And I'm like you nailed it. You got the color right. You got the shoulder pads. You got the blazer look.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna have Duran Duran
and the earrings to match.
Day, right. Now over here, I didn't go Duran Duran, but I went 80s. Any opportunity I can go 80s. So I'm rocking my Ninja Turtles.
I can't believe you stuck the tag over Michelangelo's face.
It's everybody's least favorite turtle. But anyways, okay, let's not get into that now. I don't we literally probably lost viewers. I apologize. All Ninja Turtles.
All Ninja Turtles matter.
I wasn't gonna do it, but you did it.
But I said all.
I know.
Or is it every?
I don't even know.
Oh, the Ninja Turtles matter.
The Ninja Turtles matter. The
Is that
four of
right?
them and the rat.
Michelangelo matters.
He does. Donatello was actually my favorite. I used to play the video
guy?
game one in the arcade, and he had the rod, and he could like stick it in and leap over.
Careful.
Yep, I know. So okay? So for those of
You're
you who
no
can't
Donatello.
see, no Donatello. No. Normally I can stand up. Okay.
Yeah, you're not in shoes today, though, Timmy.
No.
Oh,
so,
dear.
So these
Careful.
are my shorts.
Those are your shorts. Those are shorts. Oh dear.
Look at the toe.
Just turn a little bit that way.
Oh,
yeah, those are short shorts. Sit and put your foot on the table. There we go. Oh, the socks! The
Right?
socks!
Oh, yeah, there we go. How's that look? Yeah,
I can hear the producer in there giggling. Oh, yep.
So, In the 80s, we liked the short shorts. We liked clothes that didn't fit
And the
properly.
bright colors,
and the bright
right?
Colors.
Like the bright
I
socks.
feel like I want to like show my skates more, but these are actually I tell all these in my stage presentation.
Can you put one up on the table?
I'm going to put one up.
Okay.
Yeah. These are rentals, and a whole long story about why I have them, but
yeah, because they don't have roller skate arenas
no,
right now
and they used
anymore,
to have
so you can't rent them.
They literally used to have roller skate arenas like they were like Tim Hortons, like literally every corner. Like, I think the goal was back in the 80s was like, just because it was the 80s, like every 8 minutes you had to come across a roller rink. That was a rule. And,
I honestly think they should bring them back, personally.
Right?
They were awesome. Those skates are not so awesome.
They are. I got to find a way to... Okay.
We need to fix it. We need to get you a new rubber stopper.
Yeah.
We need to get it like sealed. Your foot, it's like...
Seal. Kiss
it's
by
flapping.
Rose. I know. Hello. I feel like it's like a Pee Wee Herman show. Pee Wee's Playhouse.
We really should do a Pee Wee show.
Hey, Mr. Roller Skate. Hey, Timmy. How are you?
Wait, they can't see it. Do it again. There we go.
Hello.
It actually looks like a face.
Hello, Timmy. Hello, Timmy. Is that better? It's amazing the amount of work we try to do just to get one good shot. Hello.
You think that's bad? You should see us at home. Oh dear.
Talk through my skates all day long. MJ loves.
I meant trying
the
to
skate
find the
conversations.
right. Don't tell people that.
Oh, okay. All right. Won't tell our secrets. So anyway, so that's why we're decked out for Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yeah. I even got the leather on the bottom too.
Oh, we're killing it. And I think your hair has been teased up a little bit.
Yeah, I said a couple nasty things to him before we came in the studio, so it's a little pissed off.
That's so bad. All right. So before we get into, we have a couple. Well, no, we don't. We don't have a couple. We have one 80s themed thing after this. My high five list is 80s theme, but the rest of it is...
yeah, my word of the week is not...
It's all cannabis related.
Yeah.
But so let's go into your word of the week first.
Okay.
And we'll go from there. All right, word of the week. Let's do this.
All right, so this week's word is resin.
Resin.
Not to be confused with that stuff that other people use to do art and, seal things, like maybe your roller skates.
Can resin
I don't
do
think.
that?
I don't. Honestly, maybe. I don't know. But not this resin. This is also
I actually
known
skate in
as...
these, by the way. In case anyone's thinking they're just props, I go skating with them like this.
Yes.
So
on the beach. Well, at the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Well, not the boardwalk. That paved thing beside the boardwalk.
Yeah. It's impressive. Everyone else on their roller blades.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm a rollerblader.
I can do the crossovers.
See, that's funny because I was born in the 80s,
mm-hmm.
but I'm a 90s baby because
Yeah.
I was born in the late 80s.
Yeah.
So everything I know and love is 90s.
Yeah, it's a shame. Some
Wow.
people,
Except for you, you're 80s.
Well, I literally, I don't know. I feel blessed to be one of the chosen ones, right? There was a handful of people in the history of our world that got to really enjoy the 80s at the right time of life, and I just feel I don't know why I was chosen, but I mean I've actually been chosen as a prophet to tell people about the 80s. Yeah, there's always one person, kind of like a lampstand.
See, I would have liked to have been around the 60s. That's where I would have I wanted to go to Woodstock.
Well, 60s was a very cannabis decade.
It was
right?
just very loving.
80s was very cocaine.
Acid.
Yeah, that was a whole different. Yeah, I can see. Yeah. Now, mind you, I don't want to go back to the 80s because I want cocaine, but but you wanted the 60s because that would be a very free. Now, but here's the thing, though.
I just
cannabis
love
was so free flowing, but yet it was illegal. Wasn't it?
I just honestly, I like the bus. I like the hippie
Oh,
hairstyles. I love the clothing. I love the music. I love the feeling from just there was this unity, and I kind of feel like you can almost catch a whim of it. Like we went for a walk the other day. How many people were out on the street? There was tons.
Yeah.
And people were smiling, There was like everybody was friendly. Now I know this doesn't happen everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
but I really felt like maybe we might be coming into this state of unity again.
Well, they do say they, like, who's they? Like, I mean, how do we know?
Everybody's they.
How do we know who these people are? But somebody says that when we come out of COVID, that we're going to go into like we could go back into like a late 60s, 70s, like a free love, like a very, like, people are afraid that when we come out of COVID, everyone's going to, like, somehow we've been conditioned and trained to be separate. But I think there's going to be this, so they're saying, yeah, that it's a very close, open, people risking things and living.
Well, like the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, that would be a similar thing too. I think that's going to be the case for like entertainment. I think live entertainment. I mean, I'm just happy that I've been able to stay alive financially and just squeak through this period, because I do think that the entertainment world, I think live theater, which was dying, is going to come back with a vengeance. But I think culturally, there's going to be this boom of people trying new things and experimenting and dropping, like they say, the great resignation is coming, where people have realized that they want to try different jobs, and some people have already.
Biblical.
Yeah, well, it's not. Well, it could be unless you believe it's the end times or whatever. But I don't know.
You
I
just
think
said like the Great Resignation.
Yeah, that's what it's called, the Great Resignation. It sounds biblical, but
That's it. I quit.
That's what's happening. People are like, I'm tired. I'm tired of working at this job where you overwork me. I've learned a lot about being able to work at home, work at my own pace. I've learned to create new skills. I've learned to start a new business that I could create some income while I wasn't able to do whatever my old job was. And people are realizing that they had these passions, they had these skills, they had these desires, they had these things that they always wanted to do, and then COVID stopped them and they realized they had procrastinated. And
I think you're giving people too much credit.
I don't
Honestly,
think so at
I
all.
think there are those people, but you will also have the people that were used to going to a building from 9 to 5 and enjoyed that life. As much as they might have bitched about it on the weekend and, TGIF, they enjoyed the fact that they were able to leave their house and go to an office and chat with people on their break and their lunch and then go home.
Yeah.
But now work has changed. So they're doing the same work, but they're doing it at home, paying for their own hydro, their own internet bill, their own phone bill, using their stuff for work. And they're like, why am I doing this when I can find something that's more suitable for myself?
Oh yeah, there will always be a segment of the population that kind of has that. But I do think though there's going to be an opening up.
Oh yeah.
And it's going to be quite the time for those of us who had to come through it. A lot of people, we were talking earlier just before taping today about the fact that people who complained, I'm bored. It's like, okay, well, you just had a year and a half of COVID. Now you know what boredom can feel like. Now you can't be bored anymore.
So my son the other day, he says, I'm going for a walk. And I almost fell off my chair because this kid has shown no desire to go for a walk.
Because he has no legs. It'll be like a miracle.
He might as well have no legs, because for the last year and a half, every time I said, I want you to go outside, he'd go, oh, but why? And now he's literally so sick and tired of being in the house that he's like, yeah, I'm getting tired of this.
Yep.
So I feel like whether you said, you didn't have enough time or now you have too much time, either way, you better come out on the other side of this excited to be on the other side of it.
Appreciating life. And like I said, I think it's a time to explore and to try new things.
That was a big rabbit hole to go on from the word resin.
Yeah, from resin.
Because I didn't even finish the word.
That's what we were doing, word of the week?
We were.
Oh, I thought we were still in our intro.
No.
Okay, all right, let's get back to word of the week,
okay.
shall we?
You should put your skate on the ground. Yeah, I seen that look. Okay, so.
Then I wouldn't be able to do that. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, sure?
Yeah.
Okay, so resin, also known as live resin, there's a reason why it's called live, okay? It's because it's made from freshly harvested, flash frozen cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay.
Did you get that? I know that was a lot.
Flash frozen leaves.
Okay, so flash frozen, freshly harvested cannabis buds and sugar leaves.
Okay,
so the
freshly, so they pull it up and they freeze it. It's
exactly.
Just like so it's as good as freshly picked.
Exactly, and the reason they flash freeze it is to preserve the essence of the plant. It also gives you more flavor and aroma.
Okay.
So there is an extraction process that is done immediately after you take the plant material out of the freezer. It is used, you used a solvent, or you're supposed to use a solvent with it.
Okay.
Most solvents, all solvents, except for water, which I don't think is actually a solvent per se. But as we talked about with hash, right? Like, anyways, it's either like an alcohol or a gas or something like that they would use to extract the resin from the fresh plant material. However, it is extremely dangerous, and people have been known to. That's why I'm like, I don't even feel comfortable telling you what solvent people use, because all this information is online. You can search it yourself. But with that being said, this is extremely dangerous stuff. People have blown up their houses, their apartments, their families. It best to be left to the people with labs that do closed loop extraction. If you're going to Google that.
Closed loop extraction.
Yes, because that is the safe method on how to create that sort of concentrate. And that's why I just purchase that stuff, because I don't know how to do it, and I'm no scientist, and I don't have a lab, and I just leave it to the experts. But that's what live resin is.
So live resin is, okay, let's see if I get this right. It's freshly harvested, flash frozen leaves and buds.
That is put
Sugar
through
leaves.
Yeah, which is put through an extraction process, and then you end up with this like.
Was that the thing that I saw where we went somewhere and they do this press?
That's next week.
Oh, tune in to next week when we talk about it.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And very similar, next week our word is rosin.
I couldn't believe how
resin.
little you were getting out of the pressing but anyways,
that
that's
depends
a whole
on
different
how
thing.
much trichomes are on the plant.
All right, so tune in next week for that episode.
Yes.
All right, so resin.
Every
time you said flash frozen, I kept thinking of flash dance.
Oh.
I have this interpretive dance.
And you think of that, I think
dance.
of the Flash, like, the super fast superhero.
Yeah, he's so far down my superhero list, I don't even...
Super what?
Super what?
Exactly.
Flash Gordon!
That's why he's never in your thoughts.
I think that's like a 70s. Was that a 70s show? Flash Gordon.
I don't know.
Anyways, so our high five list today.
High five.
High five. We wanted to specifically, even though we are 80s themes, we did want to celebrate Duran Duran Appreciation Day.
Yes.
What's interesting is that this day is Duran Duran didn't set it up. It was a disc jockey. I can't remember which city he was from.
Okay.
He was a disc jockey, and he just picked this particular day because it was his birthday. So
happy birthday.
Yeah, so on my birthday, I am going to officially call it Share Appreciation Day. So Share Appreciation Day is July 21st. So next July 21st, we will all celebrate Share Appreciation Day. But today, because he got to it first, we do Duran Duran Appreciation. So I got these. These are my top 5 interesting facts about the musical band Duran Duran.
Okay.
And if you're in the age group that's like, who? Google them up. Not hard to find, because they were one of the most popular bands in the world. Okay? Get this. They started in 1978.
Okay.
Their first album came out in 1981, which was just called Duran Duran. Okay? For those kids, D-U-R-A-N, D-U-R-A-N. Just use the first word, copy, paste, put it up there, then push send. So 1981. So the bulk of their most famous work were through the 80s. They started in 1978. They were part of the British kind of, invasion of stuff that was coming in through the 70s and 80s. 100 million records were sold by Duran Duran. They're on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. 14 studio albums. Okay, you probably recognize some of the songs to this day. Ordinary World, The Reflex.
I'm literally sitting here blank because I don't know.
Hungry Like a Wolf.
I do know that one.
Right. That one actually was in an earlier episode. We did top 5 new terms for the Munchies, and I said it should just be called Hungry Like a Wolf.
Okay,
that's what that reference
throwback.
Was, right?
You like those throwbacks.
I do like those throwbacks. Girls on Film, which was something they had done. It was actually banned on MTV. You remember MTV?
When they actually used to play music?
Yeah, it was banned on MTV and the BBC, but I think everything gets banned on the BBC. And then like Rio's a great song too. Anyways, I know this is out of your this is out of your thing, but here we go. Here's some interesting facts though. Interesting facts.
Oh, those weren't any of the facts?
No, that was just
I learned so much already. Okay.
Those were just like facts. Like
my head hurts.
I couldn't put 100 million albums sold as one of my top 5 interesting facts.
Okay, so let's see what you have for
now we're going for the top 5 interesting facts because you found some of those interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, how about these? Number 5 on Timmy's high 5 list. Princess Diana. The late Princess Diana, one of my favorite princesses of all time, said multiple times publicly that Duran Duran was her favorite band. So the People's Princess gives them the stamp of approval. So if you love Princess Di, check out Duran Duran because
who didn't love Princess Di? She was the People's Princess.
And if she says Duran Duran is the best, who are we to argue at that point? But true story. She was publicly, and they were flattered, as I would be too.
Yeah.
If she was still around today, I'm sure Timmy Boyle would be one of her favorite comedians, but we'll never know. So we'll just assume that would have been her choice.
I'm trying to imagine a world that she still existed.
Right? Sad. We don't want to get into a sad thing. Here we go.
No, it'd be an amazing world.
Number 4 on Timmy's high 5 list on Duran Duran Appreciation Day. They used to perform in a nightclub called Barbarella. Okay, so their name came from a character in the movie Barbarella. There was a movie Barbarella with Jane Fonda, I believe, back in 1968. It was a sci-fi film, and there was a character in that movie named Mr. Durand Durand. So they just took off the D's. I don't know why. I don't know why you would just call yourself Durand Durand. It is harder to say. Try saying it. Durand. It makes sense to pull the D's up. Oh my God,
that's like the rural
Durand,
juror.
Rural juror.
I'm in that movie, the rural juror.
Yeah, check out 30 Rock for that reference there. So that's where they named it from. It was actually a character from a sci-fi movie from the 60s called Barbarella, which was the same name of a club that they used to perform in back in England. And his name was Mr. Durand Durand. But I now know why they dropped the D's, because Duran Duran flows better. Number 3 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. There were 3 tailors in the band. Now, that's not an interesting fact if you know the band.
Like, by profession or by name?
Nick Rhodes, John Taylor,
name.
Roger Taylor, Andy Taylor, and Simon Le Bon.
And none of them were related?
None of them were related.
Oh, that's messed up.
None of them were related.
I call hashtag bullshit on that. How are they all 3 of them tailors?
Right?
That's like, hey, we're putting out a casting call for all musicians with the last name Baker or Boyle.
Well, they tried putting that out for Le Bon's, and they couldn't find any more. So they were like, okay, let's go. Should we go with Rhodes or Taylor? And they're like, let's go with Taylor. So they went and they got 3. So 3 other 5 bands. It reminds me of my junior high class. Back in junior high, I had in my class, I might not get this exactly right.
Or you say it's Ryan?
No. So there were 2 Tims.
Okay.
Okay, like if you were in this class, just understand you'll get the principle, even if I'm not right. There were 2 Tims, there were 2 Andreas, 2 Sarahs, 2 Kathys, 2 Jasons, and I think there was a couple was it? Did I say Andrea already?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that was it. But literally half our class was made up of 5 names.
You know why that is?
If you were in that class, you know who you are.
You know what happens?
What?
Everybody watches television. Like, okay, so I named my son Aiden.
Aiden. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, yeah, because you know him. That's what you've been calling him. So when I named him, I thought it was like super rare. Never heard anybody with that name before. Now, this was 2005. Fast forward, I started hearing about Aiden, Braden, Jaden, Caden, Hayden. And I'm like, what is going on? Payden?
Right now, everybody.
You know what happened? I didn't watch soap operas.
Oh, see, that's why you should watch soap operas.
The hot doctor on one of the soaps was Aiden.
Right.
So all the other women that are pregnant at home watching soap operas, they're all like, oh, Sarah.
That's why
oh, Tim.
That's why junior high classes in the like early 2000s or late 2000s had like 2 Rosses, 2 Rachels, 2 Monicas.
Oh my God, the Phoebe.
5 Phoebes.
Do you know how to spell Phoebe?
Phoebe.
P as in Phoebe, H as in Hebe, O as in Obi, E as in Eb, B as in BB, and E as in hello there, mate.
I'll give you a high five for that one. So 3 Taylors, not related. Number 2 on my list of Duran Duran interesting facts. They actually wrote a Bond song. So you know the James Bond movies. So in 1985, it was A View to a Kill with Roger Moore. He was one of my favorite Bonds. And they wrote the Bond song for that.
Oh.
It was called A View to Kill. But this is interesting. It's the only James Bond song that reached number 1 in the U.S. So Duran Duran wrote a Bond song for one of the James Bond movies, and it reached number 1. Only James Bond song to do that. In the UK, it was, I guess recently is relative, but it was only recently passed by Adele's Skyfall, which she did for not Roger Craig, Craig, that guy. His last name's Craig. What's that James Bond guy's name? Michael Craig? Jimmy Craig? Jimmy Craig Corn, and I don't care.
Bond. I'm not into the Bond. The only one I know is that dun 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 dun. Oh wait, that's Mission Impossible.
That's Mission Impossible.
See, this is how much I watch those.
Ethan Hunt. Yeah.
I thought it was Tom Cruise.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he plays Ethan
my God.
Hunt. That's okay. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it might as well be. What's that guy who goes to the Nakatomi Tower?
That's John McClane. And that's
See,
not
thank
funny.
you. I thought it was.
And the number one interesting Duran Duran fact on Timmy's high five list is that they have a board game. 1985.
Shut up.
Yeah, an actual board. It's called Into the Arena, and it came out in 1985. A Duran Duran board game. I have not seen.
They made some really weird board games.
I have not seen. I don't know.
You just
but I want to find it on eBay. I want to try to find it. Bon Jovi is, I think, one of the best bands coming. Bon Jovi doesn't have a board game.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I need to know.
You didn't look yet.
Does AC/DC have one? Does Def Leppard have one? They probably have. I bet you they have Monopoly games, like the Bon Jovi Monopoly games. They have Monopoly
there's
games
a Monopoly everything.
There's like a Monopoly Belleville.
There's Weedopoly.
What? Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And Ghettopoly.
Ghettopoly. That's not right.
There really is.
There is?
Yeah.
What's the most expensive street on that one?
I think it's someplace in Oshawa.
It's a Canadian
like
game?
Wentworth or something.
All right. Well, if you live on Wentworth in Oshawa, you're famous now. All right. So that was my high five list. Interesting fact. Those were interesting.
They were really interesting.
I think ultimately, though, I enjoyed the 3 Taylor one. But anyways.
I still call bullshit.
We'll look into that. And we'll also find out how we can buy one of those games.
Yes.
Okay. Mary Jane's strain. Let's get into that.
Okay. So this strain is a particularly one that's close to my heart because I just tried this and was knocked on my ASS. I don't want to say it. Okay, I was knocked on my ass. I'm just going to say it. It
Believe
is
me,
called...
we've already lost listeners at this point. So
Visitors.
Visitors.
So it's called GMO cookies, and it's by Spinach. And I generally don't like GMO anything.
Cookies with spinach.
Well, Spinach is the company, the licensed producer that's making the product.
Okay.
But the GMO stands for garlic, mushrooms, no monkeys,
and ostrich.
Onions.
Oakville. Onions.
It's funny because when you go to Pita
Garlic,
Pit, they
mushroom,
ask
onions.
you, would you like OMG? And it's onions, mushrooms, green pepper.
Oh, that's smart.
Right? And this
Yeah.
is GMO. Guys, Spinach, you failed. It should have been OMG.
Yeah, OMG.
Onion, mushroom, garlic.
Yeah,
because...
But they knew somebody else already did that, so give them some credit.
Well, GMO kind of like, I was a little hesitant, but of course I'm a researcher and did the research.
What about MOG?
Mog.
Mog.
That sounds like a game, like those pogs.
Yeah. Let's play some
See,
Mog.
that's a 90s thing, too.
Yeah, it is actually.
Yeah. All right. So GMO cookies is a very, very strong indica. Comes with percentages THC of 24 to 31.
Okay, from basically what you've been telling me, that's high.
Yes.
Like, I would have a problem with that one.
Yes. Yeah. When I go into the store and they ask me, do you want indica, sativa, or hybrid, I just giggle and say, I don't go by that.
Right. Yeah.
I go by THC levels. I go by licensed producer, like which company makes it, depending on whether it's an edible or, flower. So I'm really willing to try anything once because I like to see what my experience is with everything. So after trying the GMO cookies, it makes sense why you would get these effects. The following effects: euphoric.
Wait, can I guess? Red eyes?
No,
and
I'll
dry
give you
mouth?
that. Those are those are possible side effects.
Oh, those are
yes.
side effects. Okay.
Yes, but that's to say with like most cannabis, right?
Oh,
Dry mouth.
Name me a cannabis strain that doesn't give you red eyes and dry mouth. That seems to be a regular theme.
Yeah,
that I'm learning.
I haven't had any yet. Yeah, those are telltale signs of cannabis consumption. So.
Right now, my mouth is dry, and my eyes are probably
Some
red,
water.
but that's because I didn't sleep well and
It's
I
warm
haven't
in
drank
here.
enough water, and it's warm in here. I'm gonna take off these shorts.
Okay, so with the THC being very high, you get a sense of like just this overall euphoric, drowsy, sleepy, kind of like just chill. This is my experience. It was just like a very, very chill experience. So when I was researching the terpenes, it says that it's caryophyllene or caryophyllene. I never know how to pronounce that one.
Okay.
Humulene, limonene, myrcene, and nerolidol. And the very interesting thing that that I read on their website, I giggle because I've said this to you before. This weed smells like chicken noodle soup.
Right. Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I've said this to numerous people, and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it smells like my grandma's chicken noodle soup. And everybody thinks I'm crazy. Now, I'm starting to wonder, because Nana used to smoke.
Okay.
And she'd always smoke in the kitchen. And she would always make chicken noodle soup. And I wonder if she used chicken noodle soup to help cover up the smell of her joints.
Oh.
I can't ask her because she's not around anymore.
Right.
But I wonder if because she was smoking weed and cooking chicken noodle soup, if her strain of cannabis triggers this memory of chicken noodle soup for me. So
that's possible.
I don't know if that's what it is, but whatever this terpene is that I just stated before, one of those to me smells like chicken noodle soup. And I giggle because when I did research on their website, it says you can't make soup out of it, but it sure goes nicely in a bowl. And I thought, chicken noodle soup. It was like it was confirmed.
Right. Okay.
But not confirmed. And I just want to add
But you're on the
that
right path.
The GMO cookies by Spinach is cost friendly. If you can find it at one of your local retail stores, great, because it's all sold out on the OCS website. It is a very like a desired strain because high THC, lower cost.
OMG.
Right?
Right?
GMO. Cookies.
Mog.
And that's it. That's the strain. Like, you just took a drink. That's Mary Jane's strain for the week.
Mary Jane's strain. All right. So now we just talked about a strain. We're going to do. Usually we do strain or no strain with the occasional guest. We've played strain or no strain.
Yes.
So there's some on this list that I just wanted to kind of run through with you and see whether you can pick out which ones are strains and which ones are not strains.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm worried about where you got your list. Don't worry.
You don't need to be worried.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Strain or no strain with Mary Jane Baker. Who's done this game before? Jenna Way McLean did it, and she did very well.
I think that was the only one.
No, I think someone else did it. Doesn't matter. You're going to be able to kill it here. Are you ready?
Sure.
Here we go. Purple monkey balls.
I want to say yes.
Is that your final answer?
Sure.
It is, in fact, a strain. Purple monkey balls is a strain, everybody. OMG.
Something I would probably try once.
Right? Okay. So 1 for 1. Lady J.
No. I feel like that's a rapper.
No, that is a G.I. Joe character.
Oh.
I made that one up. She's one of my favorites. She's one of my favorite fictional characters.
And see,
of all
I wouldn't
time.
have known that because I don't watch
Lady
G.I.
J.
Joe.
Mafia Burger.
Oh, no. Is it a strain? I've never heard of it.
Why are you so adamant that it might not be?
No.
You convinced?
Yeah, it sounds like a burger restaurant.
It is not a strain. Good for
Okay.
you. You are 3 for 3. I literally came up with that one by going onto a website that said, we will just put 2 words randomly together. And those 2 words got put randomly together.
Mafia Burger.
Yeah, but it sounds like it could be a strain name. I
It
would
actually, to me, it sounds like it's a restaurant.
think. Okay. So
With
you're 3
like
for 3.
two shadow guys, like with the hats, the Mafia Burger.
I think you're going to get this one. Yeah. Larry OG.
Oh, that's definitely a strain.
So why is Larry an OG? Well,
He
does
was
anybody
grown
know
by
who
the
Larry is?
ocean.
Okay, all right. 4 for 4. Moon Climax.
Oh, no.
Wow, you're nailing this thing. That's 5. 5 for 5. You're going to pass no matter what you do with these next ones. Smurfberry.
Okay, so my brain is saying that sounds like a strain somebody would name if they didn't know what the bag was. And they'd be like, oh, it's like blue, and I'll call it Smurfberry. So I'm going to say no.
It is a strain. I thought it would be like
okay.
a cereal.
Okay.
Like a children's cereal.
Do you know who it's by?
I do not know, but it is a strain.
I want to
Type in
look that up.
Google Smurfberry. So you have 5 and 1. And last one, Papa Shango.
No. I feel like you're trying to trick me with that.
That is, in fact, a wrestler.
And I did not know that either.
He was a voodoo expert, Papa Shango. He creeped me out. He was on wrestling. Well, that was good. You got you got 6 out of 7. Very good.
I'm sad though. I didn't get a perfect game.
I know Smurfberry.
I take competitions very seriously.
Smurfberry. Well, Google it up. You just make sure if you want to fact check it and let people know later on whether or not you
know what's so funny? Do I have a minute to tell them very quickly about Alexa?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I was being quiet for a second because if you are listening to Alexa right now, I apologize.
Hey Alexa, turn off bedroom lights. Just in case.
Yeah. So I like to play Song Quiz. It's a game you can play with it. So you just activate your device and then say, open Song Quiz. And the other day, it asked me, just like it always does, what genre would you like to play? And I said the 90s, just like I always do. And it said, who's playing? I said, it's MJ. They said, from where are you playing from? And I said, my bedroom. Because I never say where I'm from, right? And earlier that day, I had played Song Quiz and said I was the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. Because I thought I was just being smart and I was having a little bit of fun. Turns out, I go to play, and it says, your opponent is the magnificent Miss Mary Jane Baker from the land of cannabis. And I was like, oh no, so no matter what I do, I can't lose.
So you were playing with yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Is it weird that I was in the bathroom at the time?
Did you win?
I thought we went over this. I was playing myself.
So you did win.
Yes, I won. I remembered. I have to say yes. Okay. Yes,
All right,
I won.
All right. Nice.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Alexa drives me crazy. I hate when she says, I'll be like, Alexa, turn off my bedroom lights. And she'll be like, turning off just turn the lights off.
You don't even
Alexa.
have Alexa.
Well, I have Google.
Is that why you hate Alexa? Because she's not even at your house?
Fine. I have Google. If you want true story stuff, I have Google, and I'll
yes.
and then she yells it out.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yeah.
And then ask, who is Mary Jane Baker? But you have to ask Google, not Alexa.
Ask Google, who is Timmy Boyle?
Yes.
Who is Mary Jane Baker?
Yes.
That's a test. And then mention in the comments below this video.
What it says.
Yeah, tell us what it said.
Yeah.
All right. Let's teach Timmy. Like when it's teaching Timmy day, I get all excited.
You're gonna have to move that skate though.
Oh, please don't send me away.
He's crying.
Please don't send me away.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Boot. Goodbye, everybody.
Oh my God. It's like the IKEA commercial. Do you remember that one with the lamp?
People are wondering what in the world's going on. Why are they making weird voices?
Do you remember the IKEA lamp commercial?
Yeah, I made you cry.
Every time. Do you feel sorry for this lamp? I don't understand. It's just a lamp. You left it on the curb. That's why. It's a perfectly good lamp.
I can't get my boot back on.
Okay,
right,
so teaching Timmy. We're going to need your space there.
Teaching Timmy.
It's hands-on, but not quite hands-on.
Okay.
So, like I said, we're trying to build education for newbies.
Yes.
So, new consumers, just like babies, small children, when you're introducing new food into their diet, you should introduce one new thing at a time, and you should monitor how they react.
Right.
So, in this, we are going to, I got you a nice binder.
So, it says healthcare, but it also says heal, care, THC. Well, I guess it says heal R. Anyways, doesn't matter. It has THC in the middle.
Yes.
I like how you did that.
Yes. Thank you.
Healthcare.
I would like to take credit for that, but
it's not
It's
you?
not my idea, no.
Okay. All right. Well, it's a very good idea, whoever did it.
Yes. So I got you a binder specifically instead of a little book with like pages that are stuck in it, because I feel if you're going to have a book, you should be able to move the pages around.
Okay.
Just so that way, if you some people like tabs, you put all the strains that you like in the front, all the strains you don't like in the back. You can organize it by indica, sativa, hybrid, however you want to do it, alphabetical order, yada, yada.
Okay, I can see already the benefit of having a notebook. It seems like a lot. It's kind of like how I learned so much about my diet.
Yep.
When I started to track my food. And some people are like, "Oh, I don't want to take the time to track my food, and it takes too much time." But when I was tracking my food daily for like a month solid when I first started doing it, I learned so much about how poorly I was eating, how quickly I can get carbs in, how quickly the sugar can go up, how little fiber I was getting.
Well, it's not
and
only
I can see that can happen with cannabis. Is like there's so much science that you've been teaching me about.
Well, for somebody that has, like myself, who has adverse reactions to certain foods, I've had to keep a food diary. Like you're saying, track what you're eating. If I end up getting an upset stomach or a bathroom issue later on in the day, I can then go back over that book and say, now, what did I eat?
Right.
What did I put in my body that made me feel so crappy? And this is exactly the purpose of the book, is because as you're trying new things, even consumers that have been smoking for years, maybe you have never tried an edible, or you had an edible and you had a bad experience. This is a great way to monitor what you're taking, how much, and all of that.
Right, because we've talked about the fact that when we first met, and you had introduced me because I was like, I want to try some new things, and
Yes.
you introduced me to cannabis. And 3 times I took it. All 3 of them were very different responses.
Yep.
The third one made me say, I'm not going to smoke again. Obviously.
And the third one, I'll let you know, Timmy, was about 23% THC.
Right, which I've learned recently is pretty high.
Yes.
Right? So I can see the value of something like this because I don't actually remember anything about. I know the 3 experiences that I had.
This was 2 years ago.
But I don't know what
this is
what they
over
were.
2 years ago.
So
It's
yeah,
been,
it would be interesting to have written this down even at the time, and we'll walk through some of it now because I'm interested to know what kind of questions you would even ask.
Absolutely.
But to go back and go, like say, I wanted to have a smoke one day. Like I'm not opposed to ever. I don't see myself necessarily doing it, but who knows? I didn't see
you
myself.
could be at a party, later
Yeah.
on this summer, and somebody might say, "Hey, would you like a cannabis beverage?"
And it would be good for me to know what affected me and what didn't, so I would know. I would be.
Well, that's
it's all
the
about
thing.
being informed, right?
Drinking and eating, as we've learned, hits you differently than smoking.
Right.
Different THC levels, different products, different everything. So in your book.
Okay, so what would I do? How would I track this for
Okay.
newbies who are out there?
So first page, you're going to write at the very top the date and time of day.
Date and time of day.
Yeah.
So am I doing today's date?
Just put date and then put time of day.
Date and time.
Because we're going to leave yours blank for now.
Okay, so date and time.
Yeah.
Do you think that is important for, like, does cannabis affect you? Like, if I was to track something like this, could I be able to pick up a pattern and go, wait a minute, in the evenings it affects me different, or in the mornings, or
so you are a statistics person?
Yes. See, I would break all this
and
down.
You absolutely, and this is why I'm going to give you a couple different things, okay? And we'll talk about what you're getting at after you get all this on the paper, okay?
Cool. Yeah.
So, how are you feeling before?
Okay. So before feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then in brackets, if you needed to, you could put like stressed, tired, happy.
Right.
So basically your overall state.
Okay.
Then you're going to put, what did you consume? So was it flour? Was it an edible?
Was it a tincture?
Right.
Was it a topical?
What?
Was it
did you
concentrate extract?
Yes, you got it.
Nailed
All
all
right. Okay. So what did you consume?
Okay. What did I consume?
Was it an edible? Right. I said that. What strain was it? If it was flour.
Is that a different line?
So this is in the what do you consume?
Mm-hmm.
You need to break it down.
Okay. So it would be like, so I'd have to rewrite this out to make, we should have like some sort of like.
We might have to do this digitally and see if we could do like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. Can we do that? Can we create kind of like a downloadable printout?
I think maybe we should. So that way people can get this.
Yeah.
Because this would be a great tool.
Okay. So I would have to mark down my strain.
Yep.
And I'd have
what
to mark
form
down
of
the
cannabis
form.
was it?
Yep.
And then you have to do how much of it.
My goodness. See, this is the thing, is that right away I can already, like, by not doing this, it's like it's a flat out crapshoot because what if you could have the same strain, but take it in a different form, and the only thing you change is how much. So you could have the same strain, same form, and then you change the quantity, and that could affect it. Or if you change the form but have the same strain and the same quantity, that could affect it.
What about your mood?
There's a whole, I can see.
What about your mood?
People
Your
don't want to
mood
take the
can
time to
affect
do this, but I would suggest just because I've seen what it does for me with food, changed my life once I realized what food was doing to me.
Well,
I can see the value of this.
People don't do this with alcohol either, but they should. Most people just go to the beer store, they buy a 12-pack of beer, and then, they drink the 12 and go, oh, I don't feel so good. And next time they know, maybe I'll try 6.
Yeah.
It's it's a trial and error, but you should be writing this stuff down.
Yeah, okay.
So the other thing you should, after how much, would be how are you feeling afterwards?
So that's the after feeling.
Yeah.
After feeling.
And then just have a spot for notes. Anything you want to write. Sometimes a certain strain might make you feel creative.
Okay. Yeah, this as a stat person, I would run this through a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I know
right
you
away,
would.
because I'd want to see stuff like if any of these factors, I can understand now why like medical experiments and scientific experiments take so long sometimes to figure out, because
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Radio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's May the 2nd. Yes, May the 2nd already. Wow. And welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Al. How are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. I'm looking forward to what I'm seeing here on my eyewitness weather, and I can tell you, it looks like a beauty out there.
Well, it's supposed to be 19 here today, so I'm very happy.
Bike riding weather, because last week you had flurries.
It's bike riding weather, but I don't have a bike anymore, so. Soon,
Wow.
I'll have another one very soon.
Oh, okay. All right. This is just a temporary setback then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened fast.
Yeah, real fast.
So I'm looking for another one right now.
Okay, that's good. So you're looking at I don't know, upgrading or updating.
I'm looking at something that's more comfortable for my old bones.
Okay,
and,
it's upgrading.
Or a brand new model of what I had, which is a lot more comfortable now.
Oh, well, hey, you know.
One or the other. I haven't decided.
Yeah. Hey, well, I'm sure next week we will be reporting on which bike you decided to purchase.
We will. Maybe I'll have a picture for you.
Yeah, exactly. As well as just to get started on some news end of things, just a reminder, everybody, that this coming Saturday is the Global Marijuana March. Global, okay, that means worldwide. The one that I'm involved in and what we're involved in is the one in Toronto. Everything gets started from 11 o'clock till 5. Just show up. Unfortunately, there's no permit like in the past years. Some of the past years, but still show up. But the thing is to get out and make ourselves seen and heard. Some people say cannabis legalization was, why do you need to protest? As you touched on in an earlier show, and Tamara touched on, there's things to do with rights. There's things to do with the fact that cannabis, just because it's legal, doesn't mean that you're done. Still more work has to be done.
Yep.
The fact that we were protesting before was cannabis law reform. We still want law reform when it comes to our cannabis laws. So,
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So Saturday, see everybody in Toronto. Hopefully the weather's good. Hopefully. All righty, we'll get started on our news stories, and the first one today comes from the Associated Press, and this has to deal with the headline: U.S. posed to ease restrictions on marijuana in historic shift, but it will remain a controlled substance.
And this is from Associated Press, Washington. A U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration will move to reclassify cannabis as a less dangerous drug. The Associated Press has learned a historic shift to generations of American drug policy that could have wide ripple effects across the country. The proposal, which still must be reviewed by the White House Office of Management and Budget, would recognize the medical use of cannabis and acknowledge it has less potential for abuse than some of the nation's most dangerous drugs.
Yeah. That's
However, not legal.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No problem. The agency's move confirmed to the AP on Tuesday by 5 people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive regulatory review, clears the last significant regulatory hurdle before the agency's biggest policy change in more than 50 years can take effect.
Once OMB signs off, the DEA will take public comment on the plan to move cannabis from its current classification as a Schedule I drug alongside heroin and LSD. It moves cannabis to Schedule III alongside ketamine and some anabolic steroids, following a recommendation from the Federal Health and Human Services Department. After the public comment period and a review by an administrative judge, the agency would eventually publish the final rule. Today, the Attorney General circulated the proposal to reclassify cannabis from Schedule I to Schedule III. Justice Department Director of Public Affairs who's not Chile Hinjosa, wow, said in a statement, the DEA is a component of the Department of Justice. Once published by the Federal Register, it will initiate a formal rulemaking process as prescribed by Congress in the Controlled Substances Act.
Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature throws the full weight of the Justice Department behind the move and appears to signal its importance to the Biden administration. It comes after President Joe Biden called for a review of federal cannabis laws in October of 2022 and moved to pardon thousands of Americans convicted federally of simple possession of cannabis. He has also called on governors and local leaders to take similar steps to erase cannabis convictions. Come on, governors, let's do it. It jumped on me. Here we go. Biden said in December, criminal records for cannabis use and possession have imposed needless barriers to employment, housing, and educational opportunities. Too many lives have been upended because of our failed approach to cannabis. It's time that we right these wrongs.
And the election year announcement could help Biden, a Democrat, boost flagging support, particularly among younger voters. Biden and a growing number of lawmakers from both major political parties have been pushing for the DEA decision on cannabis as has become increasingly decriminalized and accepted, particularly by younger people. A Gallup poll last fall found 70% of adults support legalization, the highest level yet recorded by the polling firm, and more than double the roughly 30% who backed it in 2000.
The DEA did not respond to repeat requests for comment. Schedule 3 drugs are still controlled substances and subject to rules and regulations. And people who traffic in them without permission could still face federal criminal prosecution, lead to harmful side effects.
Jack Riley, a former deputy administrator with the DEA, said he had concerns about the proposed change because he thinks cannabis remains a possible gateway drug, one that may lead to the use of other drugs. In terms of us getting clear to use our resources to combat other major drugs, that's positive, Riley said, noting that fentanyl alone counts for more than 100,000 deaths in the U.S. every year.
On the other end of the spectrum, others argue cannabis should be treated the way alcohol is. And this comes from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. He says, while this rescheduling announcement is a historic step forward, I remain strongly committed to continuing to work on legislation like the Safer Banking Act, as well as the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, which federally deschedules cannabis by removing it from the Controlled Substances Act. Yes. Congress must do everything we can to end the federal prohibition on cannabis and address long-standing harms caused by the war on drugs.
And federal drug policy has lagged behind many states in recent years, with 38 having already legalized medicinal cannabis and 24 legalizing its recreational use. That's helped fuel fast growth in the cannabis industry, with an estimated worth of nearly $30 billion. Easing federal regulations could reduce the tax burden that can be 70% or more for businesses. That's fair. According to industry groups, it could also make it easier to research cannabis, since it's very difficult to conduct authorized clinical studies on Schedule I substances. I don't know, I'm losing out. Did you drop out, Al, or did I?
The immediate
There you go.
on.
I don't know where we are here. Critics point out that a Schedule III drug.
There, Glenn?
Schedule III drug, cannabis, would remain.
Oh, okay. All right.
Would remain regulated by the DEA. That means that roughly 15,000 cannabis dispensaries in the U.S. would have to register with the DEA like regular pharmacies and fulfill strict reporting requirements, something that they are loath to do as that the DEA is ill-equipped to handle. And then there's the United States international treaty obligations. Chief among them, 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs, which requires the criminalization of cannabis. In 2016, during the Obama administration, the DEA cited the U.S. international obligations and the findings of a federal court of appeals in Washington in denying a similar request to reschedule cannabis.
Well, we know that the UN has a little bit of a different stance on things. So hopefully, maybe that helps this persuasion of changing, because, the reclassification is a step. It took them 50 years to get to that step.
Okay, Canada was a signatory on that same treaty.
Yeah, and other countries have as well.
How did we get out of it then?
It didn't seem to be a big issue, did it?
No. We basically said we're out of that.
Yeah.
We were.
Yeah, exactly. And way we went. So let's hopefully, Schumer's words are good. Being able to get it out of the Controlled Substances Act.
I think he's been pro legalization for a number of years now. So I really believe what he says on this issue, at least.
Yeah, let's hope so. We've just been battling nonstop to get this Banking Act passed. That it's just getting old. It's going to get moldy. It's been sitting so long. All righty, on to the next story. This one comes from MJ Biz Daily. The headline on it says, Auditor KPMG dumping cannabis clients over elevated risk.
KPMG in Canada has decided to cease providing financial statement audit services to businesses in the cannabis industry, making an incredible turnaround for a company that has raked in millions in the burgeoning sector. The accounting firm confirmed the move in a statement to MJ Biz Daily, citing elevated risk in Canada's adult use cannabis industry.
Kevin Dove, he's the National Director of External Communications for KPMG, says that KPMG in Canada is committed to delivering high-quality audits and upholding the integrity of our capital markets. Given the continued challenges facing cannabis growers, we have made the decision that this elevated risk no longer meets the risk tolerance of our audit practice.
The move is the latest blow for a sector facing a multitude of micro and microeconomic headwinds. A briefing note to Canadian Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland had obtained through an access to information request spelled out systemic financial distress facing the country's cannabis producers.
Some of the issues covered in the report included snowballing excise tax debt by cannabis producers, the amount of excise debt deemed uncollectible, which rose to $50 million Canadian by the end of February. Almost no sustainable profits are being earned by private sector cannabis companies, while government-owned wholesalers rake in record profits. A disproportionate number of cannabis producers entering the creditor protection.
I got to say that this is 100% caused by the Canadian government and the tax. Yes. Yeah. Absolute insanity.
You keep going, and I'm going to let the dog out. I'll be right back.
Earlier this month, Canada's federal government declined to ease up on its excise levy, a tax on sales the industry sources says is the main impediment to sustainable profitability. The KPMG spokesperson did not reply to further queries from MJ Biz Daily, notably about whether the decision applies only to Canada-headquartered cannabis companies or whether it also applies to those in other countries where their shares are publicly traded, such as Israel and the United Kingdom. And companies receiving notice so far, Toronto-based cannabis producer Organigram Holdings and Kronos Group both disclosed they received notice from KPMG of the company's intention not to stand for reappointment as auditor.
In a recent regulatory filing, Organigram noted that on April the 16th, 2024, KPMG LLP provided the corporation with notice that it would not stand for reappointment as auditor for the 2025 fiscal year. To facilitate the transition to a new auditor, KPMG said it's prepared to continue to perform an interim review for the second and third quarters of 2025 2024 and to perform the year-end fiscal 2024 audit according to Organogram's disclosure.
KPMG indicated that in its notification as a result of its decision to cease providing financial statement audited services to company in the cannabis industry, regardless of the jurisdiction in which they operate. The company's U.S. Security and Exchange Commission filing notes. The release of the reason KPMG cited for the decision, according to Kronos regulatory filing, was the same as one provided by Organogram. It's a result of KPMG's decision to no longer provide financial statement audited service to companies in the cannabis industry.
Yeah. In the Kronos disclosure, it says that the company anticipates the KPMG will continue to review its quarterly interim financial results for the first 2 fiscal quarters of 2024, and the company intends to promptly initiate a process to appoint a new independent registered public accounting firm.
KPMG has been involved with the cannabis industry for years. In 2019, the year after cannabis legalized the drug, U.S.-based publication Business Insider reported that KPMG had raked in millions from providing audit services for the cannabis industry. One of the biggest clients was then industry leader Canopy Growth Corp.
In 2023, Smith Falls, Ontario-based Canopy appointed a new auditor after KPMG stepped down. In the same year, KPMG's executive director of strategy, Anouk Bessinat, spoke at the Canadian Cannabis Conference.
KPMG in Bermuda has also been involved in the cannabis industry via insurance. The auditor also acts as the independent public accounting firm for Aurora Cannabis from the Alberta-based company. Hasn't yet made a public disclosure about the matter. I think they're going to regret this in the long term.
Yeah. I don't know what is the risk because they don't know whether the company's going to be able to pay them for their audits.
Yeah.
Or is it a risk that they're worried that there's going to be something they're going to get entangled in?
This is like one of those fishing expeditions with the elevated risk, they're saying, but they never explain anything. You know, what's the elevated risk? Like, whoa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I wish they would have told us that. It's in the headline.
Yeah, it doesn't say, unfortunately. All right, on to the next story of the day. This one comes to us from StratCan. The headline there says, Canada's cannabis industry at risk of losing first mover advantage to the U.S.
This week's announcement that the Biden administration will move ahead to reclassify cannabis to a much less restricted drug class and ease federal restrictions could be the ray of sunshine that benighted Canadian sector has been waited for. Despite becoming legal in 2018, Canada's cannabis industry has stalled thanks to overregulation and the federal government's decision to avoid tweaking an onerous taxation policy or provide any substantial support to hundreds of businesses led by well-intentioned Canadian entrepreneurs willing to take on this new green frontier. Challenging business conditions, bad financial decisions, and an unforgiving investor base have seen the space generate massive losses and layoffs.
The U.S. is now poised to reschedule cannabis to a Schedule III drug. It will no longer keep companies with heroin, LSD, and peyote, substances deemed to have no accepted medical use and high potential of abuse. Mind you, we are getting more information on the LSD end of things. This will end that cannabis will be treated like a therapeutic. This will mean that cannabis will be treated like a therapeutic or even a medical drug, where research and development can now be pursued without the threat of incarceration. This presents a unique opportunity that Canada's no longer NASDAQ cannabis industry may be well positioned to take advantage of.
The U.S. will now need to follow Canada's footsteps in establishing a medical cannabis regime to allow for cannabis products to come to market. Canadian regulations, albeit not perfect, not even close, have been carefully developed to abide by international standards and protocols implemented and amended to foster a market that generates roughly $5 billion annually.
I'm just going to jump in there. We were talking about that treaties in the last story. It's because of the medical end, as it makes mention there. It mentions that the U.S. has to do what Canada had to do by establishing a medical cannabis regime to allow things to come to market. So the U.S. that's what allows them to get through on those treaty issues that you were asking about, is the medical use.
Okay. The Canadian government needs to move rapidly to influence Washington to adopt as much from the Canadian medical regime as possible to support the flow of capital, trade, and research across the border.
U.S. investors previously prohibited from wading into Canada's cannabis market thanks to its federal illegality south of the border should now be welcomed with open arms into Canada. Upon crossing the border, their dollars will find an industry that knows how to produce high-quality products with low-cost manufacturing. Our market is also a gateway to Europe, Israel, and Australia, as many Canadian companies have invested heavily in their facilities in order to achieve the required accreditation to export cannabis products to those countries for medical purposes.
As well as with Mexico establishing a liberal cannabis policy, cross-border trade is now an option for cannabis products, such as CBD or low-potency ingestibles between all three major North American markets. Academic institutions can now work alongside industry with no fear of punishment to pursue more ways this plant can be processed and developed into a wide variety of therapeutic products that can easily participate in clinical trials and pursue obtaining full FDA approval. Positioning cannabis as a viable ingredient in the future of pharmaceutical medicine, unconstrained from U.S. federal restrictions, could be the root of a multi-billion-dollar industry, a promise that can now soon become reality.
None of this can happen unless the Canadian government shifts from its hands-off approach to the cannabis sector, which is legalized with the stroke of a pen over 5 years ago and has done little since to support. Canada has a critical window to get its regulatory and policy house in order. While there are several issues to take under consideration, namely excise tax amendments and implementing a more progressive export policy, Canada should not take this moment for granted.
With the U.S. Cannabis market set to explode, Canada would be wise to avoid blowing this opportunity up in smoke. But I have a feeling they will. Our government has never moved an inch since the day this was legalized.
Well, yeah, and that's the article pointed that out. We just had a budget come down. This industry's been screaming for an excise tax relief. They got none of that. Meanwhile, craft producers of alcohol got an excise tax reduction.
Because alcohol is great, makes everything shiny and new.
I didn't hear anybody from the alcohol industry that was screaming, mind you, I don't follow the alcohol industry, but screaming for this. It wasn't in the news all the time.
No, they're just in the back rooms, here, buddy, give me a little break.
Yeah. All right, on to our next story. This one comes to us from Politico. Seize all cannabis. Inside the surprising federal crackdown on New Mexico weed farmers.
Drug cartels and human traffickers aren't the only people dodging Border Patrol officers these days in southern New Mexico. The state's cannabis businesses, which operate legally under state law, are also desperately trying to evade border checkpoints. That's because U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers have seized more than 300,000 of state licensed cannabis in New Mexico in the last 2 months. The seizure occurred at the Border Patrol checkpoints, some of which lie as far as 80 miles from the U.S.-Mexican border.
This is legal cannabis.
Yeah.
The crackdown has created tension between the Biden administration and Democratic Governor Michelle Grissom, who championed marijuana legalization and touted it as an economic boom for the state. The enforcement actions are occurring as the Justice Department is preparing to loosen federal restrictions on cannabis, which would mark the biggest liberalization of the drug policy in half a century. Ben Lewwinger, executive director for the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, says it doesn't feel like this really has anything to do with what their role is. They're supposed to detain people entering the country illegally and then detain narcotics and other dangerous items also entering the country illegally.
The wave of seizures mark a clear departure from long-standing federal policy, wherein law enforcement officials have largely taken a hands-off approach to enforcement in the 38 states that have legalized medical or recreational cannabis possession in conflict with federal law. Cannabis growers and producers residing south of the checkpoints are now scrambling to find ways to get their product north. Some have discussed moving their operations north to Albuquerque, the state's largest cities. Others are using tactics to bypass checkpoints that originate in a time when the cannabis world was still entirely off the books, and still others are looking to the skies, considering drone transport for small amounts of product.
I'll be dropping it out of planes. In a recent phone conversation with an unnamed senior Biden administration official, Lujan Grissom called Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas response to the crackdown inappropriate. In audio of the call, which was recorded by a third party and posted on X, the governor also pushed the official. It's unclear which branch of the federal government they work for to take action. Either you have to adjust it, or I have to send you a letter saying you're prosecuting the states. You are not using your discretion. You're not working with me on immigration, said Lojan Grissom, whose office confirmed the authenticity of the recording, but would not identify the administration official. And it says that, and I don't want to send that letter, but I'm boxed in.
A spokesperson for Customs and Border Protection acknowledged that some states have legalized cannabis, but told Politico that because it remains illegal under federal law, individuals violating the Controlled Substances Act encountered while crossing the border, arriving at a U.S. port of entry, or at a Border Patrol checkpoint may be deemed inadmissible and or subject to seizures, fines, and or arrest. Las Cruces is at the intersection of two highways, about an hour north of El Paso, Texas, where a CBP checkpoint along U.S. Route 70 to the east and I-10 to the west and I-25 to the north, according to local companies who've been stopped along those routes. At least 15 licensed cannabis producers in the southern part of the state have lost products at CBP checkpoints along these highways, according to data gathered by a coalition of operators in the southern part of the state.
Well, if it's a state, if they move to have state rights on the cannabis end of things, then this shouldn't be happening. But they're not. They're not sticking to they're not moving federally. It just drives me crazy. Politico was recently given the audio of a discussion between a cannabis business owner and a CBP agent at a stop on U.S. Route 70 east of Las Cruces. The officer can be heard telling Rob Durham that we've been instructed to seize all cannabis, all illegal products going in this direction. The fact is that I have a federal job to do, the officer says, and cannabis is federally illegal.
Wow.
These are companies that are operating legally within the state law, but their stuff is being picked up. Doesn't sound like there's any charges, but being picked up by the federal government.
I'm assuming once it gets declassified, this would stop. I'm assuming, though.
Well, it's still not legal federally. It's still not federally legal, so they can keep doing this.
Congress is giving CBP powers within the border zone that stretches 100 miles inland from the border, all the way around the country. 9 of the nation's 10 largest cities lie within the border zone, according to Harper's Magazine. Federal law gives CBP officials the power to stop individuals, including American citizens, and search them and seize their belongings without a warrant in that zone. This entire border
What if they didn't cross?
You didn't cross the border, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're in their zone, then that basically it doesn't matter. If you're in the 100-mile zone all the way around the states, you have no rights. If these guys come calling, they can walk right in your house and do whatever the hell they want. That's what they're saying. This
Right,
entire
continue.
border zone thing really has no statutory basis, says Patrick Eddington, a senior fellow focused on homeland security and civil liberties at libertarian think tank the Cato Institute, which has been joined by the ACLU in opposing the enforcement authority given to federal officials at such checkpoints. The whole border zone is based essentially on administrative fiat that the federal government has engagement in since the 60s, not since the 50s, sorry.
I asked that question, what if you don't cross the border? Well, it's obvious what happens even if you don't cross the border. You're going to lose your cannabis because that's what's happening to these companies. They're not bringing it into the U.S. They're creating it right there in the state.
Legally.
Cannabis producers south of the checkpoint. Yeah. Are hustling to find a solution. In order to keep their businesses rolling, producers are falling back on pre-legalizing tactics to ensure the safe delivery. One such strategy involves sending multiple lead cars through the checkpoint before the shipment van to see if the checkpoint is currently stopping vehicles. They also have the opt to run deliveries late at night or very early in the morning when the checkpoints are closed. It's nothing super advanced, Lou Ringer says. It's kind of what was happening at the beginning of the medical days or even in the illicit days.
And he adds, he wouldn't be surprised that the people are maybe paying off the officers. Businesses have also discussed more extreme options. When Politico first began speaking to industry members late last week, there were plans to push the state government to change regulations in order to allow private pilots to fly cannabis over the checkpoints into northern New Mexico. Part of the impetus for this idea was stories of pilots doing the same in Alaska. However, this plan could run them into hot water with the Federal Aviation Administration, of course.
Well, I've lost you on here, unfortunately.
Okay. U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit on April 22nd upheld the decision of the FAA to strip an Alaskan pilot and cannabis farm owner, who's James Feehes, of his pilot's license after he delivered cannabis a handful of times via plane to remote parts of Alaska. And that is such bullshit. They took away the guy's means of making a living. Makes sense.
Now Lou Ringer tells Politico the state is no longer open to changing the rules to permit delivery by plane. The producers' airborne plans are now limited to drones, which could be used to transport small amounts of cannabis to testing facilities. Testing is a state licensed requirement, but there are no testing facilities in the area. Companies in the south of the state have to send off small samples, usually about 5 grams, testing facilities on the other side of the checkpoint. Even that small amount can be confiscated and has been on at least one occasion. Wow.
Louis Gur said some of the companies are having a harder time getting the testing required by state law, which would put companies out of compliance and could potentially harm consumers. But a short drone flight may be able to move the small samples for testing past the checkpoint. This is absolute stupidity. These guys have to become 007 now just to do their own business. Fuck.
Yeah. We'll shut down the story. It's just at the end there. So that's ridiculous.
Infuriating, isn't it?
Oh yeah, like if they're border guards, I know it comes out that 100 miles, but shouldn't that be somebody who crossed the border that's being shot down 100 miles away? Like,
I have no idea how they would ever have jurisdiction 100 miles away from the border unless it's exactly what you said. They were chasing someone.
Yeah, but
other than that, they should have no more than not even a mile. That's it. You're a border guard. You're not a cop. You're not state. You know what I mean? You're a border guard.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing 100 miles away from the border?
Well, the law allows them to do that. The law
Unreal.
Yeah.
Freedom, right? They're all about freedom down there.
Oh, that's not good news. What's going on there? I just got a notification from StreamYard. All right, we're going to go to break. We got a little long there. I was hoping to go one more story before we went to the break, but we're going to go for break now. And we'll be right back after our session. We're live here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to save the VCBC at gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
Pace Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are People Advocating Cannabis Education here at paceradio.net. Hey, we're back, and we're ready to bring you some more stories here on psychedelics and cannabis educational news. And the first one up after the break comes to us from CTV News, and the headline says, Inside Alberta's Promising Psychedelic-Assisted Therapy Industry.
The view from Cena Life's new clinic in South Edmonton's high-rise look out to clear the edge of the city. And in a row of treatment rooms that line the office space, you can see the optimism within the company that the psychedelic-assisted therapies offered have a strong future in mental health care in Alberta. It's a big step up from the single-room prototype space where Cena Life's team of health professionals first began integrating ketamine, psilocybin, and MDMA with psychological counseling for persistent conditions like PTSD, major depression, and anxiety.
It was a one-room shop that let us build the process and clinical pathway and transition that was evidence into operationalizing it, says Jacques Lovely, who is their chief operating officer. Alberta became the first province to regulate the use of psychedelic therapies for the treatment of mental health disorders in 2022. The rules allow licensed clinics under the direction of a psychiatrist to provide psychedelic-assisted treatments and outline how the patient is to be monitored while in an altered state.
For ketamine, which has other long-standing medical applications, these regulations allowed it to be used in combination with psychotherapy. Psilocybin and MDMA are both still illegal, but registered practitioners can get approval for use with a specific patient through Canada's Special Access Program. Good luck to that one. Cena Life partnered with Calgary-based company ATMA as ATMA Cena Psychedelic Healthcare Solutions is one of the few providers who have navigated the strict administrative process required to gain special access approval for each patient and legally provide these cutting-edge therapies. As psychedelic-assisted therapies become more widely known, accepted, and integrated into existing healthcare networks, Lovely anticipates the field and their business will grow steadily.
He says awareness continues to grow. We do a lot of public awareness. And with the Alberta Blue Cross announcement, the whole issue is in the news all the time. So we're seeing more and more inquiry calls. In March, Alberta Blue Cross announced it would include psychedelic assisted therapies in its insurance coverage plans. The only insurance company in Canada to do so. Come on, the rest of the country. Initially, this was only cover ketamine therapy, but is designed to include psilocybin and MDMA treatments once the medicines are legalized for therapy.
MDMA is expected to be approved for use in the United States this summer, and Lovely said it will likely be okayed in Canada shortly after. The precedent-setting coverage from Alberta's largest healthcare plan provider is a sign that normalization of these long-studied, long-prohibited treatments. It will also reduce one of the largest barriers patients who qualify for the treatment face, which is cost.
All psychedelic assisted therapies are delivered in private clinics in Alberta. A ketamine assisted program costs $4,800 and up, and depending on the number of sessions, the price for an MDMA assisted therapy is around $7,000.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
Holy smokes. That's the barrier right there.
Yeah, the medicine itself is relatively inexpensive. The 20 hours of nursing care and the 23 hours of psychological that come with the 2 MDMA sessions, however, are not.
That sounds very, very excessive. We have 43 hours of care after use. That's wow.
Yeah, paying for that. Yeah.
Lovely said he expects up to 70% of the cost to be covered through ABC. Through the exact amount will depend on individual plans. Right now, only about 30% of people who inquire about treatment with ATMA Cena follow through, with expense being the primary deterrent. He said, of course it is.
Yeah.
I don't know who can afford $7,000.
Yep. There is a hype bubble that surrounds all things psychedelic, but there's also the growing body of evidence that supports some of the boosterism with mental health care. For complex deliberating disorders like PTSD, patients who have had little or no success with conventional treatments have shown to experience significant reduction in symptoms with MDMA-based psychotherapy, and U.S. Food and Drug Administration has taken its breakthrough therapy designation.
In a randomized placebo-controlled phase 3 trial for MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD, 71% of the participants in the MDMA group no longer met the diagnostic criteria for PTSD at the end of the 18-week trial, compared to 47% from the group that got a placebo along with therapy. That's impressive.
Yeah.
The results have been so promising that some people suffering from PTSD aren't willing to wait out the slow legal and cultural changes that will make treatment widely accessible and affordable.
Yeah. I'm going to shut the story down just due to time, but we got the gist of the headline there, that the fact that the insurance is covering that in Alberta, and it's the only province in the country where they do that. So hopefully that can change, and we can get more people, more provinces involved in that.
I'm sure it will.
Yeah. All right. On to the next story. This goes to Prince Albert. Now headline says impaired driving rules unclear, says medical cannabis advocates.
Our CMP have more opportunities to catch impaired drivers since introducing a mandatory alcohol screening, but some in Saskatchewan say the rules are still quite hazy. As of April 1st, alcohol tests are now mandatory at all traffic stops, and while cannabis screening is not part of that mandate, our CMP officers can use oral fluid devices if they suspect a driver used cannabis recently.
To fail the roadside oral test, drivers must have about 25 nanograms per millimeter of THC in the saliva. These rules come into effect following the criminalization of recreational cannabis in 2018. The only thing I don't understand, it says 25 milligrams. I know it is 5 milligrams, not this 25 milligrams.
Nanograms. I don't know what that means. Maybe that is
very small, very small.
I have that all at 24
smaller
hours
than
a day.
micro. Smaller than micro. Yeah. However, when it comes to those who use medical cannabis, they believe the rules are still unfair to them and their voices are not being heard.
Very true.
Yeah.
There we go.
Robin
Hoven is with the Saskatchewan Medical Cannabis Association and told PA Now about a recent incident where he was pulled over for an expired plate on his trailer only to be tested after the officer said he smelled cannabis. Despite not seeing oral test results himself, Hoven was told he tested positive and faced a hefty fine. Now, this has been used for years and years and years to pull people over. I smell cannabis.
It's
a normal thing that every officer uses when they want to search you.
Yeah. He says, now if I get stopped again, I'm going to lose my license for 6 months. I'm going to lose my vehicle for 30 days. Scroll down. Under the criminal code updates from Bill C-46, penalties for driving with THC present in your system can lead to a $1,000 fine for first offense, 30 days, that's about 4.5 weeks, in prison for a second offense, and anywhere from 120 days to 10 years for a third offense.
And just so everybody knows,
be a patient who's using it medically, you might not even have consumed for the last 25 hours or 40 hours.
Just so everybody knows, I was a truck driver for years, and I used cannabis for pain management and other things. But I tested positive after not using nothing at all. 32 days later.
32 days later.
32 days later, and I don't know how. Like they said, it was close, but it might have been another 5 days before I would have tested negative.
Yeah.
So every single time I would fail this test here, they're saying every day, all day.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where patients are dealing with crap. So,
yeah.
Go ahead, continue.
While SGI does not make the laws, we have a mandate to promote traffic safety, and our approach is to share credible information with people so they can make informed decisions that will keep them safe and keep them from getting into trouble, the statement reads. Cannabis, much like alcohol or some prescription medications, impairs one's ability to drive. Zero tolerance doesn't mean someone can never use cannabis. It means that drivers should not get behind the wheel with any level of impairing drugs in their system that is detectable by a federally approved screening device. And what I say is your federally approved screening device is BS. It does not.
Meanwhile, the Saskatchewan RCMP also released a statement saying that the mandatory screening rules introduced in March apply specifically to alcohol use, and that the test officers use is meant to detect if alcohol is present. Now, in the RCMP statement, it reads, with any prescribed drug with impaired effects, the onus is on the driver to ensure that they are able to safely operate a vehicle. When consuming any impairing drug, individuals should not operate a motor vehicle and make other safe transportation arrangements. You don't even address the fact about the patients in your situation.
Yeah. Hovens has said he's been fighting with SGI for years on this issue, but unfortunately has received no answers from them or police on how long THC can be in your system before driving and what grounds officers must be suspicious of cannabis use. And all they have to do is ask me. I can provide proof on it. So,
SGI, yeah, SGI added.
It's added impossible to provide an exact answer to how long. Yeah, okay. It stays in your systems based on a person's physiology, the quality of cannabis, the THC content, and the frequency of use.
According to Mad Canada, different signs of cannabis impairment include red eye, watery eyes, shallow breathing, paranoia, and impaired judgment. While the smell of cannabis is listed as a sign, a ruling by the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal in December 2007 held that Section 495 of the Criminal Code did not permit a police officer to arrest someone for possession of cannabis based on the smell of burned cannabis alone. The smell of burned cannabis also did not give rise to reasonable grounds to effect a warrantless search under Section 11 of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
That was in response to the case of La Loche man, who was arrested after RCMP smelled cannabis and later arrested him. He was stopped for a broken headlight. Alicia Yashchen with the Medical Cannabis Association referenced that Court of Appeal ruling while speaking to PA Now and believes the rules are confusing and more education on cannabis is needed.
She and Hovind say a course that those charged with impaired driving need to take is about 95% focused on alcohol with little room to discuss cannabis. While she believes the actions of police are in the right place and that impaired driving is wrong, the policies are doing more harm to medical cannabis patients.
Yes. When that becomes a constitution issue, she said, what we would like to see is just a better procedure, a standard procedure for everyone to have that has that compassion for medical patients. She wants the federal government to implement a procedure currently being looked at in the state of Victoria in Australia.
In October last year, the government there introduced a series of amendments to the traffic framework, including the induction of closed track trial to investigate how medical cannabis users can drive safely. Yet again, Glenn, I'm going to share it down so we can get on to the next story.
Okay.
But yeah, I know the court said that you can't use cannabis as a reason, the smell, and that in the article, the officer admitted to that.
Yeah, it's the same thing we've been facing, well, basically forever.
All right, on to the next story. This one comes to us from the Fresh Toast, and I'm going to find it interesting because I haven't read it yet, but just the headline itself was interesting. And the headline says, the benefits of consuming marijuana alone. We're hearing about all these medical benefits about cannabis. So what's the medical benefit, or what's the benefits of consuming cannabis alone?
Trivia nights, parties, hanging out with friends, sporting events, all group activities when you might imbibe in. Something to add to the fun atmosphere. Heading to the bar, going out for something to eat, or family events might be including a little bit of booze or a small toke. Both can put you in the right mood, but here are the benefits of consuming cannabis alone. Drinking alone can cause issues. Alcohol can have different effects. A big difference between cannabis and alcohol is the latter is a depressant. Cannabis, in the right doses, tends to reduce anxiety, can help battle depression. Also, overindulges with cannabis leads to falling asleep, where overdoing it with cocktails can lead to blackout and serious health issues.
Cannabis is surprisingly effective and malleable when consumed alone. If you challenge yourself, it can be used for different activities, including creative, social, and physical. When getting the dosage right, cannabis can act as a stimulant for your brain, helping you journal and doodle, or for your body, pushing you to work out or clean and sort through your closet. I use cannabis with all those. Another benefit is you can enjoy the wonder of being in a high state of mind. Experts express they love watching a movie on a large screen as it makes them feel they are in a movie theater. It can also make you feel like you meld with music when you're high because cannabis affects your sense of timing. When you smoke cannabis, your brain slows down and becomes more sensitive to the rhythms of music. It makes it easier to appreciate the subtleties in the music.
Personal reflection and growth are other prime reasons for solo cannabis consuming. It allows individuals to immerse themselves in a deep journey into their own being, stripped of the distractions and outside influences that often cloud our understanding. For introverts, this can be time to balance and recharge. The best part about cannabis is you can enjoy it without a hangover, allowing you the next day to be free, to be productive. Before diving into your solo cannabis journey and all of the perks it can result, here are the 6 safest practices.
6 safest practices. Hang on here. Oh, you have to click on that link to get them.
Yeah, you have to go to another page.
We're not doing that. We don't have time to do that. But yeah, there's lots of good reasons there. They talked about exercise or going, myself, I go for walks. I always take some doobies with me. We're going to run through the last 2 stories just really quickly, just due to the time end of things. But make sure that we get them out. This next one comes from MJ Biz Daily. The headline there says that Canada recalls contaminated cannabis after government testing. So we'll get the gist of this and we'll move on again.
Canada's federal regulator has issued a recall for a batch of recreational cannabis sold in British Columbia, citing microbial contamination discovered by random government testing. The recalled cannabis was grown by Alberta producer Sirona Pharma, also known as Acreage Farms.
The recall stems from Health Canada's random cannabis testing program launched in 2023 to analyze products bought with licensed stores, from licensed stores. The recalled lot includes 1,200 28-gram packages of Purple Gelato Punch sold under the Full Sesh brand and packaged in September of 2028. How did that many packages get out? Health Canada's testing determined that the affected product does not meet certain microbial contaminant limits for yeast and mold and bacteria set out in government regulations according to the agency's recall notice.
And the regulator did not specify the microbial contaminant in question, but advised consumers to immediately stop using the product. Health Canada said there has been no reports of adverse reaction to the recalled cannabis.
Yeah, it says the recalls are uncommon in the country, but I know we've had some over the years. But there's the main information for everybody as far as what the product is and what's being recalled. Right. So, and the last story here that we're just gonna touch on as well, and I see you moving around, Glenn. And the headline on this story, which comes to us from the Marijuana Moment, says that the feds announced plan to fund research on using psychedelics to treat chronic pain in older adults. Like they're not even studying cannabis, but here they're going to study the psychedelics end of things. Glenn popped out. Now he's back. You there with me, Glenn? Can I hear you?
I am. I'm back. I don't know where we are, though.
No. Okay, you're back. I just got the headline read.
Okay, perfect. A new federal funding opportunity from the National Institutes of Health will use $8.4 million to support clinical trials on the safety and efficacy of psychedelic-assisted therapy to treat chronic pain in older adults. An NIH notice of funding opportunity posted on Wednesday says the research can include classic psychedelics, including psilocybin, DMT, LSD, and mescaline, as well as similar compounds such as MDMA. Cannabis and ketamine are not considered psychedelics for the purposes of the clinical trials.
Oh, approximately 40% of older Americans report living with chronic pain, the funding notice says, with the treatment of pain later in life involving acetaminophen and basically aspirins, opioids, and other drugs, along with behavioral therapy, psychological, physical activity, acupuncture, and electrical stimulation, being complex and often inadequate.
Yeah, a potential novel
approach to treatment of chronic pain in adults. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, we're running over each other. Research with psychedelics was inspired by millennials.
Go ahead.
indigenous experience incorporating sacred plant medicines in ceremonial healing practices. More recently, the notice says evidence of the efficacy of PAT has been particularly notable in depression, anxiety, especially existential distress, post-traumatic stress disorder, and substance use disorders, among other indications.
I'm hoping I'm at the right spot here. Screen's bouncing. A potential novel approach for treatment of chronic pain involves adults is psychedelic-assisted therapy. Research of psychedelics is inspired by millennial indigenous experience incorporating sacred plant medicines. More recently, the notices evidence of the efficacy of PAD has been popularly notable with depression, anxiety, and use to PTSD. Oh, I think I just reread some stuff, so I'm bouncing around, Glenn.
That's okay. There's only one more paragraph here as far as I see. Oh, no, there's a couple more. The grant, which will be overseen by NIH.
Oh, yeah.
You want to keep going on it?
Just get this paragraph done and we'll finish her off.
Okay. The National Institute for Aging and the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health will award up to $3.4 million per year in fiscal 2025 and 2026, and up to $5 million per year in 27 to 29. The broad range of eligible organization includes colleges and universities, nonprofits, for-profit businesses, state or local governments, federal agencies, and others such as school districts and tribal organizations.
There you go. Money that's being used for psychedelic therapy as far as research, which is good.
Yep. About time.
Yeah. Exactly. Geez, those bouncing websites, that just makes things hard with all those pop-ups and little video clips, you know. All right. What do you say? That's it?
That's it for the day.
That's it for the day. You can't even go for a bike ride. You don't even have a motorcycle anymore. You sold
no motorcycle. the dealership was phoning me while we're on air. That's why it jumped out.
Tune in next week to find out what Glenn has purchased. Otherwise, that's our news report for today from the Legacy420.com news desk for May the 2nd. Thanks to our buddies at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and Legacy420.com. And in closing, I'd like to say thank you for watching, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. See you later.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
The universe is expanding faster than the ordinary laws of physics can account for. This was realized a year and a half ago by one team of astrophysicists. They handed it on to a second team. They confirmed it. They handed it on to a third. They confirmed it. And a very counterintuitive picture of things is emerging. The universe is not going to fall back on itself in some grand crunch billions of years hence. Rather, the universe is going to expand forever. Forever. But here's the kicker. Faster and faster and faster. Forever. With no barriers and no limitation. Someone may say, well, what about the speed of light? The speed of light does not cover the law of the cosmological constant, because this law is not saying that matter is moving apart faster and faster. If that were the case, the relativistic physics would put a speed limit on it. It's saying that space itself is expanding faster and faster. This is a quality of empty space. The universe that comes into focus with this law in hand is a universe that in only a couple or 3 billion years will begin to lose contact with large parts of itself, because they will be moving apart at greater than relativistic speed. So it turns out there is a cosmic law which has built into itself this idea of an endless acceleration toward infinity.
I'm a picker, I'm a critter, I'm a lover, I'm a sinner. I play my music in the sun. And I'm a joker, I'm a smoker, I'm a midnight toker. I give my loving on the run. And that spells it the best. Fine.
and gentlemen.
You having a nightmare? What if it's true?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Alan, it's a possibility, isn't it?
The very word secrecy is repugnant.
Secrets.
In a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers,
constant, extreme danger,
which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger,
extreme danger,
that an announced need for increased security.
What the hell is going on? This is Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park.
Will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control.
You're crazy.
And no officious, high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes.
Isn't the Pentagon suspicious that all the building would blow up?
Or to withhold from the press and the public
I think you're just looking at things for the first time.
the facts they deserve to know.
You've had your whole f***ing life to think things over. What good's a few minutes more gonna do you now?
The facts they deserve to know. They deserve to know. Deserve to know. Deserve to know.
Welcome to Green Crush, Conspiracy Queries with Alan Park. Nice to be broadcasting today.
Facts they deserve to know.
Okay. Boom! Hey, we're back. We're live. I always use that lead in because it went so well that time. Episode 23. It's been something for us. We have enjoyed using it. All right? Is that okay? Is it okay to say that? All right. I'm going to try to put something else on in the background because I need a little quiet and peace. We do broadcast from 234 King Street East, the Pacific Junction Hotel. And it can get noisy because it's very fun in here. And a lot of people come in. There's a particularly robust gathering of fellas this afternoon, and they're making a lot of noise. So it's easier for me to do the show with this. Not so loud. There we go. Okay, just enough to wash them out. In a polite way. So listen, this is something I have to tell you is that when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. Thank you, Henry David Thoreau, or was it Thomas Jefferson? I don't know. What matters is it is true, and I am that. For saving my life with cannabis and sharing how I did it, that's Green Crush, and that's the duty that I have. Yeah, I said duty. In the best way I know how to live that duty is to get this word out. To as many people that are willing to listen as possible. I know there's all kinds of people that don't want to listen. I heard a guy telling me today he believes his doctor 100%. It doesn't believe me. I shouldn't have done what I did. I was wrong to go ahead without any kind of prognosis from a doctor. Well, they just said, you're done. There's not much we can do. So, that's why I'm not too worried about what that's all about. Now, what happened here? Gee whiz. What is going on? See, that's what I mean. That's why 23 was so smooth, and now this one's not so smooth. But that's okay. We normally have, we always have guests on the show that have something to do with cannabis. And, of course, that's the name of the show, Green Crush, green being the cannabis crush, what it can do to your ill health. And in my case, well, let me get to it. Green Crush, this is comedy episode number comedy. All right, we normally numeralize our shows. Not doing that today. This is comedy, and Conspiracy Queries number is also comedy. So that's the show that was born because, Conspiracy Queries, because some people still think that, it's a bit of a stretch there that they think, but they do think it's the law and that we have to go along with it. And like Thoreau, or was it Jefferson up there says, not on my watch, buddy. Not if it's a shit law. No thanks. I'm done complaining about it in a way where I'm just complaining about it. I'm out here telling people, here's where the problems are. I know there's a lot of people thrilled that Canada's, they're going to make it legal this year. Oh, they're finally doing it. Oh. Well, okay. So you're celebrating. You don't know what you're talking about. Again, just after the show last week, I had a conversation with a fantastic young fella here at the place. He said, "You really think there's going to be problems after this? I thought it would be great because now it's all legal." And I explained a few of the problems. Oh no, that's not going to happen. He says, "Those arrests won't be made on that new series of laws they just drew up." And then he backs down and says, "Well, I didn't know all that stuff." Oh, okay. So then don't be surprised when I tell you about it, because I know about all that stuff. What else do you think I'm doing? Not much. Just researching this stuff. And because it, I had my life was, wrapped around this issue, folks. It's not that nuts to get on board something that had helped turn you around. I was given no medical option. I found this one. I took it. It worked. I'm telling people. That's the 5-second pitch on the show. But won't you come on for a visit? Canada's architect of oppressive, nonsensical rules there, Bill Blair. Won't you come on here, please? It would be great. But like I said, Bill Blair, the guy that put these laws together, he's a G20 criminal. He is. He's a rights abuser, got away with it. Well, people don't seem to care. And that's okay. You can be a rights abuser and design the new cannabis laws of any nation. That doesn't seem to be outrageous, right? That's not a problem. But particularly when there's no victim and no crime, you always have to question the laws that are allegedly placed above you. And if that law exists to help disputes between property holders, injury makers, and receivers, fantastic. Otherwise, it's not really a law. And if I want to partake of this plant and I'm getting medical results that, surprise others, well, that's fantastic. That's what I get to do. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I've been doing, and I'm going to keep on doing it. But come on, Bill Blair, a cup of tea and a fireside chat over why you say I'm a criminal for knowing and doing this and why you're a great man for abusing rights at G20, then getting away with it, and then abusing rights of people who will continue after your little fairy tale of bullshit laws get thrown together like some Jurassic Park dinosaur barfing up some village he just ate into the wind and hoping it lands in the shape of a building. But it's not going to go like that, Bill. We're not going to stop doing the things that we already know how to do properly. Despite your blather. God, get a surgeon to take a look at that eye of yours, too. It looks like you've artfully draped a couple of pieces of well-shaven bacon down there. Got some strange business going on with your eyes. I wouldn't normally make fun of a man's appearance, but when the man's job is an adjunct to the health parliamentary secretary of the country, you don't have to look like a sack of shit and get away with that law. That ruling, that series of rulings, you kind of got to look good. It's like having the fashion coordinator come in wearing a sack. The guy's got to wear clothes or she's got to look snazzy. Can't just come strolling in here. I'm the fashion person, and you look like a heap of, garbage clothes. Something people are throwing out. That's what these series of laws look like. That they're put together for us. Had a bunch of idiot senators debating over them. Anyway, nonsensical rules. So come on down, Bill. Anytime, it's open for you. This is for immediate release. We had a person today, Sean McAleese. I was in touch with him yesterday. He was in Ottawa today at 10:30, and apparently, they were saying this is not legalization, so stop calling it that. Sean McAleese is a representative from, what's it called? Patients' Lives Matter. This is a loose affiliation of cannabis users, activists, and industry workers. Wonder if any of them were actually patients, such as myself. We'll hold a press conference today. They held it at 10:30. It was a half an hour at Parliament Hill to address the many glaring shortcomings. Thank God I'm not the only one that sees this, of the new cannabis bills that recently became law. This is not the legalization we fought for, said Sean McAleese. Frankly, it's an insult. We wanted free market stores, lounges for consumption, and freedom from police coercion and intrusion. You don't get to have that when a cop actually drafts the architecture of the laws. But this is obviously what we're fighting. What we got instead is over 35 new ways to get busted. I think it's 45 laws in total. Provincial monopolies, nonsensical driving restrictions, propaganda, and sentences so obscene that defy reason. Every Canadian, cannabis users and non-users alike, should be appalled at what has happened, and so should you foreign listeners in different countries that are looking on Canada as the fantastic new place that just went legal and you think it's wonderful. It's not. It's an inch forward and a couple of kilometers, or perhaps miles if you're listening in the States, backwards. Yeah. Every Canadian, cannabis and non-cannabis users alike, should be appalled at what's happened. They will be the ones paying for this incoherent and convoluted mess of a law. Okay, well, while most Green Crush episodes focus on the comedy of errors, also known as legalization, and fact omission and suppression that has rolled across the decades of enough people being sleepy enough to allow ourselves to relinquish our own control to a series of simpering sycophants who claim authority they don't have to rule against the will of people who do. It's amazing. But check this out. This is in Vice. This just came out a couple of days ago, or maybe even today. Canada's new impaired driving laws give cops a terrifying amount of power. Completely sober drivers could end up with criminal records.
Why are you so upset about what's happening with cannabis? I don't know. I thought you would be happy they're making it legal.
Because of all this bullshit, stupid. Pay attention, please. Stop telling me you know it's going to be okay when you don't know anything and you haven't studied anything and you haven't tried it for your own accord or your own health reasons. You don't really know, you haven't really read about it, and you thought Trudeau was good looking, and now you think it's going to be great. All eyes were on the passing of the Cannabis Act last week here in Canada, which will make it legal to buy rec weed in Canada. And I mean rec. When you buy it from the government, it's wrecked. It's no good. In Canada on October 17th, but the government also passed its impaired driving bill, one that gives police sweeping new powers, which is all they're really fit to do. You know, get a broom and clean up, and do that behind those fucking horses that keep dropping shit everywhere. I don't understand why we're always paying tickets for a dog leaving a load somewhere, and some cop's got a fucking Clydesdale, he can leave a big brown stripe down the middle of Yonge Street. Anyway, Bill C-46 creates new offenses for people who drive with a certain amount of THC in their system. And by certain, they mean almost non-existent. It toughens up the rules around drinking and driving. While that may sound like a good thing, no one wants dangerous drivers on the road. True. Experts argue several parts of the bill are unconstitutional and will trample on the rights of citizens. Who could we get to draw up such a law? I know, the big fat cop that was at the head of Toronto when G20 came to town and abused all of our rights then and has gotten away with it ever since. Cops are going to be able to demand a breathalyzer from anyone without reasonable suspicion of impairment. Sorry, what? Previously, cops needed reasonable suspicion in order to make you gotta spell things better, Vice. In order to make a driver take a breathalyzer test to check for alcohol impairment. Reasonable suspicion might include swerving and erratic driving. Slurred speech, bloodshot eyes, the smell of liquor. That's always a good tip-off for cannabis. Or visible alcohol in the car. Bill C-46 allows them to randomly demand a breathalyzer from any driver without a specific reason. The bar for police to have you blow into a roadside device is very low, says Grant Gotgetro, a retired West Vancouver police officer. That seems arbitrary to get randomly pulled over, and I think there's a potential for it to be abused because police are human. This is a cop saying this. Gotgetro said cops could target someone because of the color of their skin. Oh, they could do that, could they? You mean they'll continue to do that? More so. Or if the person has a nice car. Let's say you went out and got yourself a nice car. All of a sudden, probably you're smoking dope. Probably we can pull you over. Probably I can make you blow into this without any kind of fucking place are we living in now? Oh, I need to go home and rent The Lives of Others. It's a great film, and I think it's happening today, right now, at this moment. Look it up, The Lives of Others, Rotten Tomatoes. Cannabis lawyer Jack Lloyd also said people of color will be disproportionately subjected to random stops. He told Vice, you guys need to hire a proofreader, okay? I can't be doing this on the fly. There's like 9 mistakes per paragraph here. He told Vice this aspect of the bill will likely be challenged on the grounds it's unconstitutional. Likely? Fucking arrest me. It could be considered unreasonable search and seizure, he said, and the law itself has no rational connection to effectively curbing the behavior it's purportedly trying to stop. They don't have any proof of this. I've been through this a lot of times. Listen to the show. Go back and listen to it again. I'm getting kind of nuts with this. We're going to get Andy on soon because this is the kind of stuff we're listening to. On the one hand, ridiculous laws. On the other hand, people not paying attention, going, "Oh, I think that's going to be interesting for you." And then actually, it's not interesting. It's more nightmarish than interesting. But we always examine the creative here on the show. And so how many of our Green Crush guests so far and yet to come have taken difficult circumstances and through using cannabis have created a better life for themselves and oftentimes many people around them? This does not include people who say cannabis only makes you lazy. Well, they're lazy, not doing their homework, and just saying that. How ironic. But, people get upset about it. They say, well, it's the law, the law, it can be socialist or fascist, and it can be lazy, and it can be stupid. And if it is any of those, it needs to be gone. Because it's the law means everything politicians do or create. If you say because it's the law, that means that everything politicians do or create is always good and virtuous. How's that for jokes? Hey, we always examine the creative. We always do that on this show. And sometimes it has to do with taking a bad rap and turning it into something better, whether for the community or yourself or your parents or someone you care about. But on this show, this is comedy, folks. I came from a comedy background. I've been a comic for a long time. I feel like I was wickedly sidelined by this stage 4 disease. It took a little while to shake it off. And not without much resistance from all kinds of people who care about you. But that's not always the case, but let's talk a little bit about our guest, and then we're going to bring him on in a couple of minutes. This is great. This is the comedy episode featuring comedy. Our guest today may choose to argue against that. Against what? Well, he's a comedian. He may argue against that. I can't hold him to maintaining his position here. He's a stand-up comic, though. He is an actor, and you've seen him in several shows that he will be happy to forget. And to stay on topic, he does use cannabis. And he says he's been using it for quite some time. We'll get into the specifics. Andy Kindler is funny. And he knows a few things about weed and comedy. So that's Andy. Andy's going to be coming out very, very, very shortly. Andy Kindler, thanks for coming on. Quick shot here. Russia says Canada's weed legalization is a breach. And we heard this before. Bunch of nonsense. Even if it is, I mean, we don't care. I think it's a breach of decency and civil Civil decency when I say that. But these folks, here they say here in the Newsweek, this is a big mainstream article here. This is Russia coming out strongly against Canada's decision to legalize rec marijuana, calling it a breach of international legal obligations. The Russian Foreign Ministry said a number of international conventions to which Canada is a signatory require privy nations to restrict the use of cannabis and other drugs to only medical and scientific purposes. Well, guess what, Vladimir Putin? You can only have medical and scientific purposes for cannabis if you bother to get it out there and use it and actually, test it and monitor it and check it. And we're all done waiting for results that have been unavailable due to the fact that people signed on to some treaty of bullshit, aren't able to get that work done and into their lives. So, sorry about that, Vlad. Yeah, so we expect Canada's partners in the G7 to respond to its high-handedness because this alliance has repeatedly declared its adherence to the domination of international law in relations between states. The ministry said in an official statement, my goodness, Russia doesn't like us having cannabis here in Canada. What will that do? There's always a reason why they don't want us to have it. Everybody involved with it and preventing it does have some kind of reason for having it. But anyway, we are going to we're going to ding up Andy now and get him on here. And he's been a good sport waiting around. And so now let's give him a ding. Let's give him a call. We're going to call him up. Here we go. Are we doing that? Is it going? Start the call. Gee whiz. What's happening here? There we go. Sometimes things take a while. Got a quick shout out to do just before we get going. Oh, it's ringing now. One ringy dingy.
Hello?
There's Andy there. Andy, how's it going? It's Alan at the show.
Hold on, let me see if I can get him.
Oh, he's not there. He's not there. Okay, well, I'll hold.
Wait, let me see if I can get him. That's my first joke of the day. Woo!
Right out of the gate.
Yeah, I don't wait till after the show begins to bring the funny. I'm sorry.
Why would you do that? No. Hey, let me get this out of the way. Let me get this out of the way before we get going, because sure. I meant to say this earlier and I forgot. And, we're going to have a good time, or at least I am, and then it's going to turn into complete forgetting. And I don't want to do that. So we do have a quick plug to make here. Real quick. Here we go.
Sure.
All right. We're doing a shout-out to Cannabis Daily. Cannabis Daily rocking it to the bumpers of Moving On. Remember that show with Claude Akins back in the 70s? That's what that music was right there. So shout out to Cannabis Daily. Yeah, can you believe it? Claude Akins. I'll talk to you about Moving On in a minute, Andy. I'm
sorry.
We've heard that before.
I should be quiet.
So cannabisdaily.co, they actually put our website together at Green Crush. So they put it together. They ran with it. They said, hey, do you want us to make a website? They've been very helpful, and they're a bunch of great people. So cannabisdaily.co. Go online, Cannabis Daily, C-A-N-N-B-I-Z, or Z, daily.co, that's the same, isn't it? D-A-I-L-Y.co. And go check them out, and they have all the fantastic weed stories up to the minute. So, listen, let me explain this episode. As we know, we always deal with cannabis-y kind of things, and we do have a cannabis-y kind of guy on the line right now. This is a comedian named Andy Kindler. I've met him. I've worked with him. On the same show anyway. We didn't actually meet on that show. I think he's going somewhere else. But anyway,
you're the only person in show business who won't exaggerate.
I will not. I think he was on the show. I won't. I worked with him. My favorite one is where you wind up doing a gig at a club, and then later on, some huge star comes in, does a set, and then later on, that comic will say, yeah, I opened up for Jamie Foxx. You didn't really open up for him. It was I'll give you that it was contiguous in the time-space continuum, but you didn't really open up for him. But
I opened up for Jamie Farr. That's how old I am.
Is that a fact, or does that just roll out?
No, it's not a fact, but I thought it was a good pun.
No, okay. It is a good far. That's a long way to go for a far pun. Anyway.
Wordplay is easy and it's available.
Speaking of available, are you lighting one up right now?
No, I was going to decide. I said, the problem is I hope my therapist isn't listening. Why would my therapist be listening? She's got things to do. But I have to see her. I guess I could. I was thinking maybe of vaping.
Oh, okay. You're thinking of vaping right now? Like secretly, you mean?
Well, I have it right in my hand. It's easy.
Mm-hmm.
If I started to get my bong out, which I gave away in 1978, it'd take too long.
You'd have to find it and clean it out. It would take much too long.
Yeah, that would be. Well, that's the thing. This is one thing I cannot get used to on the new world. Is I'm from the generation where I smoked every single thing I could until you wasted nothing. I probably tried to smoke seeds and stems for a couple of years before realizing it wasn't going to happen. So I don't. This whole thing where where I see people dump out of their pipe what looks like good resin. I'm not used to that because it's only been legal here for since January 1st. So I always figure I gotta eat it, smoke it, because it's gonna go away.
You're just scraping out everybody's bong because you don't want to lose.
Yeah, I
out.
used to think everybody did that.
Yeah,
but they don't.
No, they're pretty dirty.
And I'm Jewish, so now it's a stereotype.
So you're throwing money away, is what you're saying.
No, the stereotype would be the Jewish guy. Oh, look at the Jewish guy. He's got to get all the resin out of the pipe.
Is that the stereotype?
I don't know. I guess the stereotype probably fell apart there a little bit. It's like Jews. The stereotype is that we're stingy or something. I overtip because I'm afraid of the Jewish stereotype of tipping.
Yeah. So you overtip. What does that mean? Say you had a $40 situation.
At least $1 or $2 over 20%. Because then the other thing is, if someone's very old and they saw me on Everybody Loves Raymond, they think I'm a celebrity, and then you can't be under tipping as a celebrity.
Did everybody really love Raymond?
They actually did. But not real. I don't know about that because a lot of people call it Everyone Loves Raymond. So you have to say to yourself, if everyone can't get the name right, maybe they should. Well, maybe they shouldn't change it now. But
yeah, it's a bit late now.
Hey, Raymond's popular, like that, something like that.
I always wanted to.
Hi, Raymond.
Hey, Raymond. Nice to see you, Raymond. Nice to see you, Raymond. Period.
Now, are you smoking now?
No. I do have I have access, but I'm not there yet. No. I'm just curious.
So I just. This thing is, some of these things, now maybe you can help me with, let's not turn this whole thing into answering my questions about cannabis, but I notice a lot of the vape, I don't feel a thing from the vape.
Oh, you might be doing it wrong. You might be doing it wrong.
Really? Well, I mean, I know there's things like dabs. I don't mean dabs.
We'll get into dabs later. There's all kinds of things dabs. You're just talking about vaping actual flower out of some kind of a machine?
No, I have that. That I have too. I have a dry vape, a dry powder. First of all, they used to never call flower before. Is this a new thing? Is this a marketing tool? Would you like to see? Every time I go in the pot shop, and by the way, I'm the only person who goes in the pot shop who is nervous that the people who work there think I'm going there too much. I'm worried they're judgmental. Weren't you here earlier this week? I swear to God, I have spent, my wife doesn't know this, but I spent $200 a week since January 1st, since it was legal here, on everything in everything in the pot shop. Yeah, since January 1st for non-medicinal, or not for just recreational, it's legal. And I'm so afraid it's going to be legal because of Jeff Sessions. I was spending $200 a week. Don't tell my wife, because that's the good thing about it. They're not allowing the banks to get involved.
So she can't look at your...
I'm laundering my money.
Well, I'm sure your wife's glad you're doing some kind of cleaning around the house anyway. That's good for you.
Well, my wife does not like all of the paraphernalia that goes along with the weed. I love it all.
Okay. Well, before we get into how much you love things, you were just talking about, regretting not cleaning out a 40-year-old bong. But I want to understand, when you are...
Wait, you could just refer to me as a 40-year-old bong? That is not nice at all.
How can I treat you like
that? I have been cleaned out. All right.
Sorry.
You've been scraped out. The goo has been removed. No, you were mentioning your.
Did you say the Jew has been removed?
The Jew
This
is
is
now.
unbelievable. What kind of is this like a right-wing alt-right cannabis show? I knew these existed.
I was just trying to ask you.
Okay, I'm ready now.
Yo,
I'm okay. And you're not even high now.
No, I'm not even high either. This is. I may not go there because wow. I just wanted to know. Not just wanted to know. I want to know a lot of things. But at the beginning of this, I wouldn't just settle for this fact, is what I mean to say. At the beginning of this, you said you might smoke something, you might vape something, but you were concerned about your therapist. Now, how does that exactly factor in? Like you're a bad boy if you smoke before you go to a session?
Yeah, that's the thing. My therapist has told me she doesn't care what I well, she doesn't say that. She doesn't care how much pot I smoke. Okay. She wants to know how I feel about how much pot I smoke.
Oh no, that's not
my
fair.
whole thing is I'm judgmental about everything. So I assume everything I'm doing is bad because I had a very low opinion of myself growing up, and so I would give over my expertise of what I would always be thinking that somebody's going to come in from another room and say you're smoking too much, and so I never really said to myself, what do I think about it?
Yeah, so you're just always getting away with it. You feel like you're involved in a crime all the time, and then this is a guilt trip?
Well, the other thing is that the short-term memory thing has been getting. Now I am getting older. People are lying about it online. I'm not.
Okay, this is Allen Park. You're on Green Crush. This is a live show.
What?
Yeah. Well,
my short-term memory. A lot of people get confused because when they go, "Oh, pot affects your short-term memory." No, that's what it does. It's taking away your short-term memory so you can enjoy yourself for 3 minutes. Right? Isn't that what it is?
Just wiping the slate
clean.
clean.
I got to pay these bills. And then, maybe I don't have to pay these bills. Right?
That's basically it, yeah. So, Andy, as a comic, I mean, when did you start? How old were you? A young guy? Or you must have been...
okay. Let me just say one more thing. The thing that, so I'm most worried with my therapist actually about being focused.
Oh.
That's the only thing I worry about.
You worry
when I'm
about,
in therapy.
About you being focused?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, me being focused to talk about, to get my problems out in a linear fashion.
Because the clock's running. Right? I mean, you want to get you don't want to come out of there. All high.
That's true. I don't know. I think what you're saying is go there today, blitzed in a lift. Take a lift over there, blitzed. Stagger in.
That's what I said.
Like it's Cheech and Chong 3.
Yeah, that's.
I started when I was like I think 14.
Oh my God, that's around when I started. And then this is before comedy, or what happened? How did the two cross over and become inextricably linked?
Did you think that every Jewish person is a working stand-up comic at 13? Is that what it is?
Is that not the case?
No, that is not the case.
Oh,
I was not. Believe it or not, at 13, I was just a complete fuck-up. I was not a stand-up comic. I thought I was funny, but there was no formal presentation of it.
At 13 years old, so you were.
Yeah.
It must be tough though if you're going to be expected at that age and on that day to deliver jokes at your own bris.
Oh, but the thing is, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think if it was like 14 or 15 or 16, because I used to exaggerate. I don't know if you did this. I said I had sex many years before I had sex.
Oh yeah.
I said I slept with more women than than men. Boom!
When really the opposite is
Bada
true.
Boom! Zing! Okay, I'm 2 puffs in. I'm 2 puffs. What am I, 90,000 years old? I'd like a puff. Give me a puff.
Give me a pass a puff, will you?
Oh, God. So
I've done, this thing is called, I can't say the name of this, right? Don't do that, right?
Yeah, you can say whatever you want.
It's called Bloom 1.
Bloom 1. That's the name of the machine?
No, it's a disposable thing that you just suck on and it looks like a cigarette at the end.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've had one of those. Yeah, it's there's different kinds. Bloom 1, huh?
This one I enjoy. This one is working for me.
Because it's in your hand right now? Is that the reason?
You see, now, maybe I can get... Now, why am I coughing from the vape?
Well, I don't know. Maybe you're telling me you don't get high ever from using a vape? Is that what you're saying? Because that's
No. Here's the deal. I don't get... Some of them I don't get high from. And then the ones I do get high, I feel it very much in my body. So it feels like an all-body thing. So maybe in that sense, it's curing my OCD.
So you're probably getting some kind of indica weed at that point then. Indica's more...
No, I mean, this even says sativa. This is a sativa vape. I think it's because I smoked pot for so many years.
Yeah.
That is the one thing I think is people say, well, you should quit for a week or a couple of weeks and see, yeah, you try it.
See how easy it is.
You tried stopping. So I remember the first time I got high, I don't know about you, but it was like a mushrooms or LSD. It was like it transformed my entire world.
Yeah, it did, yeah.
And I was laughing like a maniac and eating like an idiot.
Yeah, I was hanging out with some guys who were they were musicians, after school, high school kids, and we had equipment. We had real equipment, and I didn't know how to play yet. I was just hanging out with these guys, and I was leaning up against a bass amp. Really loud bass amp, just thumping away, and I remember melting into it. This was on my probably first or second time smoking dope, and I just thought I was merging and melding into the actual amplifier. It was so powerful.
Yeah, my friend Bill said the first time he got high, it was he was listening to the Doors break on through the other side in a car, and it's like I could really, I could see that, I could feel that pulsation.
Yeah. You could.
Well, that's why I believe in. That's why I believe in God. Is from my, not just from that, but
just from your friend.
From getting, what's that?
Because of your friend. That's why you believe in God.
No. Because I had what do you call them? Transformational, transcendent experiences when I first smoked pot, and in college when I did LSD and stuff like that. That made me feel like there's something going on in the universe that doesn't get summed up by an equation all the time. But it can be.
The mainstream writings and offerings, you mean? So you feel there's more going on out there. So you believe in ghosts? Let's just go right to it. Do you believe in ghosts, or are you talking like
no, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in anything that hasn't... I don't believe in anything that you could see where the profit's coming from. Like, I was watching this thing on TV because I was on Netflix, and I was like, I keep watching documentaries. So it's a documentary about this guy, and he said he took pictures of aliens outside his window. And then 20 minutes in, I Google, and supposedly the guys are, it's all fake. So I don't want to watch fake little aliens peering in from the outside of someone's house. I want to see a real. If you show me a real alien, I'll see it. But then I don't think you can see a real alien with that attitude.
You got to check your personality before you can meet a real alien. All right. Well,
but I absolutely believe that there's so many things. Like it's a long story, but I had a premonition in like an out of body experience before the earthquake in '94, and then this out of body experience. This was the Northridge quake.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And so I had about 5 out-of-body experiences. That I never had them again. They just stopped. But in one of them, I go to this like hotel, and this woman says, "Don't forget room 431." And then that's when the earthquake happened, like a month later at 431
in the room
in L.A.
Oh, I see. You mean at that time of day?
Yeah, in L.A. So now, do I think does that prove anything? No, I'm just saying I think that there were things that hundreds of years from now they might find these other senses and ways that we can pick up stuff, like when a mother knows that their daughter is sick or that kind of thing. I think there will be explanations for some of the stuff.
Yeah, and you feel like you might be involved in that whenever you get high? Is that what that is?
No. Well, I stopped doing. My wife and I both stopped doing hallucinogenics the same day. When you reach a certain age, this is mushrooms, and mushrooms are very unpredictable. because people think they're mellow, and they can be. But my wife and I, we took mushrooms, and we made the mistake of not going outside. We stayed indoors.
Oh boy!
And it got bad. And then we looked outside the window, and there were these kids like dueling with tennis rackets, or were they a foot from our face in the room with us? Or were they outside? Or were they 40-year-old Civil War reenactors? We were freaked out, and we said, we're going to watch TV. We turned on TV, and it was, I'll never forget, it was Entertainment Tonight, and we thought the guy hosting was the devil because he was smiling.
Oh, yeah.
And then at one point, they had Babyface Edmonds on, and Babyface, they said, what's your new album like? And they said, people want to put Babyface in a box. And that's it. We turned off the TV.
That's the end of
and
that.
we hard-knuckled it. And the only thing that saved us, I don't know if you have him up where you are, but there's a guy named Hugh Hauser. He's a California show where everything is happy with him.
What's his name?
He's like, yeah, this is a farm? That's fantastic.
What's his?
You drive this car yourself? That's amazing.
What's his first name again?
Hugh Hauser.
How do you
and
spell
he used
it?
to have a show called California Gold.
Huell? Is that like Huell or something?
Yeah, and Hauser is Howser.
Of course it is. And he was born in where? In Texas? I mean, you know.
I don't know. He did have a southern accent. That's interesting. Yeah, he did, because he was like, that's absolutely amazing. How is Hauser a southern? Now I think the vape's getting to me. Is Hauser a southern name?
Well, I don't know. It just sounded like, Huell Hauser. It just sounded like something.
Huell. That's right.
Yeah.
Huell. I think it's Huell more than Hauser.
So that's what happened. So your wife, you say you stopped taking it with your wife on the same day. You both, okay, that's enough of that. But have you ever tried anything that we don't really talk about this too much on the show yet? But have you tried DMT or
I tried the greatest drug I ever did, and I'm hoping that my life insurance man is not listening to the show.
He's not. He's not listening at all.
The best drug I ever had, and honest to God, it was the best drug I've ever had. I took ecstasy when it was legal, and it was still legal in Texas because they hadn't made a law about it. So the first ecstasy that they got in the late 80s was, and that I think was the most amazing, like they call it an empathogen. You probably know all this stuff. It's an empathogen.
Yeah, ecstasy. Wow, amazing.
Yeah, and they're using it again in therapy because it helps you look at traumatic experiences that, like PTSD stuff, that you might not be able to deal with without being traumatized. And now I didn't use it for that because I didn't get it from my therapist.
Hey, folks, if you're just Googling or not Googling, maybe you can't. Empathogens, like an empath, is these are it's on the internet, but like everything else. But I'll just tell you to catch up. It's a class of psychoactive drugs that produces experiences of emotional communion, oneness, relatedness, emotional openness. That is empathy or sympathy. So there you go. That's what that is.
Oh my God, this is like. I did not know that you would have. I knew you'd have more. Who doesn't have more information than me? But I didn't know that you could fill in the articulate gaps.
Oh yeah, no, this is how I'm still alive, pretty much. I'm just articulating the gaps the whole time. But listen,
you are a scientist.
I am. Well, I know about science. I'm not a scientist.
You know about science, right?
I know it's out there. But I did.
But
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's my.
I just want to say. One thing I wanted to say, I said that on my wedding night. No, the problem with ecstasy, and you know this, ecstasy, the actual lethal dose of ecstasy is not that much higher than the regular dose. I mean, it's 3 or 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
You literally could not OD on LSD. You could jump out of a window. But it's not. This is from what I know. It doesn't kill. It can't. It's like that. I think pot's pretty close behind. But there's not. It can't kill you from taking it. Yeah. Ecstasy, because it's not legal, you don't know what you're taking, and that's why. And I started to get shipments that didn't seem good, and I said, I can't deal with this. I just can't deal. You don't normally have to worry about pot that you're smoking too much.
No, you don't normally have to worry about that. You used to have to worry about any kind of concern you have about smoking pot. If you really break it down, Andy, is that particularly in Canada, a lot of these government, and I would imagine almost any country that offers state-grown or license-produced, government-okayed weed is never all that fantastic. You don't get a lot of great reports on how wonderful this stuff is.
Well, you mean beyond things like Marinol? You mean like where they're getting it from?
Yeah. I mean the actual place where they're growing the flower and raising it. And there's a company here in Canada called Organigram. Now I'm sure you know the root word of both of those words are organic and gram, and yet they were caught with non-organic substances in their final product, and then they made a bunch of caterwauling about how, well, we didn't know that was in there. Well, it's not even supposed to be in your building. And then the government tells you that's the place you have to buy it from. And you have to stop buying it from all the cool places that, when Andy Kindler comes to Toronto and needs to get some, you can't buy it from there anymore. Andy has to be part of the Canadian legal system and will have to go to the store and, oh boy.
Are you telling me that I'm not going to enjoy being able to buy pot in Montreal?
I think you've had your last pleasurable time in Canada. Yeah, could be.
Wow, I don't want to hear that.
No, you just stick to the other side. No, it's okay. You just have to stick to the other side. You just have to say, look,
well,
their
I have a
system's not working.
friend. A friend who's a comic who's married to a chemist, and this chemist, he said that he didn't work with because he said because pot was illegal for so long here, they don't able. He goes. He was saying the strains and the sativa and the indica is there's so much more they're going to learn now that they can openly do it,
Mm-hmm. No, absolutely. It's incredible.
Is he right?
He is dead right. Yeah, we had a guy a couple of weeks ago on the show, and I'm still in contact with him, and he is a chemist as well. Alex the Chemist. Quick shout out. He's at Alex the Chemist. And he said that I'm not sure if this was on the show or not, or just after when we were talking, but they've got it to science now where they can extract out of the cannabis every viable agent in there, such as, obviously the part that gets you high, THC, then the CBDs. There's CBDA, CBD, different CBDs. There's different terpenes, different cannabinoids, where basically he described it to me like we can extract every single thing out of the plant and line it up like it looks like a pencil crayon kit. And they color code them so that they can use so that all of the properties. So it's not just like in the old days, you and I in high school. One day you smoked a joint, you got really stoned, you didn't understand it. And the next time you smoked a joint, it was all in your head and it felt different. You didn't even realize one was indica, one was sativa. But these guys are putting it down to specific tendrils of using this medicine and combining them together. So maybe 5 or 6 or 7 of those compounds would help you with your eyes. Say like glaucoma or whatever, better than just taking the whole thing in on its own. So they're getting it down to like a painfully accurate science, and those are the best kinds of science.
Well, let's say my mom, who has Parkinson's.
Oh wow!
She would never. She has Parkinson's syndrome. My mom is 88, and she's doing good, but she would never smoke. She doesn't. I don't remember her pulling out a joint when we were younger.
It didn't happen for your mama.
No, not from her generation.
But there's a lot of folks that do, Andy. A lot of folks, older folks do. I know. I've met a lot of people. You get over that stigma.
But what would so I would be able to find something for her to do, right?
Yeah.
That because I heard it. They are. Wait a second. Is that coffee that's helping Parkinson's, or is it pot?
Right. Right now?
Yeah, I heard coffee. Coffee is very good for Parkinson's.
Could be. Let me just get a cup, and then I'll be able to think about it better.
Coffee, I think there's a very, my life was changed, not just from this conversation, but my life was changed. No, I'm serious. I can't speak to anybody who knows anything, and I know from the words you're using that there's information contained in your words.
I do have lots of information.
And this happened to me when I went to an interview at High Times, and the guy there started, I'd never heard about any of this thing of the cannabinoids and I'd never heard of it before, and then it all started to make sense to me because, the fact that it across the board can generally make you feel better then obviously then you could see how it could be applied to different conditions for different reasons. I'm not speaking from knowledge now. You can tell I'm riffing.
No, that's okay. I love it when you riff, but you're dead right about it. Absolutely, it's 100%. Here's a lot of facts that people don't know. This is a nutritive. You might not know this. At the very beginning of everything, if you want to go back to the Bible or whoever wrote those ancient pages, they speak about God creating the planet, and in Genesis 1:11 and 12. And this isn't like a hyper Christian show or anything, but it's written down there by whoever wrote that stuff in the Bible. That God brought it forth. It's in Genesis 1:11, 12, and 29. And it explains there how that stuff was put on the earth. Now, if you don't believe in the Bible, I understand. That's fair enough. If you do believe in the Bible, you've got a really big problem being a purified or so Christian and looking down on cannabis when there it is in your owner's manual for your use. This is a food. It's a vitamin. There's a book on that you should get, Andy, by Dr. Michelle Ross. She was on the show. Vitamin Weed. And basically the whole premise is this. Since 1937 or whenever the Americans struck it out of, it used to be called cannabis, then they called it marijuana by associating it with the Mexicans, the ancient, that whole thing, That was why they called it marijuana, to trade on the America's already existing racism. And
right.
Call it marijuana.
Wait, Americans are racist?
Yeah.
I can't... you wouldn't know that these days.
This is just coming off the telex in 1937. Apparently, it says they are.
I'm
racist.
so pleasantly surprised by Trump's kindness.
He's got his foot right on the pulse.
Hey, who doesn't he hate? Let's start with that. Okay, so keep going because
okay.
what was the name of that book?
It's called Vitamin Weed by Dr. Michelle Ross. There's another great one called The Great Cannabis Conspiracy, which is by Dr. Sam Malachi, Mellace. Anyway, they both explain in their books, and the kind of thing that trips me out about it is I kind of intuited this before I read the books from going down the road I went. But basically, this is a food, and so it was, just think of it as any other kind of food that is important, such as a vitamin. Imagine if in the late 30s they decided that citrus in any of its forms was a bad idea for you to have. And so since 1937, no one has had this nutrient called vitamin C. And then if you got caught with an orange tree or a lime tree, you could go to jail. And it's not that hard to spin it around to that. And basically, you haven't had this nutritive compound in your body ever.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
In the country of scurvy, I don't know if you're aware of this, in the country of scurvy...
They hate weed there.
The country of scurvy banned citrus.
You can't get anything?
The year 1000.
Not even a kumquat?
No, not in scurvy.
Okay. Well, that's too bad. That's really unfortunate. I'm going to have to maybe cancel my visa to go there. But
okay, I'm sorry about that.
That's
joke.
okay. No, I'm okay. It's perfect.
Have you had scurvy? Is that why it bothers you?
Personally touches me, yes. But it's basically you don't have this nutritive compound. So as a person growing, as a baby, not getting it from mother's milk, and so forth and so on, the rest of your life, not taking in this essential nutrient. Just imagine any other essential nutrient, whatever, calcium, magnesium, anything, that you're not getting into you ever. So over the course of your life, of course, you're going to break down in some ways. And yeah, there's pollution and there's shitty food and there's all those other things. But if you don't have this armored force of nutritive compound in your body, you can't really expect to get through your life unscathed. So once I started taking this in a certain concentrated form and catching up, basically, I'm pretty good. I'm feeling fantastic. I keep going in for tests and it just keeps working. So I won't be told it doesn't work. I mean, you could try.
So what is it? What is the nutrient? What are the nutrients? Is it all the things you were talking about before with the terpenes?
Yeah, the terpenes, the phytocannabinoids, they call them, because they're coming from a plant. Phytocannabinoids, the cannabinoids, the CBDs, they call them, the cannabidiols, kind of hard to pronounce. But CBDs, these are all the nutritive compounds. The THC, we've been listening to them tell us forever about how it damages your brain. Now, I don't know how it can do that when the science now shows it also, if it does damage your brain, that's amazing. I don't know about that. But it actually kills the protein that causes the protein that causes the Alzheimer's disease will actually kill that protein. THC, the thing that's supposed to ruin your brain, actually ruins the thing that ruins your brain. So,
well, that's the big tragedy, is that because it was made illegal drugs, and because I've read the Acid Dreams is a good book.
Yeah.
About the CIA and acid, and it's like that. People like me, when I grew up, I just assumed that everything was lying, what they were saying, because it was all just propaganda.
Yeah.
And that's actually made the cocaine thing worse, because when cocaine first came out, people were the word, not just on the street, even like from medical people, was that it was kind of like a mellower. It wasn't really that dangerous, and then people started dying from it. But why would you trust any information about cocaine or any information about anything when the government, their job is to lie to you on these issues?
Yeah, and because it's illegal, because it's, I don't do cocaine. I have done cocaine back in the 80s, and I don't do it anymore.
I don't do it either, but I did do it back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I think it's a bad drug.
Me too. I don't care, but I also don't want to put you in jail if you do take some more.
No. No. And also, some people I think it's you know more about this than I do, but it's a metabolism. Some people, I particularly got very high from cocaine, and then I would get very, very depressed. And then I was a 80s comic who was not making a lot of money, so thank God
I still am.
I couldn't get further. Yeah, thank God I couldn't get further. But no, and that artificial feeling where you come down and you have to get back up again. That's the greatest thing about pot, is that when it recedes in a mellow way.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So this
I'm
is
telling the expert. I'm telling Mr. Wizard things that Mr. Wizard knows. All right.
I know I know how I got me out of trouble. All I'm trying I have to remind people that I'm not any kind of wizard or any kind of thing. I know you're joking, but I do hear stuff like this from people. And the only reason is because I personally was presented with a series of circumstances which suck, and I was able to get out of it. And a lot of people can't, or haven't been able to, or don't know these things. And if you don't know these things, that's okay right now. But if somebody else, maybe dying, doesn't know these things, and he's only a couple of weeks away from knowing them, that's why I do this show. That's why. But I do want to. Do you want
to? Can you catch me up with because I should have looked online, but I didn't look online. Can you catch me up with what you went through a little bit, or have you gone through it too much?
I always assume that some people have never heard the show before, so I would assume most people haven't heard the show before, just because we have 50 of them in the bank or whatever. But
well, if I'm on the show, no one's heard of it.
Yeah, no one's heard of it. We don't know who this guy is. So, okay, here's real quick. So there I was, living my life, and then at the beginning of 2013, I'm in this showbiz game, and I hadn't worked for a little while on television or what have you, and I decided to work out so that I could get a little bit bigger and stronger and kind of change my look and try this whole thing again, And during that time, I was pretty much the largest I'd ever been for myself, about 190 pounds, pretty good shape, and I pulled a rib in the gym, and I blame that on maybe not working out properly, or just a bad arc on the bending of the weight, or maybe I didn't warm up enough. But it turns out that the reason that my rib popped is because my bones were metastasizing. That's kind of like your smooth surface bone goes more like a sponge surface and starts to rot away. So therefore the muscly or sinew attachments can't stick on it anymore. Like if you put a suction cup on a glass of water, that'll stick on there. But if you put it on a tree branch, it's not going to stick on there. So that's what the metastasizing was doing. So there I was in what seemed to be, I was in the best shape of my life on the outside. On the inside, I was rotting away from stage 4. So that's kind of how it started at the beginning of 2013. So 6 weeks later, I'm not.
Where did it show up first?
Well, in my rib. I was doing an exercise in the gym.
And I got you.
The rib muscle, or so I thought, came off the bone because I was improper or I didn't warm up.
That had that not happened, who knows how long? Who knows how you would have found out, because you were feeling okay physically.
Right, exactly. So 6 weeks is like, oh God, I can't work out in the gym. That sucks. Anyway, so closer to 6 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I'm still hurting, and in fact more so, and it's floating around my rib cage. And so then I'm over the counter meds, and I don't know what's wrong with me. What's going on here? And then I started to go to the doctor, and I spent some time in June and July and September at doctors of increasing importance until later on they well, I don't know. You seem to be, you're okay. All your levels that we're checking, hint, hint, not enough level checking, are okay. And you should be all right. Meanwhile, I'm deteriorating, and by the end of November, I was just, I was petrified. I was so scared. I was in such pain. I could barely walk. I was showing up at gigs way early and leaving way late, so no one would really see me walk around. I remember going on stage once, a couple of weeks before my diagnosis in November. I had to do this thing where, kind of a wide stage, not as big as the Saint Denis in Montreal. I say that because I know you'll know the size of that stage, but a pretty good sized stage.
Oh, that's maybe one of the larger rooms I've bombed in.
Yeah. So imagine a room about 2/3 the size of that, and as I'm coming on stage, I can barely walk. Okay, so it looks like I'm an old man in agony. So instead of giving that up to the crowd or telling anybody about it, I make a big deal of it. I make a meal of how long it's taking me to get to my lectern in this debate. Kind of like Tim Conway as the old guy that he used to do. Remember that?
Was this a CBC?
Yeah, it was
Debaters?
at CBC. So exactly. So I'd come out and I'd do a couple of steps, and then I'd stop and turn and wave and be ridiculous. And I just took way too long to get out to my lectern, and I was just covering. I thought maybe if I make it seem like I'm sucking up every bit of adulation and applause for way too long, that'll be funny compared to giving up the ghost that I'm in mortal agony over here. So those are the kind of head games. And then you do your show, and it's all great, and then you leave and go home. And but by the end of November, I woke up one day, and it was so terrible. The pain by that is what I mean, that I managed to get myself down to a hospital. And in the emergency ward, they decided to tell me that I was stage 4 aggressive advanced prostate cancer, which had already metastasized into much of my body. And 5 weeks later, I was told by the expert that there was nothing they could do, that I was too far gone for chemo, radiation, or surgery. But by that time, I'd already been using cannabis oil and experiencing a lot of positive results. And then 6 months later, I finally told my prostate doctor why I thought I was doing better, and he recommended that I stop taking that oil because they didn't know much about it and it was probably dangerous. The same guy that said he had nothing for me to use. So
that's really almost that's a little malpractice-y. If there's nothing he can do, why would he?
Well, when I asked him, I said, "Is there anything else that could be done?" And he said, "No." So therefore, I'm supposed to have been dead. I'm sure that's why he imagines I'd ever visit his office, and I am going to visit his office one day with a camera crew, and we'll have some fun.
Hey, if you can't get revenge, what's the point of getting well?
That's about it. So that's my little story in a nutshell. People have heard it ad nauseum. I've gone into particularly gross details here and there along the way. But right now, hey, listen,
now, so when you go in, your numbers are good now.
Yeah, my numbers are good. Now, the last 2 times I went in, they were not so great. Like, there was one thing called the PSA score, and it was just outside of the comfort zone after 36 months of being in there perfectly. And it came out a little bit again last month, and so I'm back onto a course of taking the oil, and we'll see next month where I'm at. And my doctor now concedes that if everything goes back in the box, then he has to, or as Richard, what's his name, said in All of Me, back in the bowl. If it all goes back in, then I'm good to. He has admitted he will have to start doing some serious homework regarding cannabis and cancer, if I can pull this off. So we'll see what happens.
Well, and it's been since 2014.
Yeah,
that you've been feeling. Yeah. That you were feeling better, or?
Well, in 2014, I had a great. 13 was my down year. 14 was my up year. But at the end of 14, 15 started again, and it got real bad again, and it was a terrible year. 15, and then I managed to get out of it again, and it's all because I had a crummy batch of weed that time, and the oil I was using was relatively inert. So I crashed pretty badly while the cancer was coming back. And but anyway, it's okay now, and I'm using this oil. I can tell that I feel great. I can, you get a sense of how you're doing better than ever before once you go through something like this. So
yeah.
Anyway, it's something that I found because I was told there was nothing else at all. So sorry, I'm an expert. I'm a surgeon. You can't really get past me. I'm one of the most sought after people in Canada, this doctor kind of guy. And I didn't feel like he was on top of things, and I found something else that works. So,
well, the thing about it is, it's clearly the problem to me is that there's clearly only certain areas. I mean, they knew about they still don't quite know what makes Chinese medicine work, but they knew for many, many years that it did work. So it's like, there's so many things that regular doctors they want to have evidence, double blind, whatever the hell they want. And if they don't have evidence, they don't normally even want to look into a field. But anything that's ever been cured before in the history of our world, it's like I'm sure the guy who did penicillin, maybe they're like, stop playing around with that stupid fungus.
Yeah, what
you
are you
idiot.
You're going to get that on your socks, and then we'll have a whole new problem. Yeah.
Or how about the fact that Albert Hoffman, who's a Swiss chemist, who, as you know, discovered LSD, it dropped on his finger when he was working on a rye fungus, and he got high. And
That's what he says. Anyway. That's what he tells everybody. Anyway,
That's what he tells people. He doesn't say anything anymore. Since he's been dead, nothing. Not one word.
That's true.
No Tibetan book. I haven't heard from him from the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Nothing.
No Bardos. Nothing. Yeah.
What's Bardos?
That's in the Tibetan. That's in the Tibetan Book of the Dead. The Bardos.
Oh, I only know the titles of things. I know nothing. It's like I Ching. I'm all over it. Yet the only thing I've read a little bit of, because I had to argue that it was the root of all evil on a Comedy Central show, was I had to try and read Dianetics.
Oh, okay. Oh, you read that? When did you do that?
2000. I think 2008. I did a Scientology was the root of all evil type of thing. It was Louis Black show.
Oh, okay.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun doing it. And he's a terrible writer, that guy. I can't believe that he was popular as a pulp writer. His writing is just so awful.
Sorry,
I know you're a big
this?
L. Ron Hubbard poetry fan. But, his poetry, sure. Great at haiku. But the book is just horrible.
Dianetics.
And so...
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a Scientology thing.
Yeah. I read that book. Well, I read some of it. I did a high school report where in world religions, and I took on Scientology and went down to the place in Toronto and went through the whole process. They hypnotized me.
Wow.
They hypnotized me. I went in there too young. I needed to be 18 years old, and I was only 17, and I hang on to my little alibi, and I go through everything, and they showed me everything. There was a little office upstairs where when the eminent one would come, that was his office, and they had a picture of him in his little sailor's outfit.
I mean, he's creep. I mean, those pictures are creep. Those pictures don't make you go, "Oh, I want to join." He looks like an evil skipper from Gilligan.
Yeah,
he looks like if the skipper was someone you would be, if you were scared of Alan Hale, and he put out a creepy vibe. That's what L. Ron Hubbard.
Yeah. Like Gilligan says, I don't want to hang around here. I don't want to hang around here and sleep in your tent. I want to go sleep in a different tent.
What has anything ever been sexy about some sea-going guy? Oh, the ladies love the nautical themes.
Apparently, they say they do. Hey, just to get this out of the way before we move on, a bardo is a transitional state, okay, between death and rebirth. So it's like
whoa,
yeah. It's a little place to hang out while you're not quite sure if you're coming back or not. And there's a lot of them.
Is that who Bridget Bardot was named after? And is Bridget Bardot the one who is now like a racist?
I heard
one of
that.
those people. One of the beautiful women from that time period is now like a racist. And it could be Bridget Bardot. If it's not, I apologize to you, Ms. Bardot.
You like to do that in person, I bet. If you could apologize to
yeah,
her.
I would.
Even if she's the racist, you'd probably want to apologize to her in person. Anyway.
That's the problem. Yeah. That's why I actually was attracted to a racist in the late when I was a wolf-like comic on the road, looking to score, and I'm proud to say that I was able to overcome my horniness to be by her racism. So I couldn't consummate the act.
Oh, God. Well, that's, sometimes when you don't consummate things, it's a lot better than you think.
Yeah, but you. Well, that's. Oh, look, you don't have to tell me. I've done so many after-school specials. I told my wife I'd be blind somewhere in a clinic right now if I hadn't gotten married. You know what I'm saying?
I thought you were going to say if that.
I would have had a Craigslist premium account. Is what I would have had.
I thought you were going to say you'd have been blind if that thing about masturbation was true.
Right. That's also true.
That's another one. Yeah. So,
yeah,
Andy, as a creator. You're a creator. Let's tell people that people that listen to this show. We don't do a lot of There aren't a lot of laughs on this show. We've had more. I know you're going to find this hard to believe. More laughs on this show than the last 10 put together because we don't usually talk to someone who's funny. But as a creator, tell people who you are. I want to ask you about something George Carlin said. You remember George Carlin?
Of course.
One of the great. I don't know how you feel about him, but I think he's one of the great comics ever.
Is it the thing where he says once a month he smoked pot even after he quit everything else?
Yeah. What did you?
No. Is that it?
No. What I wanted to ask was he said something that was. I'd like to hear about that. But what he said was that he doesn't participate in cannabis in the greater mining of the material when he's writing stuff, but he puts his stuff together, and he was doing a special a year for 30 years or whatever it was, but then he punches, and then it's punch-up time. That's what he said he would do. He'd smoke a joint once the big, the tough work is done, and then he would find little things that didn't occur to him when he was sober.
That I definitely remember him saying, and I think it was also because at one point, I know he quit all drugs, and then he had sometimes he slipped back, but I think mostly he had abstained in the last years of his life, except that for doing pot. Of course, he didn't know, nobody knew. I guess some people knew then about the stuff you're talking about, but because it was illegal, we didn't get any good. I didn't get any vitamin pot that I know of as a kid.
No, but there's a thing, going back to that because it was illegal, that is why. This is the ugly circle, okay? The reason that it's, well, you can't really put a fork in it at the beginning, but basically it is illegal. Therefore, it's not accessible enough without a lot of hassle. Therefore, not a lot of work and research can be done on it. Therefore, the cries and the complaints about how good it is and how it's being repressed go unlistened to. And then they'll say, well, you can't prove that. We don't have enough research on it. And then you say, well, that's okay. Do some more research. And then they go, well, no, we can't. It's illegal. And then that's their excuse for keeping it out of our hands for so long and for not knowing these helpful things that it can bring to our lives.
Well, that's the thing. Like we're going right through right now. I'm in therapy twice a week, and not just because of Trump, but it's like, there's so much nonsense. You know what? I just forgot. This happens to me, and you have to tell me what's going on.
It's
my short-term memory.
Okay,
short-term memory really is getting. I know, but it's like my short-term. Do you have any idea what I said 12 seconds ago?
Well, you were just sort of sputtering about how you were about to say something. Is that close enough? I'm pretty sure. Maybe that was 15 seconds ago.
It's something about cannabis. Oh, when they lie to you, something about being lied. The government. Something about the government. No, like Trump. What's going on with Trump? This is how I called Trump Hitler. I was comparing, I'm Jewish, so I compare everyone to Hitler my whole life.
Sure.
I would say to my mom, this is from my act, like, see you in the morning, Ava Braun. Jews, so I compare everyone to Hitler, and I was the first person to say Bill Maher is like Hitler, except at least Hitler was likable. And then Dane Cook was the Dane Cook phenomenon. The Dane Cook phenomenon reminded me of Hitler because when Dane Cook got popular, it reminded me of Germany in the 30s. There's a guy yelling, "You don't get it." All your friends are laughing for some reason, but you still don't get it. Except Dane Cook is worse than Hitler because at least Hitler had a point of view, ladies and gentlemen. And so I've updated that material to say that Trump is just like Hitler, except at least Hitler was a veteran. This is absolutely true, Alan. Hitler served in World War I, and he got poison gassed. So I was trying to get a little empathy going for Hitler. But the point is, I've been saying Trump was like Hitler from the beginning, and this is what governments can do. I don't want to get people depressed because I ultimately, spiritually, I'm like spiritually optimistic all the time.
Spiritual optimism.
Which I'm sure you are. You have to be.
I am. I certainly am. Yeah. I'm not humanistically positive about things based on what I see. We're into the Kali Yuga at this point, but I think that...
What's that? What's that one? That sounds like Dennis Miller.
Oh.
Kali Yuga, cha-cha.
I guess... Hey, let me tell you something about the Kali. Yeah, I
all my favorite comedians became right-wing fascists.
Oh, is that right? Who else besides Dennis?
He's like a No, I'm just kidding, but he's like a fascist now.
Oh, yeah.
He's terrible.
Well, that was during the George Bush times, right? I mean, that was during George Bush.
No, after
times.
9/11, Dennis Miller got a little mean and angry. Well, he was always mean and angry. But
yeah. Well, the Kali Yuga, there's the 4 times. There's the 4 stages of age, like the ages, right? The ages, they're called yugas. And the Kali Yuga is that the world goes through a cycle of yugas, and according to the Sanskrit scriptures, this stuff goes back a long way. I mean, did you do any clubs? Was there a Sanskrit Borscht Belt? But they had...
No, I never did that, but I did listen to a lot of Alan Watts in the 70s and 80s. No, 80s mostly. What? Yeah, so I know bits and pieces of these kind of Sanskrit things. And what's the religion that's based on?
Let's see. It's the
Upanishad. Are you going down the Upanishad?
The Upanishad road. The Krishna's departure marks the end of the Dvapara Yuga and starts the Kali Yuga, which is dated to up until February 3102. So you've got a chance to get booked before that ends. But basically, this is the worst time where everything comes apart. It's basically, it means, Kali Yuga means strife, discord, quarrel, or contention. And this is the 4th of those times. And once this all ends, then it apparently resets and starts over again. There's your...
like, how about a man who could be said to be 60, who could be accused of being 60? Will I live to see it?
Oh, no, you're not going to live to see it. No.
Oh, okay, but that's good. I just I want to make a nice table for people. You know what? I wanted to say one thing, though, that's very important that I believe in.
Okay.
Is that I hate this. I'm sorry to cut off a laugh, but that's my whole act. I hate the new atheist movement so much, more than like I hate anything, basically. Because
what does that mean, the new atheist movement? What do you mean?
The new atheist movement are people like Sam Harris, and there's a guy in Canada, maybe, I don't know, Jordan Peterson is a different thing, but there's a whole bunch of and basically Sam Harris, and they're all basically saying that all religion is terrible and the Islam is the worst. And it's like, anybody I know who's spiritual, I'm not talking about fundamentalists.
Right.
I'm talking about people who are actually, adults and have gone to a concert or tried to watercolor, and, it's like, I never took did I, as a Jewish man, want to sacrifice? I don't have any kids, but did I have an urge to sacrifice my firstborn because there's some story in the Old Testament? These are all supposed to be metaphorical or based on stories that go back so long. Nobody has, only fundamentalists and these new atheists take the Bible literally.
Oh, okay.
And it's made me mad because it's made me like the things that we're talking about. If you are just going to say, well, I can't believe any of these books that you're talking about until you show me, it's like it's poetry sometimes. It's art.
Yeah.
It's like that's the connection. And I just think, and I don't think I'm wrong about this. I think people who are younger coming up now are actually less cynical. That's only from when I'm talking to some people. But I think people are maybe getting more open now towards, not so like, that's an ancient book, so I'm not going to listen to it.
Right. Well, I talk about this is a good juncture to spend a little bit of time on, because I do talk about it on the show, and I don't know what people think about. I don't know necessarily if I need to care about what they think, but I do reference the Bible specifically for this. So let me get it out of the way, and I'll tell you why I do it. And I say it all the time because whether or not you believe in the Bible, if you go to jail or go to court, there's a very good chance you'll be taken into a courtroom where the Bible is sitting, and then you'll be asked to put your hand on it and tell the truth. And of course, you can say, no, that's okay. I'm a Muslim. I'm not going to swear on the Bible or whatever you are. Or I'm just going to tell the truth. But they do provide that Bible for you to swear on. So let me just refresh you. You probably remember if you're a Christian from Sunday school, Genesis. So this is basically page 1 of the Bible. Page 1, chapter 1, and God said. So here's what I would do. If I was in court and there was some kind of possession charge, you know, if that was going to be a thing, and they'd say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'd say, well, I do, but I just need to check this Bible first. Let's make sure it's an accurate one. Flip it open here. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass. Ding, ding, ding. The herb yielding seed. There it is again. And the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth. And it was so. So that's 1:11. And then on 12 says, and then the earth brought forth grass, and the herb yielding seed after his kind, and the tree yielding fruit whose seed was in itself, and after his kind. And God saw that it was good. So God thinks it's good. What's this charge you've got here, Your Honor, about I was holding on to something that God says is good? So basically, that's kind of where I'm at. And then on 29, it says, and God said, behold, I have given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth. This would explain cannabis being in just about every country. And every tree in which the fruit of a tree yielding seed, to you it shall be for meat. And then you get into the whole vegetarian kind of argument. But basically, I say, like, if you believe in the Bible, great. You have to now accept that these things are relating to this stuff is a food, it's a vitamin, it's a nutrient. I mean, Andy, you just want to juice this stuff. You want to juice it. You want to eat it. You want to make ice cubes out of it and put it in smoothies. You want to make little pastes and hummuses out of the seeds. I mean, this is the manna from heaven, as they say. And the more of it you take in, the better health. And it doesn't even have to be the kind that has THC in it. You can use the male plants. Think of all those stoner
No,
friends.
I want all of it.
Almost did a spit
I
take,
want
you bastard.
I want all of it.
Yeah, so that's why I reference the Bible, and I think it's important to, if you were a Muslim and you had this charge and you went into court and said, yeah, I'll swear on the Bible, this Bible here that says this, that I can have this. So they've put up a series of laws around it. They've tried to restrict us from getting on top of it, and people like us keep on using it all the time anyway. It's never going to stop.
Right.
No,
and it's never going to. I mean, like, for example, they know so little, and this I only know from reading stuff, but they know so little about nutrition. So, like, there's so much, in all the cultures, like, where they make, it's like, how in comedy, as people get less bigoted, there's less area. It's like people get cheap laughs in the old days from whatever it was, Polish people.
Yeah.
But, like, I lost my place again. You know why? Because I said something about
Polish
prejudice.
People. Oh, sorry.
Polish people. If you learn nothing more from this session. Now, what can I take to get this memory back? I don't think I have. I hope I don't have early onset dementia. Well, what do you recommend?
Well, I think, I don't want you to get onset dementia either, but more importantly, I don't want you to find out that you were already told that. But what I want to find out is...
Oh, I get you.
So what I wanted to find out, though, was what you were saying, to answer your question, was that, folks who have been using this stuff for I say we're going to be using it anyway, even though they're telling us not to use it and setting up.
Right.
And that's where you jumped off. So I don't know what you were going to say.
I know, but can you imagine if you had the power to know where I was going with it? We'd be like the Smothers Brothers. That's how the Smothers Brothers got started.
I'd have you on every week if that were the case.
If that was the case.
Yeah. But
I think, though, I'm learning through therapy that I think what's happening with the short term. Here's what's happening. I think that my natural state is to, and I don't want to start to sound like one of these
New York
artists, but but it's like my natural state is to be like in the moment and kind of like stream of consciousness.
Yeah.
And so I think pot affects that in a way that if I get freaked out when I'm talking to you and I know I'm on a podcast, I know we're not home, people are listening to it.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit more anxiety producing. So as soon as I forget what I just said, I get completely, it's like on stage, my mind goes blank. all the time. Like I didn't know I had ADHD when I was a kid, and I didn't know until I really knew I had it. But it's like my mind goes blank, but that's kind of what my mind wants to do. It's more like the anxiety of me having to remember what I just said because I'm on a show.
Well, I've got something you can use. I don't know how you're going to incorporate this. Okay, so don't start telling me how this isn't going to work. But
it's not going to work.
Oh, see? Now, right away, that's it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's it.
Sorry.
Show's over. We're done. No, I just wanted to tell you, if you ever get to the point, you still feel like from time to time you're too high, or there's a problem, or a bit paranoid, or a bit anxious, or what have you. You ever get that feeling?
I get tired.
You get tired. Okay.
I get tired, and like if I'm on a deadline to write comedy, then the pot can make me not want to write the comedy.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it keeps you up.
No, it makes me sleep.
It makes you sleep. Okay, well, I think you're taking the wrong kind. At that point, you should be taking a sativa rather than a indica.
I think that's definitely right, because so this chemist was telling me that I told you about before. He was saying that the way that everything is defined into sativa and indica is still not at an incredibly advanced stage. I don't know if he's right about that.
That's true.
But I do notice that when I stick to the sativa, I absolutely don't get as tired, even more than the blends.
Oh, yeah.
You know? Like the blends make me tired.
Well, unfortunately, here the truth of it is that the blends are pretty much everything. Because if you have a sativa right now, there's going to be some indica in there, and if you have an indica right now, there's going to be some sativa in there.
Right? So it's a percentage thing.
Yeah. So you're not going to have a full-on 100%.
One way or the other.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get that going on.
It's some of it. It has to be a little yin yang. You're saying, right?
I am.
There needs to be some yang with the yin. If I knew what that concept meant, I could probably say something intelligent about it.
Well, if you did, you could probably put it on your wall like a little poster. But listen, here's the tool I'm going to give you to help you out, because this.
Oh, sorry.
This may help you out. And if you have a friend, and if anybody listening, if Andy has a friend, or you have a friend, or you yourself, if you've had any negative experience, perhaps you're too high, or you're anxious, or whatever it is, the terpene. There's a terpene inside the cannabis that's doing that. So that's one of the pencil-colored crayons I was telling you about that you might not notice.
It's making it more psychoactive?
Yeah. Or it's making the psychoactivity, not more psychoactive, but it's making the psychoactivity going into a certain direction. Like you said, like you're more writing or more stream of consciousness with this one, and maybe more athletically inclined with that one, and like athletes use it to train and what have you. But all I'm trying to say is, if you get too high, or you're a little bit not thrilled with the way the results of your most recent toke has gone, you can reverse a lot of that anxiety and or stress and or negative feeling within using the terpene in reverse. And you would do that by sniffing freshly ground black pepper.
Are you serious?
Yep.
Wow.
So that's why I said don't ask me how to do it, because ideally what you would do is you'd have a little container, a little grinder, a little pepper mill, the size of your vape.
Right, I do have that.
You got one the size of your vape?
No, but you know how they have these days with the like it's the Jetsons. They have a small thing. It's like the size of a regular spice container, but it has a grinder on the top.
Hang
on,
it's
unbelievable.
Are you telling me
it's like a small pot grinder?
Gee, is it going clockwise when you crank it?
I don't know. I don't know any of that righty, loosey, lefty. But the thing is, what you're telling me is so, because I had a couple of experiences on pot that were like really bad acid trips.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. This would help you out there.
Really, really paranoid.
Okay, so
and I didn't realize the terpenes did that.
Yeah, the terpenes. So I'm not exactly even sure if it's the terpene that's causing it. I really do think it is, though. And then you're using the old vaccination. The what am I trying to say here? The structure of vaccinations is a little bit of something of what you're supposed to be allergic to, or whatever it is. That's gonna clean it up for you. But with freshly ground pepper, if you had a little container with you, threw it in your backpack or something, in case you get too messed up or something like that happens to you, and now this is why I say be careful. You got to crank some in the palm of your hand and just lean over and sniff it without snorting it up your nostrils, and that's a whole other problem.
I don't want to get anything to get in the way of my chewing tobacco.
You're a chaw man, are you?
No, I'm not. But it's just like I actually think of myself. That's one thing I think I could definitely avoid.
Chaw?
Yeah, I
you
think
don't,
I'd avoid it.
you don't feel an addictive tug in that direction.
I don't have a hankering for it. I really don't.
You've been able to abstain the.
So the thing about me getting tired. Well, here's the thing.
It's not from playing baseball.
Sometimes everything is how you feel about it.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to learn through therapy is like when I smoke, I know that sometimes I get tired, but because I'm so trained to think I'm doing something wrong, I just let it go to that don't smoke when you're tired. But what I'm not doing is actually recording how I feel as I'm feeling it, because a lot of times I'll feel something and it'll make me think I'm depressed.
Right.
But I'm not. And so, and that's the thing that therapy is good with, because you start to, I've learned that a lot of things I was thinking about the world and concluding about other people just wasn't true. It's just based on my own, my own growing up being hypervigilant.
Right. Okay. Well, who is making you feel so guilty about it? Where did that all come from? Is that?
Well, that comes from the great Jewish goddess of guilt and shame.
Your mother?
I've genetically, there's a lot of guilt in my family. You know, it's like my family is like, here's my family. What did you do if you came home and there was a problem? Before you said, something happened. What did you do to cause this problem? What did you do? So that's why when I first took acid in college, I just had the horrible thought of what if my parents really did show up at the door, that story? Hey, we're coming to visit. So I come from a long line of panicky people.
Okay, I can imagine that. All right.
But now through therapy, I've realized that that a lot of the things that I was thinking are just assumptions I made. So I really am curious, like I do my own podcast, and yesterday I
which
didn't
we're going to
smoke
plug
all day.
Let's talk about that too. Before we close.
Yeah,
out.
I do it now. It's called Thought Spiral. Now,
Thought
my
Spiral.
partner, it's called Thought Spiral.
Okay.
Thought Spiral, and the fact that I never promote it is a bad sign. But it's
you never
J.
promote
Elvis
what?
Weinstein. This podcast. I forget I have a podcast.
Well, I just sucked you into saying it twice, so I'm trying to help you out.
I know, but I mean, it's like ignoring the thing that you do when you can actually, when there's no reason to hide my light under a bushel, right? So, J. Elvis Weinstein is my partner. He's the co-host, and we co-host it. And because you're doing a show with somebody, you do learn that, there are certain things that I can get into an area where it's just alienating because I'm just spinning out and not remembering anything.
Sure.
So yesterday, I did the show without having smoked pot all day, and I was more it was better for the podcast in the focusing area. But I still think if I could relax more doing a podcast down the line, I think I probably could. It's probably my reaction to the pot is making me think I'm going to space out or something.
Oh,
So
I see. All right.
You're right. Just keep smoking pot at every moment.
Well, have you tried CBDs on their own?
No, I don't even know. I mean, it's like I see that area of the shop, but I don't know. Am I tincturing it up? Am I tincturing it?
You're not tincturing it properly. There's probably a salve you could do that is, some kind of a
Did
drug.
you just say, see, this is the kind of thing. The first few weeks I went to the store, I'd be like, I'll have pot lip balm. I buy it all. Pot, salve, ointments, medicaments. Pot. Do you want pot cotton candy?
You're
Yeah,
not
I do.
You didn't leave out the liniment.
Now
did you?
Now I have a thing right here. It says Kindred Spirit
Okay.
raw tincture.
Okay. Well,
150 milligrams of. Isn't this the worst thing? You have your own show,
Yeah.
and I like a Jew at a party. I find out someone's an expert. I go, tell me about this bottle I have. Excuse me, Alan. It says 150 milligrams of cannabinoids. Alan, is that good? That's how my mother would do it. Is that good, Alan? Terpene. You're saying take terpene or don't take terpene?
It's like turpentine. Why would I want to take that? That's going to poison me.
10 drops equals 5 milligrams total cannabinoids.
Well,
is what it says.
See, the thing about cannabinoids that you don't need to worry, the CBDs.
You sound like Jerry Lewis. Cannabinoids.
Cannabinoids. Lady, how many of these you want cannabinoids? So the thing is, you want to take it because it doesn't get you high, and it will very much lead to you dropping that anxiety level. And
I think you're right.
It will very much lead to you getting a better rested sleep, which also, its face, contributes to a lesser anxiety level. So you really want to try CBDs. Right. Now, here I am promoting this thing. I'm promoting cannabis. It would seem as though I'm promoting cannabis, and we have a law now in Canada. I just have to take a second. We're going to let Andy go in a second after we get some plugs, because he's been generous with his time, but he also has to leave. But I do want to offer a couple of plugs. While Andy's on the line, we have to get this done. This is very important. I'm going to do this again with the Moving On bumper because, Claude Akins, I mean, you can't really touch this. He had a big green Kenworth with a white stripe down the side that looked like Starsky and Hutch. Every vehicle in that era had a big white stripe going down the side. I think that was the clue right there that it was for white people. But anyway, let's
I lost you.
Oh, I'm still here.
Where'd you go, Alan?
I'm just
You're
doing
still
this.
there? Okay,
I'm just doing this commercial. Marijuana.
You're doing a commercial separately from me.
I'm doing it. I've already started it, and you've already come into it, so you're already part of the commercial. So, just chip in when you want. Marijuana.
Oh, okay, I'll chip it in.
It's really called cannabis. Those still calling it marijuana are still racist. But don't think by highlighting its racist history and governments lying about it doesn't mean I'd like to believe cannabis can really help me and that it did help me and positively remedy my cancer. Did I say cure? Ha ha ha, no. But I'm not really famous.
I can vouch for the fact that you have not said cure once during the conversation.
Did not.
And a couple of times you made me depressed, if that helps.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant to. that might not take much. I just need to,
that's going the other way. That's really covering your bases.
Well, the reason I had you on the show, Andy, is that because we have this law in Canada where we're not allowed to be a famous person and put your name to it. So the way the What's the Beef lady, and then we have Snoop Dogg here now is involved with some pot growing affair in the country, and we can't have Snoop's face on the package, and he can't really talk about if it helps him, and he's not supposed to promote it in any way, shape, or form. And just in case I might have broken those laws, the good news is that you and I are neither famous enough to be breaking the law of using a famous person to promote consumption. So that's pretty...
How did I get roped into your pirate radio show? I just said I'm home in L.A., and all of a sudden now you're trying to drag me into this legal shenanigans.
Well, I had to
in
do
Canada.
it.
Hey, Canada, please! I have enough problems. Don't make it worse Don't make me have to prove that I'm not famous in a court case, because that would be the ultimate indignity.
Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll clean up some of this commercial in editing. Hang on, we're just going to close it out now. I'm going to leave it alone.
You can redo it if you want. I'm just high.
No, it's okay. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Cannabis, it probably doesn't work. I can't really endorse it, but it's now available for you to find out for yourself. Okay, that's as close as I could get to the line without promoting it too much.
I like that. In fact, you're saying you could even go more cynical if you were using Jewish marketing. You'd go, what's the big deal? Enough already with the not trying it. You know what? I will. Don't try it. I'll sit in the dark without it. That helps.
You think you're better than me for not trying it?
That's right. Think you're God's gift to the earth?
Well, if you ever come back to... are you coming back to Montreal for the Just for Laughs Festival like you always do? Andy gives the fantastically hilarious State of the Union address, and he talks about all things wrong in the comedic and television and media industries. Are you coming up for that again?
Yes, I will be coming there in July for sure. It's almost time.
It's almost time, yeah. That's why I'm plugging it. So you please go and see one of the funniest comics out there. I swear, I've known this guy for a long time. It's been a pleasure getting to meet you and know you on the air.
This was great, Alan. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit high. But this was fantastic.
Oh, well, I'm so glad you had a good time. I certainly did as well. And don't apologize for being high again. It's okay.
I'm cured of my moroseness, huh? Let's go up against the line again. Woo!
You're pretty zippy. Hey, listen, tell everybody again, this show you have with J. Elvis Weinstein, it's called Thought Spiral. Thought is in thinking. Spiral is in that's where Andy goes. Could have called it Mr. Tangent. Could have called it all kinds of things. But how long have you been doing it?
And there's no guests. It's just me and Josh.
Oh, wow. That's it.
Every week. Every week, and sometimes we want to kill each other, but it's just us talking about things, and so there's pressure because there's no guests, but I actually think it makes it less pressure on us to be charming.
So you're chastising me for having you on as a guest because I needed a guest to get through this show where you could have gotten through your show without a guest by yourself with J. Elvis Weinstein.
Yeah, but we don't want people listening to our show. Your show is entertaining. Our show is each show is called a test show.
Yeah.
Test show 1. We're working with the government on a program to see why people are affected by podcasts.
Oh, well, I'm sure you will get to the bottom of it. So check out ThoughtSpot. No doubt.
Man, that was the best. That was a great get this guy off the air segue.
Actually, I'm having trouble with it because I do know we have to let you go. You have a previously mentioned appointment. I got to let you go.
No, I have to leave for therapy. I have to leave for therapy in 20 minutes.
Okay, so what do you have to do before that? Tie your shoes?
I have to. God, if I don't get something, like I got a little yogurt, I got to put something. I got to put my pants on. But
you may want to do that the other way around.
That's true, and I've tried that. But I have OCD. And it's not a joke. I wish it was. Because I can get some material, out of it.
I sound like the worst guy in the world now, laughing at your OCD. Listen,
right, but it's like I say in my act. If they called it terminal worry syndrome, people would have more sympathy for you. But it's like to get out of the house, I have to be in therapy at 2:00 Pacific Coast time. It's a half hour away, but if I don't start walking to the car at 1:15, I'm going to be late because I should wash this dish. What did I check this pilot light? Oh my God, what about my Nest? Is my Nest system working properly?
I think the scary thing is that you're going to check the pilot light, but you have an electric stove. That's the
problem.
Yeah,
that's why I went into therapy. That's exactly why I went in. I was confusing energy sources.
That's it. This is very bad for a lot of people. You go in there bitching about the moon. Really, it's the sun. Hey, when you get out of your talking about anxiety, we're going to let you go, I swear to God. When you are talking about your anxieties or whatever reason that you go to your therapist, and you've been going for a long time, and you speak of this.
Not a long time. I'm the oldest Jew I am literally the oldest Jew to enter therapy. I didn't go in until a year and a half ago.
Really?
Yeah, I just started. This is new.
You
this
strike
is
me
all
as someone
new.
that's been going there for decades. Oh, I got that wrong.
No, and I'm also on Prozac. I never was on Prozac before.
Oh.
And I'm also I can go through different things, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. No, but I mean, I thought ADHD was a fake thing when I was growing up because again, I just tell myself these things in my head, and so I didn't realize that SSRIs can be very effective for OCD things.
Yeah.
So, and it has been very effective. It doesn't eliminate it, but because I used to think in my 20s I was driving down the street and I hit someone with my car and I didn't know I hit them, so I go around the block and check that, and then, I'm 40 years old and crying.
That's the way it sneaks up on you like that. You hit and run somebody.
Yeah.
A few decades go by.
Absolutely.
You realize what a bad fellow you are. Okay, so
I thought there was I tried to tough it out. So just like you're talking about weed, there's also, I am absolutely convinced, well, I'm not saying anything new, but SSRIs, all these things that they're doing, these things oh, maybe they won't work forever or whatever, but this is real. And so I wish I'd listened to my mother on that one thing, because she said I could be helped by SSRIs. And I wasn't listening to it.
Just going back to the Jewish guilt complex, you talk about it a lot. A lot of Jewish people talk about it. This going to the therapist that you're doing, do you anticipate ever getting to the point where now your therapy is over and you're okay now? Or will you be suspect that you've been cured because of this inherent guilt factor that keeps you going and going again like on a hamster wheel?
No, because I'll tell you, I know for a fact that and I wouldn't have said, I know that my mind could be a big enemy to me in my life. But since therapy, one OCD thing I would happen to be, I'd be walking down the street and I rub the side of my face and I go, did that person think I was picking my nose? Did that person? And then it'd be 30 minutes later and I'd be worried that something's going to come on TMZ about me rubbing my face. I have been able to, with my mind, say that is not real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've been able to, just by saying that, not go down those roads. It doesn't cure all the OCD.
Right.
But absolutely, I could see a time. I definitely could see a time. I'm sure there will be a time where I will say I don't need therapy. But my therapist is so great, and I can't even believe it because I was so resistant to it for my whole life. And just the idea of finding out things about remembering things about yourself and seeing why you're freaked out or panicked, it's invaluable.
Did you have a little fear at the beginning that if you got everything sorted out, you wouldn't be as funny anymore?
Well, I take Adderall for ADHD, and I was worried that I would be less stream of consciousness on stage. So it has, maybe if I had gotten help when I was first starting comedy, it would have been I would have been scared. But because I've been doing comedy for so long, I was a little worried that could happen. But as you can tell from this conversation, my ability to go off on tangents seems to be intact.
Never limited in that area. But hey, listen, we're limited for time. You've been so generous. Hey, listen, I've had a great time talking to you, man.
Can you believe it, Alan?
I can.
Alan, I have worn out my welcome once again. I have done it at every party in my life. I've done it in social situations. I do it in the airport when I've been recognized, and people go, "Yeah, I like your work, but I have to catch a plane."
Listen, this has been great, but listen, I'm kind of hungry, and
me too.
Hey, listen,
No, it has been great, Alan. It's been unbelievable.
How long is your show, Thought Spiral? What do you guys have, a set time, or is it an hour?
It usually comes out to be an hour and a half.
Okay.
Sometimes 2 hours. Sometimes as little as 1 hour.
Yeah. Okay.
But we
good.
try to keep it. Yeah.
Don't get too stuck on it. We've been speaking for an hour and 25 minutes now.
Oh my God!
Yeah, the show was a half an hour before that or so. So I honestly.
Oh, my wife's giving me the light.
Please take it from my heart that it's been great having you on, and that the only reason I'm
feel
going
the same
is
way.
You're off to therapy, and I hope to see you again sometime. Who knows? Maybe we'll bump into you. I'm not headed to Montreal for comedic purposes, but I may be going for cannabis-themed related purposes, and I may be tipping a bit of an announcement ahead of time without really knowing what I'm talking about. But you do that all the time, so that's okay.
Well, keep me involved. I know we have to cross paths.
We will cross. If it's not Montreal this time, it'll be some other time, perhaps Vancouver or Toronto, or perhaps somewhere down in the States. You never know.
Saskatoon!
Could be Saskatoon. It could be in there. Saskatoon, lady.
Oh, God. Hey, listen.
All right,
Andy,
man.
Kindler, you're a great comic, and you're one of my favorites, and I'm so glad you were, you've ruined your life by partaking of cannabis and are therefore eligible to talk on the show.
Well, this was a spiritually enhancing experience. I thank you very much.
Okay, well, if you only remember to get a pepper mill, that'll help you turn down your crazy high. But it's listen to this again. I know I will. There's all kinds of fun stuff in here. Thanks very much, Andy Kindler. We'll
Thanks,
let you
man.
go and have a great
Take
session.
care.
There. All right, take care. That's Andy Kindler, folks. He's funny. Now, the guy was just talking to me for about an hour and a half, and you could have also just listened to him do a show for about that amount of time as well. Could have done that, but what's going on here? We've come to the end of the show pretty much. All right. We've got Andy's recommendation for relaxing on California Public Television. Don't forget Huell Hauser.
California's goal last. This series is endorsed by the California Teachers Association, the California School Boards Association, and the California Library Association.
Hi, I'm Huell Hauser, and right now I'm riding high up over the beach here in Santa Cruz.
He sounds like he's riding high. Listen, we've been riding high. I want to thank Andy Kindler again for coming into wherever he had to go. You know, probably his kitchen, maybe a den. Maybe he's got a big place. I don't know. But we will definitely be back next week with a numbered episode. Not that means anything to you, but it kind of does. My name is Alan Park. This is Green Crush Conspiracy Queries. We've been speaking with Andy Kinder. I just fucked that up at the end there. That's all it is. All right, folks. Have a great one. We'll see you another time.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie. And this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?